Chapter 465. Perhaps this really confirmed the words of the ancestral monster's remnant soul and immortality. It wasn't easy for a heavenly treasure to recognize a master. A month and a half passed and there was still no news of the pre-celestial wood. Qin Yu's heart was filled with unwillingness and anticipation, but now he was forced to accept reality. His heart was filled with helplessness. Qin Yu let out a long breath and stood up. His heart was restless and his cultivation was greatly reduced. He decided to temporarily calm his mood. The Dao Arena's top training room naturally had excellent scenery. Qin Yu sat in the shade of the trees, his fingers gently tapping the table. He couldn't help but ponder. During this time, he had constantly raised the price to search for the pre-celestial wood. He had visited all the shops in Four Seasons City and even asked Kang Mingqiao. But in the end he hadn't found anything. Could it be that after all his efforts, he still couldn't avoid the fate of abandoning the purpleback blue-wing ants? Puffer, a light sound awakened Qin Yu. He pulled his fingers out from the exquisite table and looked at the crisscrossing marks on the table. He couldn't help but bitterly smile. Luckily, he had some harvests during this time. His path of metal was approaching perfection and he could make a breakthrough at any moment. At this time, Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He lifted a hand and a jade slip fell into his hand. As he probed it with his divine sense, his eyes widened and he revealed a look of pleasant surprise. He stood up and walked to the training room's door. With a flick of his sleeves, he saw Kang Mingqiao standing outside. He smiled and said, "It looks like this item is indeed important to fellow Daoist Qin Yu. This is a catalogue sent by the auction house. The item you are interested in is on page 62. As he spoke, he took out a jade slip. After pouring in magic power, the jade slip projected a clear image. Qin Yu flipped to page 62. In the dense catalogue of auction items, he found an incomparably black object that looked like a withered branch. There was a brief record below it, number 137, a withered branch obtained from an unknown land. Attributes unknown, effects unknown. In the light it is black, and in the darkness it emits light. The image was small and the introduction was brief. It was clear that the auction house didn't value this item too much. Qin Yu stared at it for a long time and then looked up. Kang Mingqiao smiled. "There is a universe within." These words dispelled the last bit of doubt in Qin Yu's heart. Wild joy gushed out from his heart. He cupped his hands together and deeply bowed. "Thank you, Arena Steward Kang." He didn't know where Kang Mingqiao got this information from, but there was no reason for him to lie to him. Moreover, the phrase "in the light, the color is dark, and in the darkness, there is light" was an extremely strong piece of evidence. Carnate wood. This was carnate wood. Qin Yu flipped through the invitation card and casually tossed it into his identity token. He smiled. When he received this invitation card that would only open half a year later, he had been sighing about how useless it was. He never imagined that today would come. Perhaps, this was the mysteries of the world. It was impossible to predict. You would never know what would happen in the future. 5 days later, the auction took place as scheduled. As the master of the Dao Arena, Kang Mingqiao was naturally invited. However, Qin Yu didn't follow him. Instead, he put on a black robe and directly entered the auction house. But it was clear that his heroic actions had won the respect of the auction house. His seat was arranged near the front. The wide sofa was incomparably comfortable. Qin Yu leaned back and closed his eyes in meditation. An hour later, the surrounding noise quieted down. A silver-haired auctioneer stepped onto the round stage. He smiled and greeted everyone. Then, he clapped his hands and said, "Lights out." Immediately, in the giant auction house, there were only 3 crystal lamps left above the round stage. The bright light gathered on the round stage, making it particularly eye-catching. The well-dressed auctioneer didn't waste any time and went straight to the main topic. The first auction item, as usual, is always a good item. It will arouse everyone's interest, and our auction house will earn more commission. The audience roared with laughter. The next auction item was indeed quite good. It was a treasure found in an ancient ruin. Although it was a bit damaged, it was still extremely powerful. Many cultivators began to bid. The atmosphere in the auction house soon heated up. One by one, the auction items were placed on the round platform. After the competition, they found their new owners. Time passed quietly during this process. The auction house used a mixed method of bidding. Many common and common treasures were placed among the more precious items in order to sell for the highest price. Auction item number 137 was only sent onto the stage 4 hours after the auction began. The auctioneer smiled. He looked at the dark withered branch placed on the crystal plate, his eyes filled with praise. Before the auction begins, there is something I must tell everyone so that we can better estimate its value and avoid missing out on a treasure. He paused for a moment and continued to say, 2 days ago, my auction house received an honored guest. Although he hid his identity, I can confirm that he is an extremely honored existence. This mysterious honored guest put forth an extremely exaggerated price in order to purchase this withered branch with unknown attributes and unknown effects ahead of time. But in the end, upholding the principles of fairness and justice, we refused this honored guest and chose to place it in the auction house so that all guests can have a chance to compete for it. The unknown isn't necessarily useless. Perhaps beneath its ordinary surface lies a beauty and magnificence that you and I cannot even imagine. This mysterious withered branch is black under the light and bright under the darkness. The starting bid for this item is 80,000 spirit stones, and each increase must be no less than 1,000 spirit stones. Let the auction begin. One couldn't help but admit that this auctioneer had an extremely powerful ability to bewitch people. Many guests who weren't interested in auction item number 137 now had their eyes light up. The auction house's reputation had always been excellent and they wouldn't make things up. Since someone said that they were willing to spend a large amount of money to buy it before the auction, then it must be true. 80,000 spirit stones wasn't a small amount. But to those who had the qualifications to enter the auction house, it wasn't anything at all. They could just treat it as an interesting attempt. 80,000 spirit stones. The one who spoke was a female cultivator ranked near the front of the individual guests. Her face was still filled with childishness and there was still some baby fat on her cheeks. Her eyes were bright and lively. Although she didn't display an overbearing attitude, she still revealed a natural grace and elegance. It was clear that her status wasn't ordinary. Of course, if you couldn't see this, the 2 burly men sitting on her left and right were obviously her guards. Their cold gazes and auras were also the best evidence. But as mentioned before, those who had the qualifications to participate in the auction today were all wealthy people, and those who were wealthy usually had a high status. Even if this female cultivator came from an extraordinary background, she couldn't frighten everyone. 100,000. The one who spoke was also a female cultivator. However, she was seated in a VIP box that had been specially set up for them. The childish female cultivator puffed up her cheeks and said, 200,000. I want this branch. You want it. What do you want? I'm not a man, and even if I were, I still wouldn't be able to stand your bold and unrestrained style. For this thing, I'll bid 300,000. The voice in the private room contained a hint of laughter, and a hint of flirtatiousness flowed out. Such a bold conversation, in particular, caused many men to secretly swallow their saliva. The childish female cultivator's face flushed red. She opened her mouth to retort, but no words came out. She nearly cried out in anxiety. The eyes of the 2 guards beside her flashed with an ominous light. They were about to stand up, but at this time, they coughed and shock filled their eyes. They looked at the box again and revealed a deep sense of dread. One of the guards lowered his head and said something in a low voice. The childish female cultivator bit her lips and said, 500,000. Bright laughter sounded out, filled with elegance and elegance. 2 beauties, there is no need to damage your friendship over a mere withered branch. How about this young master buy it? He paused for a moment and then quoted a price, 600,000. The auction house was silent. Many people stared at these 3 people, their eyes strange. Although this withered branch was a bit strange, 600,000 spirit stones wasn't a small amount of money. It wasn't worth it just to satisfy one's own curiosity. As for the last young master who bid 600,000 spirit stones, his goal clearly wasn't the withered branch itself. His goal was to attract the attention of two young women. To spend a fortune for the sake of beauty, this sort of thing wasn't anything new in the auction house. Most of the people who did this were young masters with rich backgrounds. But today, the number of young masters in the auction house was unexpectedly high. Another voice sounded out from the VIP box. "Brother Jong, how can a mere 600,000 spirit stones be enough to obtain the treasure that two beauties are fighting over? How about I round it up to 1 million? It's just 1 million spirit stones, how clever can it be?" A third young master joined in. 2 million, I'm just playing with double the price. How heroic. Beneath his black robes, Qin Yu's complexion darkened. The sudden appearance of jealousy had ruined his plans. He originally thought that it would be best to not draw attention to himself and bid for the pre-celestial wood. In order to appear as natural as possible, he had already bid twice and obtained 2 small items at a moderate price. But no matter how good his plan was, in the face of a group of young masters competing with each other, his plans were torn to shreds. He couldn't help but look at the childish female cultivator in the front row. Although he knew he couldn't blame her, if it weren't for this little girl speaking up, there wouldn't have been such twists and turns. Today, it was hard not to attract attention. From the half-closed window of the VIP box, an extremely beautiful face appeared. She covered her mouth and giggled, her eyes seeming to hide countless little hooks. "Young masters giving me face like this makes me feel uneasy. I like this item, but what should I do? Haha. Simple, this young master will bid for it and gift it to Miss Ju." A fourth young master brazenly said. 4 million. Double the price. I've played this sort of game since I was young and I've never tasted defeat. Domineering to the max. Qin Yu cursed this person inwardly. Indeed, with him stepping forward, the 3 young masters in front were immediately enraged. Doubling the price is such a vulgar thing and yet you can say it in such a righteous manner. How strange. This young master suddenly changed the topic and smiled. 5 million spirit stones. "Miss Mu, I will bid for this item and gift it to you." The young female cultivator's cheeks flushed red and she looked incomparably shy. She turned and glanced at the box from which the voice came. Her shy and timid appearance made one's heart itch. How was this unbearably shy? This was clearly a little seductress that had reached the point of perfection. It was just that while Miss Ju was bright and beautiful, the truth was that their hearts were the same. These 2 seductresses must have done this on purpose today. "It's fine if you want to argue, but why do you have to choose what I want?" Qin Yu's eyes were icy cold. If looks could kill, then these 2 seductresses and a flock of peacocks in heat would have already been torn to pieces. As Qin Yu was thinking of murderous thoughts, the price of the pre-celestial would continue to rise. In the blink of an eye, it broke past 10 million. To these young masters, spirit stones weren't anything at all. Moreover, in today's situation, who would be willing to lower their heads in front of others? Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed the hostility in his heart. He coldly watched them compete. Now wasn't a good time to make a move. These young masters cared about face the most. It wouldn't be too late to wait until they finished killing each other and then fight for it. This was because at that time, he would only need to face a single person. Everyone was left dumbfounded. They watched helplessly on as the price of some unknown withered tree branch began to soar. Even those that were originally interested in it completely suppressed their thoughts. This bunch of bastard young masters were trying to show off. Anyone who dared to compete with them was an idiot. 88 million spirit stones. The one who liked to double the price bid with a heroic spirit. The entire auction house fell silent. At this time, if he dared to continue doubling the price, it was clear just how confident he was. The 3 young masters that were competing fell silent. Although they wanted to take advantage of this chance to obtain more attention from these beauties, nearly 100 million spirit stones wasn't a sum they could casually use. Even for them, nearly 100 million spirit stones wasn't a sum they could casually use. Moreover, today was more of an opportunity to get to know Ju Fenghuang and Mu Qingwan and to express their intentions. If he really wanted to marry these 2 seductresses, he would have to rely on his performance at the Demon Ascension Gate and the efforts of his family. The Sun family is truly worthy of being called rich enough to rival a nation. This brother here admires you greatly. This withered tree branch is yours. When it comes to spirit stones, I truly cannot compare with Brother Sunday. I only hope that at the Demon Ascension Gate, Brother Sun can still have today's glory and prestige. I heard that in this Demon Ascension Gate selection, there are many dazzling characters that have appeared. There are even some with tyrannical demonic bloodlines. Sun Zifu, you absolutely cannot be knocked to the ground and lose the face of us aristocratic juniors. Sun Zifu was the one who claimed to have never tasted defeat in the game of doubling the price. He laughed and said, "There is no need for you three brothers to worry about this matter. I am confident that I can smoothly enter the demonic path. But today, I am indebted to you three for giving up your treasures. Tonight, I will arrange a banquet at Drunken Immortal Restaurant. I hope that you three brothers will honor us with your presence." Humph. The three people coughed and didn't speak further. Sun Zifu smiled. He picked up the cup in front of him and drank a mouthful, feeling refreshed from head to toe. "Young master, did you spend too much? This old servant knows that my family has plenty of spirit stones, but today is not a proper occasion. Miss Ju and Miss Mu might not appreciate it." An old servant bowed to the side, a flattering smile on his face. His wrinkled face was like a blooming chrysanthemum. "What does an old thing like you know? Today, this young master wants to spend in a tyrannical manner. You should also know that what our Sun family has the most is spirit stones. Do you understand what it means to play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses? If we want to move these two little monsters, we can only rely on shiny spirit stones." Sun Zifu's eyes flashed with a shrewd light. "As for whether or not these two little monsters will acknowledge it, that doesn't matter at all. This is because I didn't do it for them to see." The old man's face was full of praise. "Young master is wise and heroic, this old servant cannot compare. As long as this matter spreads to the Ju and Mu families, we will have shown our sincerity. Hihi, young master is young master, your methods are brilliant." Sun Zifu kicked him. "Stop flattering me." Although he said this, there was a bit more of a smile on his face. It was obvious he was enjoying it. On the auction stage, the silver-haired auctioneer was full of smiles. Although the final bid of nearly 100 million spirit stones was high, he had seen many grand scenes and didn't lose his composure. He smiled and said, "Young Master Sun has bid 88 million spirit stones. Is there any other guest who wants to bid? If there isn't, then this magical deadwood belongs to young Master Sunday in the box." The old servant proudly shouted, "Hurry up and announce it. Since our young master has bid this price, who dares to compete with us?" A flattering aura flowed in the air. The silver-haired auctioneer's smile didn't change. He nodded and was about to comply, but at this time, another young voice sounded, 100 million spirit stones. The auction hall suddenly fell silent. The silver-haired auctioneer directly swallowed the words he was about to say. He pointed a finger and said, "This honored guest has bid 100 million. Everyone, today's first auction item has appeared. Please let us remember this exciting moment. Is there anyone who wants to bid a higher price?" Sun Zifu coldly snorted and his eyes turned fierce. The old man beside him bent down and said, "I will immediately investigate this person's identity. To dare compete with young master, that person has no idea of death or danger. There's no time. Let's take it first." Sun Zifu put down his wine cup and leaned back in his chair. His voice was calm and indifferent. 200 million. Since he said he would double it, he naturally had to double it, 210 million. Another voice spoke up without hesitation. Sun Zifu's lips twitched, 420 million. He clenched his fists and his nails dug into his flesh. This was already the limit of what he could bear. If the other party increased it any further, he would have to give up if he didn't want to slap himself in the face. Bastard. 400 million spirit stones was enough to pile up several mountains. Just which bastard was it that dared to interfere despite knowing that this was the dignified demonic path Sun family? This matter wasn't over. Second-generation Sun's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. In the auction house, there was another person who was secretly alarmed. This person was naturally Qin Yu, who was preparing to seize the pre-celestial wood. The moment that the bid sounded out, he looked in the darkness and accurately found the bidder. His pupils shrank. Qi Cheng. That's right, it was Chu Taidu's extremely beloved disciple. It was said that after Chu Taidu died, all of his assets had been quietly swallowed up by him. Even so, with Qi Cheng's status and background, there was no reason for him to throw out so many spirit stones at today's auction. Not to mention offending the Sun family, but if he were to attract so much attention, the amount of greed he would attract would be enough for him to drink. But Qi Cheng had acted just like this. In an incomparably tyrannical manner, he had brazenly tossed out a massive amount of spirit stones. The auction house had already sent a cultivator to verify his identity. This was the usual practice of the auction house. Otherwise, if one recklessly bid and couldn't afford it in the end, that would be a great joke and trouble. Looking at the shocked auction house cultivator, as well as the respectful expression on his face after he regained consciousness, the result was obvious: 430 million. Qi Cheng was calm, but his heart was tumbling with tempestuous waves. In the past, he had imagined himself possessing unsurpassed power and wealth, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Today, his dream had finally come true. Feeling the shock and awe in the eyes of those around him, Qi Cheng felt a great sense of satisfaction. Although he was well aware that there were no benefits to being so high profile, with the immortal sect as his backing, as long as he didn't violate any taboos, no one could harm him. Tonight, he was the center of the world. In the VIP box, Sun Zifu waved his hand and smashed his wine cup. Scarlet wine soaked through the carpet. His face was filled with rage, but he quickly composed himself. Since you want it so much, I'll give it to you. The flattering old man's eyes were cold and gloomy. This old servant will help young master get it back, 440 million. Another voice suddenly rang out. Sun Zifu looked up, his eyes shaking. After a brief period of silence, the entire auction house was filled with cries of alarm. Qi Cheng himself wasn't considered much, but as Chu Taidu's disciple, his level of friendship wasn't low. In other words, there were many people in the auction house that recognized him. When he first made a bid, he attracted countless eyes, most of them cold and greedy. They were all shocked by the wealth left behind by Chu Taidu. As for Qi Cheng's actions, they were attributed to him being blinded by wealth and trying to obtain the attention of the Zhu family and Mu family misses. Of course, this was laughable. But now, someone made another bid, overturning this speculation. Perhaps there might be one person stupid enough to spend hundreds of millions of spirit stones to obtain the attention of a beauty, but there wouldn't be two of them appearing at the same time. Qi Cheng's eyes brightened. He smiled and stood up. Qi knew, you've finally made a move. Countless cultivators felt their hearts skip a beat. Their originally inquisitive eyes were now filled with surprise. The black-robed man was silent for several breaths of time. He lifted his hand and pulled off his hood, revealing a calm expression. Qi Cheng, I'm curious. How did you know it was me? Qi Cheng brightly smiled. I'm sorry, but I refuse to answer. Today, I'm going to fight for my teacher's honor. You won't be able to get this branch. Qi Yu took a deep breath. 700 million spirit stones. Qi Cheng crossed his hands behind his back. 800 million. Kang Mingqiao's voice sounded out from the VIP box. Fellow Daoist Qin Yu, if you need, the Dao Arena can lend you a sum of spirit stones. Qi Cheng laughed. Today, no matter how much Qin Yu bids, I will bid 100 million higher than him. Kang Mingqiao sneered. Junior, you are far too arrogant. Qi Cheng bowed. Arena Steward Kang, you can give it a try. The unremarkable Qi Cheng had suddenly risen and seized all of Chu Taidu's family property. Moreover, he hadn't encountered any trouble because of this. Today, he didn't hesitate at all and directly challenged Qin Yu. He didn't even give in to Kang Mingqiao. No one was a fool, especially those rich and powerful people. Looking at the high-spirited and incomparably arrogant Qi Cheng, everyone could see a giant monster behind him. In the private room, Sun Zifu shivered. This matter ends here. Whether it was Qin Yu or Qi Cheng, who had likely been chosen by the immortal sect, they weren't people to be provoked. The old servant's smile was uglier than a cry. It seems there isn't enough time. Before his voice fell, two shadows suddenly shot out from the shadows of the auction stage. Cold lights shot towards Chi Cheng. Bang! A tyrannical aura erupted from beside Chi Cheng. Before this thin old man with cloudy eyes attacked, his existence was as weak as air. But as soon as he attacked, he was like a blazing sun, his tyrannical aura sweeping out in all directions. The two cold lights trembled and collapsed. They continued to spread upwards, directly shattering the two assassins. A strange strength acted upon every piece of flesh and bone, grinding them to powder. In just a breath of time, the two living assassins had completely vanished. The thin old man slowly sat down. The wild aura around him converged and he returned to his ordinary appearance. But now, no one dared to underestimate him in the least. This was a super powerhouse at the 8th level of the Blue Sea realm. Even in the entire land of divinity and demons, he was an existence that could dominate a region. But now, he was willing to stay behind Chi Cheng, becoming an unremarkable backdrop. This was enough to verify everyone's speculations. Sun Zifu let out a long breath of relief. It was good that he died. Although it wasn't easy for the family to raise Deathsworn, being able to avoid a great deal of trouble was already the best result. He ruthlessly glared at the old servant. "I'll bury this matter in my stomach and pretend it never happened." Chi Cheng's smile became increasingly calm. "It looks like some people have developed killing intent towards me. But that doesn't matter. If they want to kill me, then feel free to do so." He looked up, his eyes cold. "But today, let's finish the auction first. Qin Yu, are you going to increase the price or not? Otherwise, this mystical dead wood will belong to me." Qin Yu took a deep breath and turned to leave. He knew that Chi Cheng wanted to force him to make a move. Although it was true that Chi Cheng wanted to smash apart his face, this was what Chi Cheng was looking forward to. Why did the immortal sect not hesitate to pay any price to prevent him from obtaining the pre-celestial wood? Was it purely out of hostility towards him, or had they sensed something? Qin Yu's heart shrank. He began to think about whether or not he had been too careless. But there was clearly only a single copy of the monster-raising mystic art, and no one in this world should know anything about the soul-summoning bell. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed these thoughts. With things having come to this point, there was no longer any meaning in thinking about these things. The pre-celestial wood was in Chi Cheng's hands. He couldn't do anything in the auction house, but after he left, that didn't mean he couldn't make a plan. However, if he could think of something, the immortal sect would also be able to. Chi Cheng was bait, luring him to attack first. Once Qin Yu attacked, he would lose the protection of the Dao Arena Master. What should he do? Should he give up, or should he take a risk? At this time, a thought fluctuation spread into his mind. "I originally thought you knew, but it seems you really don't. If you have time, come here as soon as possible." The one who transmitted this thought was the little blue lamp. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He felt that there was some important information in these words, but the little blue lamp didn't respond. After entering the Dao Arena, Qin Yu closed the doors to the training room and sat down cross-legged. His divine sense passed through the sealed dimension ring and descended into the distant small world. The star-cutting grass excitedly danced in the air, tearing open holes in space. As it saw Qin Yu's distressed appearance, it calmed down and lifted him into the medicine field. Soon, the star-cutting grass came to a stop. A spirit plant bathed in darkness appeared in front of Qin Yu. It had two extremely beautiful branches. Even in the pitch-black darkness of the night, it couldn't conceal its dazzling colors and beautiful textures that seemed as if they were fantastical and beautiful. Qin Yu's eyes widened. This is pre-celestial wood. The little blue lamp's thought fluctuation spread out. "Several months ago, you tossed in a root. Do you remember?" Qin Yu's complexion was strange. "That's right, that root was the spirit root of a pre-celestial wood." At this moment, Qin Yu's heart surged with excitement. He felt 120% gratitude towards the deceased Chu Taidu. He really was a good person. Wait, 2 pre-celestial wood. Chapter 466. The plain-looking nether domain master smiled warmly. He cupped his hands together and bowed, Fellow Daoist Westgate, I apologize for today, but my immortal sect has won. Solitary Westgate had discovered the pre-celestial wood and used Kang Mingqiao to inform Qin Yu. The immortal sect could also send a representative to snipe him. This was considered a normal battle. Victory or defeat depended on their own methods and no one could say anything. Humph. The immortal sect is rich and overbearing, I am naturally inferior to you. But, the junior you chose is far too rampant. Does he even place me or the Dao Arena in his eyes? Solitary Westgate's complexion was grim. The Nether Domain Master's smile became even brighter. This junior has just grasped power and wealth and his ego is inflated. With fellow Daoist Westgate status, there is no need to lower yourself to his level. He lifted a hand and tore open space. Looking through the crack, one could see a complete spirit stone vein within. I inadvertently obtained this spirit stone vein. Today, I will gift it to fellow Daoist Westgate as an apology on behalf of Qi Cheng. Solitary Westgate lifted a hand and the spirit stone vein rumbled as it flew up. It rapidly shrank and submerged into his hand. With a cold snort, he vanished from sight. The Nether Domain Master revealed a gloomy expression. After several breaths of time, his body shattered, turning into motes of starlight that scattered away. Immortal Sect. The Nether Domain Master's true body opened his eyes. Something is wrong. The Buddhist nation sovereign's voice was faint. Of course not. Just how difficult is it for the soul summoning bell to recognize a master? It is suppressed and rejected by the world, yet a junior like Qin Yu managed to encounter the pre-celestial wood. If it weren't for us interfering, he might have already completed the process. The Nether Domain Master's face was cloudy and uncertain. Could this be the will of the heavens? Even the will of the world itself cannot obstruct it. Humph. There is no such thing as the will of the heavens in this world. Everything has to be fought for by oneself. You and I have cultivated to this point and yet you still can't see through this. The Buddhist nation sovereign's eyes were cold. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Qin Yu is the will of the heavens, I will still knock him into the dust. I must obtain the soul summoning bell. The Nether Domain Master sighed. Unfortunately, Qin Yu wasn't fooled. If he had attacked Qi Cheng, things would have been much simpler. The Buddhist nation sovereign lightly said, Qin Yu is not a fool of his generation, otherwise how could he have his current achievements? Whether it is the ancient perishment decree or the sea-breaking Sea King bead, both are more than enough to prove how outstanding he is. If it's possible, I'm willing to spare his life and guide his soul to the Buddhist kingdom so that he can become my servant. The Nether Domain Master shook his head. It is too early to say such things. As long as Qin Yu stays in Four Seasons City, there is nothing you or I can do to him. He continued to say, when I led the Dao Arena Master to attack just now, even though he hid his aura, I could still feel that Solitary Westgate has become much stronger. The Buddhist nation sovereign's voice was cold. So what? If he obstructs me from obtaining the soul summoning bell, I will not hesitate to fight him. The Nether Domain Master revealed a worried expression. But at this time, his eyes flashed and he looked up at the void in front of him. The space rippled and a black-robed phantom appeared. In Four Seasons City, another pre-celestial wood has appeared. What? The Nether Domain Master shouted out loud. If mentioning the will of heaven just now was only a momentary sigh, then right now there was an incomparably intense feeling of déjà vu. Something like the pre-celestial wood had basically vanished from the world. Even in the immortal sect, there wasn't a single one of them left. But in a tiny Four Seasons city, two had appeared in succession in such a short period of time. To say that this had nothing to do with Qin Yu was a bit too far-fetched. The Buddhist nation sovereign clenched his teeth, slowly squeezing out each word. Seize the pre-celestial wood at all costs. I want to see whether or not the so-called will of heaven can be broken. Good. The black-robed phantom dissipated. Whoosh, the Buddhist nation sovereign stood up. I will personally make a trip. The Nether Domain Master frowned. Solitary Westgate is there. If you descend, I fear there will be a conflict. The Buddhist nation sovereign shook his head. You don't understand. Ever since I learned of the existence of the soul summoning bell, there has been a faint connection between me and this treasure. The Nether Domain Master hesitated for a moment. I will go with you. Good. Sure, the two of them vanished at the same time. Time was pushed back 2 hours. Four Seasons City, Dao Arena's training room. Qin Yu summoned Undying and handed him a jade box. With your methods, it should be easy for you to hide your aura and not be detected by others. Bring this item to the entrance of the auction house and I will be there soon. As for the rest, you can act as you see fit. Undying opened the jade box. After a single glance, he fell silent. After several breaths of time, without a single word, he cupped his hands together and left. Looking at his departing back, Qin Yu couldn't help but frown. He felt as if this fellow had become different from before. Today might be the greatest chance in his life to make a fortune. He couldn't afford to mess up his plans. In truth, Qin Yu was worrying too much. The current Undying was far more reliable than he had ever been in his life. The will of heaven. Damn it, I thought this was just a joke, but I never thought it would actually exist. I'm also lucky enough to encounter it. Undying muttered to himself. Great waves tumbled in his heart. After a long time, he clenched his teeth and roared out, I'll risk it. I'll make a bet. Qin Yu, you must not disappoint me. Once he made his decision, he felt his entire body relax. Undying's footsteps quickened. Kang Mingqiao stopped in the distance. He looked at the black-robed figure walking out of the training room. At first he didn't care, but soon he frowned and his eyes became dignified. After looking for a bit longer, his dignified expression became a bit more bewildered. He actually couldn't see through this person's aura. It had to be known that this was the Dao Arena. As the master of this Dao Arena, he had the support of the entire Dao Arena. Here, he could even fight a supreme being. But he actually couldn't see through this person's depths. This person either had an extremely powerful aura concealing treasure on him, or his boundary was far above his own. Kang Mingqiao's mind tumbled endlessly. Why was there such a mysterious character in Qin Yu's training room? Before he could think too much about it, Qin Yu pushed open the training room's doors. As he saw Kang Mingqiao, he happily walked over. Arena Steward Kang, has the auction ended? Kang Mingqiao subconsciously said, not yet. I left early to see you. Qin Yu smiled. That's good. I have a matter that I need Arena Steward Kang's help with. Kang Mingqiao nodded. Speak. In his mind, he was still thinking about the black-robed person that just left. He wanted to ask, but he was afraid that Qin Yu wouldn't like it, so he hesitated. Qin Yu said, I want to borrow spirit stones. No problem. Borrow spirit stones? Kang Mingqiao regained his composure. The item has already been won by Qi Cheng. Isn't it too late for fellow Daoist Qin Yu to gather spirit stones now? Qin Yu shook his head. It's not too late. It's just right. Kang Mingqiao didn't know what was going on. Seeing Qin Yu's confident smile, he hesitated for a moment and said, all right. May I ask how much fellow Daoist Qin Yu would like to borrow? Qin Yu coughed. As much as you have. Kang Mingqiao, auction house. Qi Cheng brazenly took action, suppressing the young masters of the Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li families, forcing back the illustrious Qin Yu. Then, he used 800 million spirit stones to obtain the mysterious withered branch, immediately becoming the focus of everyone's attention. After guessing his current status, the covetous looks in everyone's eyes faded away. All that was left over was awe and flattery. Even the high and lofty young ladies of the Zhu and Mu families couldn't help but glance at Qi Cheng, allowing his vanity to obtain the greatest satisfaction. Although Qi Cheng didn't bid again in the following auctions, he was still the most eye-catching person in the entire audience. When the last item was auctioned off, Qi Cheng was submerged in a tide of people. Countless flattering voices sounded out, causing him to smile. Many people that he could only look up to and carefully receive in the past were now smiling so brightly. So what if he was someone from the immortal sect? Even if the demonic path knew, as long as Qi Cheng didn't violate any taboos, they would pretend they didn't see him. This was an unspoken rule that both sides had to abide by, otherwise the world would have already fallen into chaos. It took a great deal of effort for the auction house cultivator to squeeze his way through the crowd and respectfully offer a metal box to Chi Cheng with both hands. After a brief examination, Chi Cheng put it into his ring of holding, and then took out a transparent crystalline spirit stone card. On the surface of the crystal card was a vivid and lifelike demon phantom. Its eyes seemed to flow with magma. This was issued by the demonic path and was the world's most precious and top spirit stone card. Each card had at least 1 billion spirit stones and was something that only almighty beings could possess. Chi Cheng casually took it out. His appearance could be said to be bursting with arrogance. Everyone's eyes turned towards him. Awe. The skinny old man's head was lowered and his hands hung at his sides. He quietly stood beside Qin Yu, without the slightest bit of aura. When this card appeared, he looked up and swept his eyes around. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads, causing everyone to shiver and their consciousness to sober up. Chi Cheng smiled. There is no need to be nervous. I believe that all of you fellow Taoists here won't have any other thoughts towards me because of a mere spirit stone. He cupped his hands together. Everyone, I still have important matters to attend to today. When I have some free time in the future, I will hold a banquet to invite everyone. I hope that everyone will come. His words immediately drew a response. Several charming female cultivators had watery eyes that were so sweet that they could drown a person to death. It was clear that as long as Chi Cheng wanted to, all he needed to do was beckon his finger and they would climb onto his bed without hesitation. Ha 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 ha. With a carefree laugh, Chi Cheng put away the spirit stone card. The cultivators of the auction house respectfully bowed to him and then walked out. A group of people crowded around him. Countless awe filled their eyes. It was an awe-inspiring sight. Outside the entrance of the auction house, it was a rare day of good weather. Bright sunlight sprinkled down from above. As Chi Cheng walked out, he subconsciously narrowed his eyes. Then, he was attracted by a striking darkness not too far away. Wonder wood. Wonder wood. Freshly cut wonder wood. The stubble is still wet. Everyone, don't miss this chance. The coarse cries were extremely grating to the ears in the crowd. This grating also meant that people were paying attention to his stall. At this time, there was already a circle of cultivators surrounding his stall. Every time there was a large-scale auction, many cultivators would set up stalls and wait outside. They hoped that their treasures would catch the eye of some noble person and be sold for a good price. This could be considered a common custom. What? You ask me what's so magical about this wood? Please open your eyes wide. If this wood is placed under light, it will be bathed in a curtain of darkness. If it is bathed in darkness, it will automatically release light. Look again, these beautiful and brilliant colors, these patterns that leave one mesmerized. This is simply a natural work of art. As Chi Cheng heard this, his smile stiffened. The flattering voices around him had already vanished. As everyone walked out from the auction house, their complexions became incomparably strange. Not too long ago, they had just witnessed a fierce competition between several young masters who were jealous of each other. In the end, this had led to a sky-high price. But none of this was important. What was important was that the withered branch that Chi Cheng had just won seemed to have attributes that were similar to what the seller had described. Suddenly, an excited voice echoed out from the crowd. I want this piece of wood. Chi Cheng's eyes widened. This voice. Qin Yu. He pushed away the charming female cultivator that was trying to burrow into his body. Then, he shot forwards like an arrow. The skinny old man reacted even faster. Like a shadow, he instantly crossed space. As for those that blocked his path, they were sent flying in all directions. Hold on. I am also interested in this piece of wood. Looking at Qin Yu's panicked, angry, and resentful eyes, Chi Cheng felt a great satisfaction in his heart. So what if you are a peerless proud son of heaven recognized by the world? Today, you will still be trampled beneath my feet, and twice at that. Chi Cheng, don't go too far. Qin Yu roared out in a low voice. Chi Cheng brightly smiled. I am bullying you. This piece of wood is right here. If you want it, just make a bid. He turned and looked at the black-robed stall owner. He lightly said, No matter how high the bid is, I will give you more spirit stones. This piece of wood is mine. As everyone walked out from the auction house, they looked at Qin Yu with sympathy in their eyes. To be smashed to such a state with spirit stones, he must have been aggrieved to death, right? But, just what was this piece of wood? If both Qin Yu and Qi Cheng wanted it, then it definitely wasn't simple. Pre-celestial wood. From the crowd, someone suddenly cried out in alarm. That person's eyes widened with excitement. That's right, it is this strange object. I only happened to read about it in an ancient book. I never thought I would have the chance to see it again in my life. Not many people knew what pre-celestial wood was, but most of the people here knew that Qin Yu had been searching for this object for the past several months. Moreover, in these last 2 months, he had raised the bid higher and higher. But, in the end, he hadn't found anything. Qi Cheng faintly smiled. Facing everyone's eyes, he flipped his hand and took out a silver metal box. After opening it, a withered branch was revealed. He took it out and exerted a bit of force. With a cracking sound, the black layer of carbon on the branch broke apart and fell to the ground, revealing its true appearance. A circle of darkness rippled out, submerging Qi Cheng's hand. The dazzling colors and the exquisite and mystical textures were exactly the same as the wood on the stall. That's right, this is pre-celestial wood. Qi Cheng smiled and looked up. Qin Yu, you really want it, right? But, I won't give it to you. Do you feel uncomfortable? Haha, but right now, I feel extremely happy, unprecedentedly happy. Qin Yu's face flushed red and his body shivered. One could see blue veins sticking out on his neck. It was clear he was on the verge of exploding. Qi Cheng's eyes narrowed and he laughed even louder. Are you angry? Hit me. Are you trying to steal it from me? Aren't you fierce? Why don't you dare to attack me? Fellow Daoist Qin Yu, don't be impulsive, Kang Mingqiao said in a low voice. But, there wasn't much worry in his eyes. He looked at the black-robed man and then at Qin Yu. Finally, his eyes fell on Qi Cheng, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Qin Yu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Arena Steward Kang, I need to borrow some spirit stones from the Dao Arena. The amount will be quite large. I wonder if you can agree. Kang Mingqiao didn't hesitate. Fellow Daoist Qin Yu is the Dao Arena's most important guest. Borrowing spirit stones is no problem at all. Good. Qin Yu roared. Qi Cheng, let me see just how many spirit stones your master is willing to throw at a dog. Qi Cheng's lips curled up. A dog is good. If it's obedient, it will have meat to eat. It's better than being chased to the ends of the earth and finally being slaughtered. He licked his lips. Qin Yu, perhaps if you die, I might even be able to get a piece of meat on your bone. Qin Yu clenched his teeth. 1 billion spirit stones. Give me the pre-celestial wood. The stall owner was clearly frightened silly by the scene in front of him. As he heard these words, he shivered. His eyes brightened and he nearly jumped up from the ground. What are you panicking for? You want to take away the pre-celestial wood with a mere billion spirit stones? Dream on. Qi Cheng lightly said. 5 billion. 2 billion. Qin Yu's eyes turned red. He didn't hesitate at all. 5 billion. Qin Yu roared, 3 billion. At this time, regardless of whether they were ordinary or noble, everyone was scared silly. They had seen many people with many spirit stones, but they had never seen someone who treated spirit stones like child's play. 3 billion spirit stones, even if they were extremely wealthy, for a mere stalk of spirit wood. Well, even the incomparably precious pre-celestial wood wasn't worth this price. They were insane. These two madmen. The stall owner was clearly scared silly. He instinctively held onto the pre-celestial wood in his arms, wild joy and fear interweaving in his eyes. He clearly knew that although the bidding price was terrifying, he still didn't have the life to spend such a massive amount of wealth even if he could obtain it. But this was how people were. Even though they were clearly terrified, their greed and desire were still driving them. They stared at these two people, hoping that they could put forth a higher bid. Qi Cheng paused. He suddenly said, anyone can speak empty words. Since this is a bidding war, you naturally have to put forth enough chips. He flipped his hand and 4 crystal demon spirit stone cards appeared in his palm. Here are 4 billion spirit stones. Qin Yu, do you still dare to increase the price? Qin Yu's body shivered. He pinched his thigh to maintain a pained expression of grief and indignation. He took a deep breath and turned to look at Kang Mingqiao. Arena steward Kang looked at him and then at the unassailable black-robed man on the ground. He observed 3 seconds of silence for the high-spirited Qi Cheng. He hesitated for a moment and then said, "With my status as the steward of 4 Seasons City's Dao Arena, I can vouch for fellow Daoist Qin Yu that his bid is true and valid." Qi Cheng laughed. Arena steward Kang indeed has the qualifications to vouch for him. But, I wonder how many spirit stones a Dao Arena branch division can take out? Kang Mingqiao sneered. Humph, more than you think. Qi Cheng turned around. I don't have enough spirit stones. The skinny old man didn't say a word. He flipped his hands and 2 stacks of crystal cards appeared in the demonic light. Each one was a demon crystal card of the highest grade. Gudong, several cultivators found it hard to breathe. Their eyes rolled back and they fell to the ground. But, no one laughed at them, because everyone's field of vision had turned black and their hearts felt as if they were being grasped by invisible hands. Just how many spirit stones was this? Although everyone knew that the immortal sect had stood tall in the world for endless years and their background was bound to be astonishing, this heroic spirit was still hard to bear. Qi Cheng flicked his sleeves and the spirit stone cards in the skinny old man's hands fell to the ground. Give me the pre-celestial wood and all these spirit stones will be yours. He looked up, a taunting look in his eyes. Of course, Qin Yu, you can continue to increase the price. I don't care if you use spirit stones to ruthlessly step on me beneath your feet. You. Qin Yu's face flushed red. He glared at Qi Cheng. Haha, Qin Yu, it looks like this pre-celestial wood will belong to me. Qi Cheng sneered. Now, you can give me the pre-celestial wood. The stall owner's fingers trembled as he handed over the pre-celestial wood. Then, with lightning speed, he picked up all the spirit stone cards on the ground and rushed out of the crowd. His movements were fast. But, with such a massive pile of spirit stone cards and nearly 10 billion spirit stones in wealth, it was enough to cause countless cultivators to turn red with greed and take risks. Quietly, over a dozen figures chased after the stall owner. There were bound to be more hidden. Qi Cheng's smile was warm, because he knew that there were definitely people from the immortal sect among them. Spirit stones were good things, but if one didn't know when to retreat and took something they shouldn't take, then all that awaited them was death. Qi Cheng played with the pre-celestial wood in his hands. He looked at Qin Yu and said, Qin Yu, perhaps you can try begging me. Perhaps my heart will soften and I'll give you a piece of pre-celestial wood. After all, I have 2 right now and I can't use them all. Qin Yu remained calm as he heard this. He even revealed a smile, a completely different expression from just now. As this expression fell into Qi Cheng's eyes, his heart skipped a beat. He immediately cursed Qin Yu for trying to play tricks on him. The calmer he appeared, the angrier he would be in his heart. Qi Cheng, do you think that my calmness right now is just an act and that I am actually very, very angry and want to tear you to pieces? But, I'm sorry, I really am not angry right now. On the contrary, I am very happy. Qin Yu paused for a moment and then suddenly said, You and your honorable master are both good people, really. After he finished speaking, he smiled. Then, he left behind the dumbfounded Qi Cheng who had been given the good guy card. Kang Mingqiao looked at Qi Cheng with a strange expression. He shook his head and said, I hope that your master will be a bit more benevolent towards you. Qi Cheng's complexion paled. His intuition told him that something was wrong, but as he looked at the 2 pieces of pre-celestial wood in his hands, he took a deep breath and suppressed all his thoughts. Humph! What a crafty plot. Did Qin Yu want to mess up his plans and play some more tricks? It was useless. As long as he could stop Qin Yu from obtaining the pre-celestial wood, then no matter what price he had to pay, he would only be rewarded with merit. Moreover, the immortal sect had paid 10 billion spirit stones. Would such a massive amount of wealth really be obtained by others? He feared that whoever had any thoughts towards these spirit stones would die. A black-robed vendor rushed into an alley. He turned his head and sneered inexplicably. Then, he melted into the shadows of a wall and vanished from sight. Whoosh, whoosh, two cultivators broke through the air and landed where the black-robed vendor had vanished. They swept their eyes around in alarm and anger, but no matter how they searched, they couldn't find any traces of him. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Suddenly, an icy cold voice sounded out from behind the two. "Where are the spirit stones? Hand them over." The two cultivators turned around to see a man with thick arms and callous eyes step towards them. Contrary to his tall and sturdy figure, this person didn't make the slightest sound as he walked. Their pupils shrank. The two cultivators who walked in the darkness all year round felt an intense threat coming from this person's body. They turned and fled without hesitation. Their speed was fast, but compared to the fist behind them, they were far too slow. Or, perhaps this man had predicted their trajectory. When the fist fell, it was impossible for the two cultivators to dodge. Two muffled sounds echoed together. Large holes appeared in the chests of the two cultivators that had fled in different directions. Their corpses fell to the ground, their eyes still filled with horror. The callous man looked over the two corpses but didn't find anything. He couldn't help but frown. At this time, his complexion changed. He stepped forwards and the ground suddenly collapsed. Countless cracks spread outwards like a spider web. At the same time, a pitilessly tyrannical aura erupted from his body. Chapter 467. Dao Arena. Kang Mingqiao clearly knew something, but he was smart enough not to ask. It wasn't easy to take advantage of the immortal sect, so it was best to be happy after obtaining benefits. As arena steward, Kang thought about how the lofty and overbearing immortal sect had suffered such a loss at Qin Yu's hands. He couldn't help but smile. That idiot Qi Sheng, he was probably still feeling smug after hurrying over spirit stones to Qin Yu, right? After sending Kang Mingqiao away, Qin Yu sat in the courtyard of the training room. He frowned, a dignified look in his eyes. Even if Undying had mysterious abilities, he was still facing the immortal sect. He hoped that nothing would happen to him because of a momentary thought. He was indeed too young. Even though he had experienced so much, he still couldn't restrain his temper. After being provoked by the immortal sect several times, he couldn't help but want to retaliate. So what if he obtained 10 billion spirit stones? To the immortal sect, it wouldn't even tickle them. At this moment, Qin Yu regretted his impulsive actions. After obtaining the pre-celestial wood, he could have just directly constructed the soul-leading altar. Why did he have to complicate matters? Suddenly, the shadow beneath his feet wriggled. Qin Yu was overjoyed. He saw Undying's figure stretch out. He casually tore off his black robes and offered up his storage ring with both hands. "Little master, the spirit stone cards are all here." Sensing the worry that still lingered on Qin Yu's face, the last bit of hesitation in his heart quietly faded away. "Did you encounter anyone from the immortal sect?" He was a master, so I killed him to help little master vent his anger." Qin Yu's eyebrows arched up. You don't seem right." Undying smiled. "Isn't it good to be loyal? Let me remind you, little master, you don't have much time left. Are you sure you want to chat with me here?" As he spoke, he took a step back and melted back into the shadow. Qin Yu shook his head, suppressing these thoughts. Now really wasn't the time to investigate these things. The Blackstone Mountain had been trembling for the past 2 days, and undying monster ancestors could awaken at any moment. He didn't hope that after he gathered all the soul treasures, he would be delayed by his thoughts and cause all his efforts to go to waste. He turned and walked away. After several flashes, Qin Yu appeared in an extremely wide courtyard. The Blackstone Mountain floated in the air and the purple-back blue-wing ants were slumbering beneath it. One could clearly see ripples appearing on the surface of the Blackstone Mountain, as if pebbles were falling into it. Qin Yu's eyes became dignified. With a flick of his sleeves, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. In his mind, all the steps for the soul-summoning bell to recognize a master appeared. Even though he had studied it many times, this matter was too important. He only had one chance, and he couldn't afford to be careless or make any mistakes. After going through everything in his mind one last time and making sure he hadn't missed anything, Qin Yu's eyes flashed open. There was a flash of light and 36 different soul treasures appeared. The first step of the soul-summoning bell's recognition was to build the soul-guiding altar. 100 miles outside Four Seasons City, atop a low mountain, space seemed to collapse and distort, forming a temporarily isolated space. The Buddhist nation sovereign and nether domain master stood with their hands crossed behind their backs. Their eyes fell on the distant Four Seasons City. Because of the distortion in space, this great city was a bit blurry in their line of sight. However, at this moment, both of them had serious expressions on their faces. Four Seasons City, which was nothing special in the eyes of others, was like a blazing flame in the eyes of these two people. It was wantonly spreading its own fire and heat, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. He is truly formidable. The Buddhist nation sovereign sighed with emotion. He was originally someone who should have died, and his destiny and aura should have been weak. So, how did he suddenly transform from a carp into a dragon and achieve the momentum to soar into the highest heavens? The nether domain master had a solemn expression. It isn't just you and me who are puzzled by this question. Think about the demonic path's blue sky yellow springs. They used a supreme treasure and the power of samsara to make deductions, but in the end they came up empty-handed. The Buddhist nation sovereign nodded. But there was no fear in his eyes. Rather, there was a burning heat in them. Black-robed, you have walked through Four Seasons City for many days, so you should be able to clearly feel what is happening. What is your evaluation of Solitary Westgate's current strength? Behind the two, the black-robed man lowered his head. He hesitated for a moment and then said, "This subordinate cannot evaluate." He paused for a moment and then continued to say, "Because from start to finish, this subordinate has never been able to truly feel the aura of the Tao Arena Master. If this subordinate were to say that he is unfathomably deep, then that would be the most appropriate." Unfathomably deep. The nether domain master sighed. In this world, perhaps the only one that can be called unfathomably deep in front of you and me is him. The Buddhist nation sovereign smiled. Only like this can life have meaning. Otherwise, if you look at the world and bow down before you, even if you live for 1,000,000,000 years you will only feel lonely. These words were pleasant to hear, but only he knew what he was truly thinking in his heart. The nether domain master smiled, not saying anything more. At this time, the black-robed man suddenly looked up. His eyes flashed with surprise like lightning. "Two lords, one of my assistants in Four Seasons City has just perished. If I am not wrong, he should be responsible for recovering the extra spirit stones that the immortal sect paid out." A sharp light burst out from the Buddhist nation sovereign's eyes. To be called an assistant by the black-robed man, that in itself was a recognition of his strength. "Have me investigate just who it was that dared to kill someone from my immortal sect in front of us." He lifted a hand and a vast map of the territory appeared, rapidly expanding to reveal Four Seasons City. As the Buddhist nation sovereign flicked his sleeves, the map began to play back. The process of constructing the soul-leading altar proceeded smoothly. When the last bit of pre-celestial wood turned into a stream of light and disappeared into a halo of rainbow light, it suddenly expanded and exploded. The phantom of a magnificent ancient blue altar appeared in the Tao arena. The moment it appeared, an aura spread out and shrouded the entire cultivation room. In the eyes of the outside, everything seemed normal and there wasn't even any change in the aura. But a soul channel leading to a different world had already opened up inside. Qin Yu took a deep breath. Without hesitation, his divine sense howled out and fused into the altar. In the next moment he felt himself being sucked into a channel. Countless motes of light flashed in front of him. After an unknown period of time, the tearing strength that caused his divine sense to ache suddenly vanished. Shua, a boundless sea of stars appeared in front of Qin Yu. It was magnificent, different from when he first entered the Nine-Realm Holy Land, as if there was an even greater aura of the vicissitudes of time. Before he could carefully observe it, a dark attractive force arrived from afar, wrapping around his divine sense and sending it howling deep into the sea of stars. Solitary Westgate furrowed his eyebrows. He looked up at the Tao arena and the courtyard that seemed normal. Just now, there was a slight fluctuation in his mind, but when he looked for it again, he couldn't find anything. Was he too nervous? Solitary Westgate shook his head, a helpless smile on his face. But as he looked at the courtyard, there was a bit of anticipation in his eyes. He was an intelligent person at the peak of intelligence. He could naturally sense something unusual from the Immortal Sect's actions. For instance, the struggle with Qin Yu over the pre-celestial wood. The Immortal Sect was overbearing and their strength surpassed all others in the land of divinity and demons. They had always acted in a bold and open manner. Even if they wanted to eliminate Qin Yu as soon as possible, they wouldn't be so petty. Pre-celestial wood, it definitely involved some secret that he didn't know about. The Immortal Sect should have sensed something and didn't want Qin Yu to succeed, thus they had no choice but to use such a method. Brat, in this part of the world, there are extremely few people that can make the Immortal Sect feel such dread. I am increasingly optimistic about you, so don't disappoint me. He couldn't move his divine sense at all. There were several times when he approached some incomparably pitch-black regions in the Starry Sea. Even though he was far away, Qin Yu could still feel a fear that pierced straight into the depths of his soul. He didn't know what this pitch-black region in the Starry Sea was, but there was one thing he was sure of. If his divine sense entered, there would be no chance of leaving. Luckily, although it was a bit thrilling, this enveloping strength allowed him to avoid all true dangers. Moreover, as he went deeper and deeper into the Starry Sea, this strength became increasingly strong. Thus, he moved forwards even faster. In the end, it was so fast that Qin Yu couldn't clearly see what was happening outside. He finally understood why this guiding strength would firmly imprison his divine sense. If it weren't for the protection of this strength, his divine sense would have been torn to pieces. He had gone an unknown distance into the Starry Sea, but he still hadn't arrived at his destination. As he thought about the monster-raising mystic art and the world where the souls of nothingness existed, Qin Yu's heart sank. It naturally wasn't simple for a supreme treasure of the heavens and earth to recognize a master. If one had sufficient time and a bit of luck, one could eventually gather 36 kinds of soul materials. But collecting the souls of nothingness was truly a test of one's character and luck. If one was lucky, they might be able to capture the souls of nothingness as soon as they arrived in this different world. But if they were unlucky, being able to escape alive was already a stroke of luck. Moreover, there was only one chance to enter this world. After an unknown period of time, there was a loud humming sound that shook his field of vision. When his divine sense recovered, he discovered that he was in an incomparably vast forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Countless thick ancient trees were like straight spears that pierced into the skies. Although it was only his divine sense, Qin Yu could clearly feel the terrifyingly rich heaven and earth spiritual strength in this world. Taking in a single breath was comparable to taking in all of the purest spirit stones in the land of divinity and demons. If one were born here, perhaps even a pig could easily become a terrifying great monster. Suddenly, there was a heaven-shaking rumble from the distance. The ground violently shook. Winds started to blow in the air. But soon, Qin Yu discovered that this wasn't wind at all, but the panting of a great beast. Qin Yu believed that his will was firm enough, but his heart still skipped a beat. He never imagined that such a terrifying great beast would exist in this world. Its body was like a dark cloud that covered the sky. With every step it took, it would trample over several ancient trees that soared into the sky. The great earth trembled violently, and countless cracks were torn open. Its eyes were comparable to the stars, the sun, and the moon. Each strand of its hair could break apart a mountain. Its calm breathing was like the roar of thunder. Although Qin Yu had made many preparations for the world beneath his feet, it was only now that he discovered that this world was far more terrifying than he had imagined. No, it was 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times more terrifying. Luckily, this great beast didn't seem to discover Qin Yu, who was even smaller than an ant to it. The earth quaked and the mountains shook as it walked into the distance, finally vanishing from sight. Behind it, the ancient trees that had been trampled on began to crawl up from the ground. The damaged areas rapidly regenerated, not leaving behind a single mark. Soon, besides the countless fallen leaves on the ground, everything was restored to how it was in the beginning. Even the cracks in the ground disappeared. What a terrifying regenerative ability! But in the blink of an eye, Qin Yu understood. If it weren't for such an astonishing regenerative ability, then no matter how powerful this world was, it still wouldn't have been able to withstand the destruction caused by the vicious beasts living within. Chapter 468. The Black Mountain Phantom seemed as if it could prop up the entire heavens. Even though it was separated by an endless distance, one could still clearly feel the terrifying oppressive pressure it emitted. This was an oppressive and despairing aura that could only be produced when mountains and rivers were overturned, when the heavens and earth were collapsing. At this time, on this mountain, two giant beasts were fighting each other. Their angry roars were like 3,000 claps of thunder. Rubble flew everywhere, and it was as if the sun, moon, and stars were falling. Every drop of blood was like a lake of blood that smashed into the ground with a rumbling sound. Frightened by the battle between the two giant beasts, the monster beasts that lived in the mountain range fled in all directions. Even though their bodies were much smaller, even the weakest monster beast was tens of thousands of feet tall. Suddenly, with a heaven-shaking explosion, the Black Mountain Phantom shattered. Countless fleeing monster beasts were smashed into meat paste by flying boulders. The Black Mountain Phantom fiercely turned its head and opened its mouth, instantly swallowing up the two giant beasts that were fighting. The sound of chewing could topple mountains and overturn seas. Blood dripped from the corners of its mouth, like a river of stars toppling over from the highest heavens. It roared into the earth, forming a sea of blood in the blink of an eye. The Black Mountain Phantom lay down on the ground once more. With a heaven-shaking explosion, the entire world trembled. Countless terrifying canyons crazily spread out in all directions. But soon, the earth that was torn apart began to wriggle and restore itself to how it was in the beginning. The Black Mountain Phantom that lay on the ground began to secrete a layer of mucus. As this mucus came into contact with the air, it condensed into thick rocks. Wild winds swept up countless ancient trees, even uprooting them. Then, they were twisted into powder that sprinkled onto the surface of the Black Mountain Phantom. Then, these ancient trees began to germinate at a speed visible to the naked eye. They turned into thick saplings that wildly absorbed nutrients and wildly grew. Perhaps in just several days, this place would return to how it was in the beginning. The surging river was like a moving sea. Terrifying willow trees that were hundreds of thousands of feet tall and emitted a radiant divine light relied on their incomparably thick roots to drill deep into the earth, anchoring their bodies to the banks of the river. But today, these incomparably sturdy and terrifying willow trees were easily smashed apart by the waves of water. They were even uprooted from the banks of the river, leaving behind terrifying pits that were hundreds of miles wide. In the next instant, these pits were filled up by the river water. A huge golden fish was swimming in the long river. It was so huge that the river water couldn't even completely submerge its body. The fins on its back seemed to be made of pure gold, and under the illumination of the light, they reflected billions of rays of divine light. Every time the large fish's body swayed, the entire river would release a pained gasp, and then it would stir up raging waves that could destroy everything. The river in front of them suddenly narrowed, and the big fish that were barely able to pass through were blocked. A roar came from the water, and a terrifying whirlpool appeared, sucking up all the water in the river. The surging river was cut in half at this moment, revealing the head of the golden fish. It was a majestic dragon's head, and its golden eyes were cold, shining with endless nobility and majesty. It opened its mouth and sucked in the river water, turning it into a column of water that shot out. The earth trembled and the narrow river was directly smashed apart. The golden fish hid underwater. It wagged its tail and continued forwards, not caring at all that the river had been torn apart. Endless river water roared out, instantly submerging 1,000 miles. After entering this different world for half a day, Qin Yu's outlook on life had been completely refreshed. This was simply a land of divinity and demons that had been magnified 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. This magnification referred to everything that existed in this world. Had he seen ants that were dozens of feet long, toads that were 1,000 feet long, birds that were 10,000 feet long, or wild boars that were 100,000 feet long? Here, they could be found everywhere. Qin Yu had even seen a terrifying giant ape that carried 3 heads on its shoulders. Its feet stepped on a mountain range, its head stretched into the heavens, and half of its body was hidden in the clouds. Every breath it took had the momentum of wind and thunder. Luckily, Qin Yu's tiny divine sense was like a grain of sand in the Ganges River. In addition, whenever he saw a bad situation he would run away, so he was just barely able to survive until now. But the problem was that luck couldn't be relied on. Perhaps a sudden accident could send him beyond redemption. This accident could be the sudden gasp of a giant beast, or even an ant that suddenly developed a desire to hunt. In short, Qin Yu didn't want to stay in this world for even a second longer. This sort of environment where death could be lurking around every corner was enough to leave one in despair. But there was still no trace of the souls of nothingness. This left Qin Yu restless, because according to the records of the monster-raising mystic art, the souls of nothingness should be as common as carp in a river. They could exist in any corner of this world, and as long as one's luck wasn't too bad, they could be quickly found. This sort of soul of nothingness didn't have any offensive ability. As long as one approached, they could be captured and then they could stimulate the power of the soul-leading altar to leave this world. Half a day passed. By relying on the speed of his divine sense, Qin Yu crossed an inconceivably vast territory. But he still didn't find a single soul of nothingness. This clearly wasn't right. Just what happened? Qin Yu whispered to himself, a look of anxiety in his eyes. The strength of the soul-leading altar could only be maintained for a single day. In other words, if he couldn't find a soul of nothingness in the next half a day, he would have to leave. Once he left, his divine sense's aura would be marked by the will of this different world. If he tried to come here again, he would be erased by the world's will before his divine sense could enter. This was why it was said that every person only had a single chance to enter this different world. If they failed, it would be impossible for them to complete the soul-summoning bell's recognition process. Rumble rumble, a terrifying explosion spread out. Qin Yu's complexion changed. His divine sense instantly swept away, avoiding an eagle that flew over his head. This eagle had pure white feathers and its wings blocked out the skies. Perhaps the legendary roc referred to this sort of life form. It fled far away before Qin Yu's divine sense came to a stop. He bitterly smiled. This terrifying eagle might not care about his existence at all, but the strong winds stirred up by the flapping of its wings could easily tear his divine sense to shreds. This wasn't a supernatural ability. Rather, when its wings flapped, it naturally stirred up strong winds. Because the strength surpassed the limit, there was a qualitative change that could still destroy divine sense. Suddenly, a shrill cry echoed out from the distance. Qin Yu looked up and his pupils shrank, endless shock filling his face. He saw that the incomparably handsome giant white eagle that was shaped like a rock had its body pierced through by a sharp thorn. It frantically flapped its wings in panic, but it couldn't escape the shackles of the sharp thorn. With a mournful cry, the giant white eagle's massive body was mercilessly pulled towards the ground. There was a heaven-shaking rumble in the distance, followed by the sound of food being eaten. Qin Yu paled. Although he hadn't been in this different world for long, he had gained some experience. This giant white eagle had cultivated to a high level. Even in this terrifying different world, it could be considered an extremely tyrannical existence. But it hadn't been able to resist at all. It had been killed by a sharp thorn and swallowed up. According to Qin Yu's understanding of this world, the more tyrannical a creature was, the larger it was. To be able to easily kill a giant white eagle. Qin Yu's divine sense shivered. A feeling of extreme fear gushed out from the depths of his heart. He wanted to flee, but at this time, a boundless aura erupted from the depths of the earth. Beneath this aura, his divine sense froze and he couldn't even think. Soon after, the earth beneath him shattered. A black mountain peak rose up from the ground, lifting Qin Yu into the heavens. A halo of light appeared, blocking out all the strong winds. The terrifying pressure that Qin Yu felt with his divine sense disappeared. After regaining his ability to move, Qin Yu looked around. His mouth fell open, his mind rumbling as he fell into a complete blank. Countless black spots spread out in all directions, as uneven as hills. But the true appearance of these hills was actually layers upon layers of scales. He was now standing on the back of an incomparably massive spider. It had awoken from its deep slumber, its 8 massive limbs tearing through the earth. He didn't know if there were any larger creatures in this different world, but the spider beneath him was the most terrifying existence he had seen so far. Even the three-headed ape on its shoulder or the giant golden fish swimming along the river were nothing but unremarkable little brothers in front of it. A single limb was enough to skewer 10 of them together. Its compound eyes were densely packed, flickering with a cold luster of intelligence like neatly arranged stars. After determining the direction, the terrifying spider moved its limbs, leaving a series of bottomless holes on the ground as it moved away at an astonishing speed. Majestic mountain ranges and surging rivers flashed beneath its belly, unable to obstruct it in the slightest. Countless powerful monster beasts fled into the distance in panic. There was even a pangolin that was millions of feet long that screamed as it drilled deep into the earth. But soon after, a limb pierced into the earth. With a pained roar, the escaping pangolin was pulled out. It opened its jaws to reveal countless sharp fangs. It turned its head and bit down on the limb that had pierced through its back. There was a grating sound like stars colliding with each other, causing countless clouds of fire to splash out. Teeth fell to the ground, but none of them were able to cause any damage to the spider's limb. The limb was pulled back. The spider's eyes were cold and indifferent. Its jaws parted to the sides, revealing a mouth so deep that it seemed to lead straight to hell. Rows of sharp fangs wildly spun as its muscles moved. The entire pangolin was swallowed. As it swallowed, one could clearly hear the sound of flesh and blood being ground to pieces. It was deep and heavy, like the beating of a 100,000-foot drum. Qin Yu's divine sense instinctively shivered. This terrifying spider's strength had already broken through the horizon. He tried to escape, but although the halo was only a thin layer, its defensive strength was extremely terrifying. Even when he used all of his strength, he couldn't shake it in the least. Unless he galvanized the strength of the soul-leading altar and directly left this world, there was no chance of him escaping. Qin Yu's eyes darkened and his thoughts raced. Once he left, it would be impossible for the soul-summoning bell to recognize him as its master again. No. He forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart and decided to wait for a chance. Perhaps he would soon find a chance to escape. Unfortunately, Qin Yu didn't know that when the spider activated its protective strength, it meant that it was about to fight. And only an existence of the same level could cause it to be so cautious. 2 hours later, Qin Yu finally saw the spider's opponent today. In the boundless sea region, this was a true sea, the sea of a different world. It was vast and endless, like the vault of heaven of the world above his head. A giant purple dragon lay there. Its body was so majestic that not even the sea water could submerge it. Its icy cold eyes stared at the spider that was rumbling towards it from the ends of the earth, as if it had been waiting here for a long time. Qin Yu's eyes widened. It wasn't that he feared this dragon's aura, but that he discovered that this giant purple dragon was actually composed of countless tiny individuals. Of course, this so-called tiny was only relatively speaking. Each of them was 10 feet in size and they were like purple jellyfish. The tentacles on their abdomens twisted together, forming a giant purple dragon. At this moment, Qin Yu finally understood why he hadn't found a single soul of nothingness even after entering this different world for half a day. It was because they were all gathered here. That's right, this incomparably majestic purple dragon in front of him was composed of trillions of souls of nothingness. Roar! The spider emitted an angry roar. The billowing sound waves turned into a tangible impact that swept out in all directions. Space collapsed and the earth shook. Great waves rose up in the boundless sea region. The eyes of the giant purple dragon, formed from tens of thousands of souls of nothingness, didn't contain the least bit of fear. It fiercely looked up and let out a resonant dragon roar. Chapter 469. The spider's eyes lit up like 2 burning suns. The imprisoning strength that had vanished reappeared, suppressing Qin Yu's divine sense to its scales so that he couldn't move at all. But this didn't stop him from witnessing the heaven-shaking collision that followed. He saw the spider lift a leg. Like a spear of a demon god from the highest heavens, it thrust into the sea surface and nailed the dragon roar that tore apart the sea. The world fell silent. All fluctuations vanished. Time, space, light, darkness, at this moment, everything lost all meaning. It seemed like only a breath of time passed, but also like a long samsara. Then, this tranquility shattered and the sea surface exploded. Endless seawater shot into the skies, revealing the seabed covered with black reefs. Every drop of seawater contained an annihilating strength. They roared out in all directions, crushing all obstacles in their way. After being eroded by the waves for billions of years, the firm shorelines of a planet were as fragile as tofu. They were instantly torn apart. With just a single wave, the Earth for thousands of miles collapsed. Then, it was filled with seawater, becoming a part of the sea. What followed soon after was a second and third wave. The tumbling seawater roared, crashing towards the Earth. 5,000 miles. 10,000 miles. 30,000 miles. 100,000 miles. When the waves gradually subsided, the 100,000 miles of land that extended from the sea had turned into a kingdom of water. The spider's 8 massive legs supported its body. It stood in the sea, not shivering at all no matter how much seawater crashed against it. It stubbornly stared at the purple dragon, its eyes filled with icy killing intent. Its roar was like a million peals of thunder. It opened its jaws wide and spat out a black net. This net was inconceivably large. It covered the entire skies, and on the surface of the seemingly tiny lines, black light flowed about, covering the purple dragon. The purple dragon lifted its claws. But at this time, the billowing waves that rushed deep into the sea were suddenly cut in half. A terrifying tentacle drilled out, seeming as if it could twist apart the stars above. With a loud roar, the purple dragon's body instantly split in two. One shot into the skies to meet the black net and the other turned and plunged deep into the sea. As soon as the intense battle began, it entered a white-hot state of life and death. The purple dragon fell into the black net. It tore apart countless threads of the net, but in the blink of an eye, it repaired itself. The battle in the depths of the sea was much more intense. The giant octopus with hundreds of terrifying tentacles had entangled the giant purple dragon. The two of them tumbled in the deep sea, causing the sea that had just calmed down to boil again. Qin Yu's divine sense was imprisoned on the surface of the spider's scales. As it moved at high speeds, he wasn't able to see the entire battlefield. But, he was able to occasionally capture images of the giant purple dragon fighting 1 against 2, and it didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. However, this balance did not last for long. A fourth terrifying giant beast appeared in the sky. If the giant white eagle that was killed by the spider was said to be in existence comparable to the Kuan Peng, whose wings could cover the sky, then the bird in front of him was as boundless as the sea of stars. Looking at it with the naked eye, its body was even more terrifying than the spider beneath Qin Yu's feet. Its wings spread out, reaching as far as the eye could see. A golden eye peeked out from the clouds, locking onto the giant purple dragon. As for the spider that controlled the giant net and fought with the giant purple dragon, a trace of dread appeared in its eyes. It lifted up its legs and fell back down, retreating far away. The giant octopus in the deep sea emitted an angry roar, as if there was some sort of grudge between it and this terrifying bird. But whether it was the spider or the octopus, neither of them were able to cause the bird to shift its gaze at all. It stared at the giant purple dragon, its eyes gradually turning blazing hot. The two giant purple dragons roared together, their voices filled with anger and unwillingness. It was clear that it knew that it was impossible to resist 3 existences at the top of the food chain with its strength alone. This attempt failed again. It couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before the 4th great beast arrived. At that time, its chances of escaping would be greatly reduced. Bang, the 2 enormous purple dragons self-detonated at the same time. Their shattered bodies tumbled in midair, wriggling as they transformed into purple dragons of various sizes, which roared and fled in all directions. The giant black net shattered and 2 thick tentacles of the giant octopus were blown off. But, joy appeared in the eyes of the spider and octopus. They opened their great mouths and sucked in. Immediately, countless purple dragons fell into their mouths. This was because the reason they had hunted the giant purple dragons with all their strength today was to wait for this moment. The giant bird circling above them didn't join in the struggle. Its sun-like eyes locked onto the entire sea region, searching for its target. The giant bird was confident that under its divine eyes, it wouldn't allow it to escape. But as time passed, it didn't obtain any harvests. Instead, after the spider and octopus swallowed a massive number of purple dragons, their auras became even more terrifying. It was clear they had obtained tremendous benefits. A sharp cry sounded out, transmitting an unquestionable will. The spider and octopus paused in their eating motions and immediately emitted angry roars, as if they were resisting. The giant bird's eyes revealed an icy chill. Then, a brilliant divine light erupted. It fiercely flapped its wings and the giant octopus in the deep sea was sent flying away. Several bottomless wounds appeared on the surface of its giant body. Even though its flesh and blood wriggled and rapidly regenerated, the blood that gushed out still dyed the sea red. The spider screeched. It lifted its 2 limbs and crossed them over its head. But in the next moment, its body sank down and its indestructible limbs broke off, causing a massive amount of yellow mucus to flow out. However, this mucus didn't fall into the sea. As it came into contact with the air, it rapidly condensed and turned into 2 new limbs. The octopus opened its mouth. This time, it didn't spit out a giant net, but a terrifying spike formed from countless tiny spikes that wove together. This spike shot straight towards the giant bird's abdomen. In the deep sea, the giant octopus's abdomen swelled up and then collapsed. Endless toxic black ink shot into the skies, raining down on the giant bird. It was clear that in the face of an even more powerful existence, the 2 great beasts had chosen to join forces. With an angry cry, the giant bird flapped its wings. Winds and clouds tumbled backwards and strong heavenly winds descended from the highest heavens. All of the black ink was swept away by the winds. Then, a sharp claw shot out, grabbing onto the spike that the spider had spat out and forcefully pulling it out. From the spider's mouth came a pained howl. A giant organ that looked like a nest was pulled out from its body. Blood gushed out from its mouth and it staggered. Its 8 giant limbs crazily fell down as it fled into the distance in a sorry state. The giant octopus in the deep sea had already dove deep into the sea before this happened. The giant bird angrily cried out. As it saw that it couldn't chase after the giant octopus, it spat out golden flames from its eyes, striking the fleeing spider. Qin Yu's eyes widened. As he looked at the golden flames that swept towards him, his eyes filled with fear. He didn't doubt that the strength of these flames could directly burn his divine sense into nothingness. The spider screeched, as if it could feel the approaching danger. Qin Yu stuffily coughed. He felt his divine sense being crushed by the suppressive strength. Luckily, this process only lasted for a brief moment. The halo of light that covered the spider's body lasted for a breath of time before it was shattered. Flesh and blood flew into the air. Countless pieces of scales fell into the deep sea like fragments of stars falling from the starry skies. Qin Yu's divine sense felt as if it was being cut by knives. He stared helplessly at the increasingly approaching sea surface, fear and alarm in his eyes. The scale he was standing on had a piece of flesh attached to it. It was like a small island, and the collision that occurred when he fell into the sea was enough to pulverize his divine sense. Bitterness and unwillingness appeared in Qin Yu's eyes. But, without hesitation, he activated the strength of the soul-leading altar. A faint tremor appeared all around him. At this time, not too far away, a purple dragon that was running away revealed a look of shock and joy. It turned around and flew straight towards Qin Yu. When it was still some distance away, the purple dragon disintegrated, turning into countless souls of nothingness that fled in all directions. One of these souls of nothingness hurtled straight towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu's eyes widened. After a brief moment of astonishment, he was overjoyed. Looking at the approaching soul of nothingness, he quickly lifted a hand. A wisp of divine sense flew out, smoothly fusing into the soul of nothingness. Then, in the next moment, a rich golden light erupted from the soul of nothingness. It was like a sun had leapt out of the sea. Qin Yu's eyes widened. He thought this was bad. In the skies above his head, a heaven-shaking roar of anger echoed out. The great bird's eyes were filled with anger. It fiercely flapped its wings and the heaven and earth spiritual strength in the air rapidly contracted towards a single point. And the core of this force was Qin Yu. Looking up at the terrifying great bird in the skies, Qin Yu's eyes were filled with awe. This was a level of strength that he had never even touched upon. But there wasn't much fear on his face. This was because the strength of the soul-leading altar had already erupted. The space around Qin Yu's divine sense slightly twisted. It completely ignored the gathering heaven and earth spiritual strength and vanished from sight. The strength of the soul-leading altar used a loophole in the world's rules. As long as one was within the rules, it was impossible to stop it. The great bird's eyes widened with disbelief. After several breaths of time, it finally reacted. The thing it had chased after for so long had actually been taken away by something weaker than an ant. Its angry screams spread through 1,000,000,000,000 miles of land. The entire sea began to seethe with waves that rose to the heavens. This was more than enough to prove just how angry the great bird was. After the distortion in front of him was restored once more, Qin Yu discovered that he had escaped from that terrifying different world and was rapidly shuttling through the sea of stars. Before he could sigh over his narrow escape from death, Qin Yu hurriedly searched around with his divine sense. When he discovered the slumbering soul of nothingness, his heart relaxed. He never imagined that he would be able to obtain a soul of nothingness at the last moment. This was truly a stroke of luck. Moreover, the color of this soul of nothingness was a resplendent gold. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. From the great bird's reaction, it wasn't hard to speculate that this golden soul of nothingness should be its goal. Although he didn't know what this golden soul of nothingness represented, it was clearly something good. Qin Yu had complete faith in the great bird's judgment and judgment. Suddenly, a violent tremor spread out, awakening Qin Yu from his excitement. In the sea of stars, there were countless pitch-black regions, like the gaping maws of monsters. He already knew of this. But now, these pitch-black regions seemed to have a great interest in him, as if they wanted to swallow him up. The reason the strength that wrapped around him trembled just now was because of the swallowing strength emitted from these pitch-black regions. Although he had successfully broken free, Qin Yu discovered that his speed had slowed down. It was clear that resisting the swallowing strength of the pitch-black starfield had caused him to lose some strength. Golden soul of nothingness. Qin Yu's eyes were dignified. Everything had been smooth the entire time, but now there was a sudden change. It could only be because of this. Just what was this golden soul of nothingness that it could cause even the starry skies to give birth to a desire for it? Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed these thoughts. The most important thing right now was that the following journey would be the existence of the pitch-black starfield. A single swallowing would cause his speed to slow down. If this happened multiple times, it might even cause the soul-leading altar to exhaust all of its strength. The consequences were self-evident. Qin Yu fiercely clenched his teeth. He had obtained this golden soul of nothingness through a tremendous stroke of luck, so he couldn't easily give it up. Unless it was the last moment, he wouldn't let go. Reality proved that Qin Yu's worries weren't unnecessary. On the way back, every pitch-black star field they passed would release a swallowing strength towards the golden soul of nothingness. Luckily, they were far away. The soul-leading altar's strength constantly trembled and eventually broke free. Whoosh, his divine sense entered the brightly colored channel. Qin Yu's taut heart relaxed. It was only now that he was safe. Soon, he would be able to return to the land of divinity and demons. The ancient blue soul-leading altar violently trembled. Cracks appeared on its surface. It was clear that its strength was nearly exhausted. Catcher, with a light sound, a chain reaction was triggered. The soul-leading altar began to disintegrate inch by inch. The 36 soul treasures that formed it simultaneously turned to powder. On the ground, Qin Yu's body shook. His eyes shot open and he gasped for breath, his eyes filled with joy. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. When the brightly colored channel shattered, his divine sense had staggered out. If he had been any slower, only the heavens knew what the result would have been. Chapter 470. The Black Mountain Phantom was in an extremely unstable state. The slumbering purple-back blue-wing ant had blood-red lines appear on its body and it would twitch from time to time. The monster ancestors could awaken at any moment. Qin Yu didn't care about the weariness of his soul. He suppressed his excited mood and his thoughts turned. The worn-out soul-summoning bell appeared. In the next moment, the slumbering golden soul of nothingness flew towards the soul-summoning bell on its own without needing to be stimulated. As it approached, the soul of nothingness constantly shrank until it turned into a grain of light that fused into the soul-summoning bell. Everything went smoothly. Before Qin Yu could even react, the process of recognizing a master seemed to have already been completed. The golden soul of nothingness was different from what was recorded in the monster-raising mystic art. Qin Yu subconsciously slowed his breathing and stared at the soul-summoning bell floating in front of him. Time slowly passed. The bell remained silent the entire time, without any change occurring. This caused Qin Yu's complexion to darken. Could it be that the golden soul of nothingness didn't meet the requirements to recognize a master? Suddenly, the soul-summoning bell gently trembled. At first it was light, but soon it became intense. One could see the rust on the soul-summoning bell rapidly falling off as traces of gold appeared on its surface. However, because the soul-summoning bell was heavily damaged, the flow of golden light was clearly sluggish. But compared to before, it had become far more dazzling. Qin Yu was overjoyed. He reached out a hand to grab it, but then a young and tender voice sounded out, "Take off your stinky hands, don't touch me." Unfortunately, it wasn't able to display the threat it should have. Whoosh, the soul-summoning bell drew back, creating some distance between it and Qin Yu. Its eyes widened in astonishment. But before it could understand what was happening, the young and tender voice sounded out once more, this time even sharper and grating. "You scoundrel! You lecher! You shameless bastard! What are you looking at? I'm not wearing any clothes." His nose turned sour and his eyebrows tightened. Tears flowed down his cheeks uncontrollably. Then, a golden light erupted. When Qin Yu finally recovered his vision, the soul-summoning bell had vanished from sight. What appeared in front of him was a golden-haired little girl wearing a golden bubble dress. She looked to be around 5 or 6 years old, and at this time, her chubby cheeks were puffed up and her eyes were fierce. What the hell was this? It was completely different from what was recorded in the monster-raising mystic art. The little girl looked at Qin Yu's stunned expression and lightly snorted. She arrogantly said, "Brat, I will give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Become my servant and serve me with pious devotion. Perhaps I can pardon you for blaspheming against me." She widened her eyes and gritted her teeth. "Otherwise, just the fact that you're spying on me is enough to send you to the fire execution platform and burn you to ashes in the raging flame." Qin Yu took a deep breath. His thoughts raced and his complexion became strange. "You are the soul-summoning bell. How dare you? Qin Yu, do you want to die?" the little girl said in a domineering and spoiled manner. Black lines covered Qin Yu's face. After a moment of silence, he said in a low voice, "Stop bluffing. I can sense that the soul-summoning bell has already completed its master recognition. In other words, no matter what you are, I am your master." The little girl's face paled. You can try. I'm not afraid of you." Although her words were like this, she had an expression that said, "If you were any fiercer, I would immediately cry in front of you." Qin Yu rubbed his temples. "First of all, I saved you, right?" As he spoke, his eyes locked onto the little girl. She revealed a surprised expression that said, "How did you know?" and he immediately came to a conclusion. This little girl was indeed the golden soul of nothingness. The little girl bit her lips, not saying a word. Qin Yu's complexion relaxed. "You see, I don't have any ill intentions. But, you need to tell me just what is going on right now so that there won't be any misunderstandings." To show his sincerity, he took several steps back. The little girl hesitated. This person wasn't easy to deceive, and his divine sense was within her body. If she angered him, she feared she would suffer a loss. If the first path didn't work, then she would switch to the second. She blinked her eyes, instantly becoming pitiful. Her long eyelashes trembled as she displayed her cute and silly nature to the extreme. I didn't do it on purpose. I'm afraid, you really won't hurt me." Qin Yu's smile was incomparably bright. "You have no idea how much effort I spent for today. Not only will I not hurt you, But I will do everything in my power to protect you. The little girl sniffled. But, I'm so tired right now. I need to sleep right now, otherwise my head will hurt a lot. If you have anything to say, can you ask me later? She looked pitiful. Although Qin Yu knew that it was more likely she was faking it, as he looked at the little girl's expression, he couldn't help but nod. Thank you. The little girl's eyes shined, a happy expression on her face. Her body turned into a beam of golden light that drilled into Qin Yu's body. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly probed his soul space and discovered the existence of the soul-summoning bell. With a trembling sound, he could faintly hear the little girl's surprised cry. He saw the purple moonlight rapidly gather towards the soul-summoning bell. The purple moonlight fused into the soul-summoning bell. The golden light that shimmered on its surface seemed to become even brighter. Qin Yu's soul opened its eyes and carefully gazed at the soul-summoning bell. According to the records of the monster-raising mystic art, after completing the master recognition process, he should be able to completely control this supreme soul treasure and obtain many benefits. But now, there was indeed a faint connection between him and the soul-summoning bell, although it wasn't strong. Luckily, this connection told Qin Yu that he was still the master of the soul-summoning bell. It was just that he had no way of obtaining the right to control the soul-summoning bell. His eyes flashed. All of this was clearly related to the golden soul of nothingness. It seemed that the extraordinary soul of nothingness that he had accidentally obtained wasn't necessarily a good thing. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. A thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. He had to figure out the current state of the soul-summoning bell as soon as possible. A treasure that belonged to him but couldn't be controlled was, strictly speaking, a hidden danger. Humph. Whether it's a hidden danger or not, you can think about it later. Since you're so easy to talk to, I'll remind you of something. There is an aura that is entangled with the soul-summoning bell. When I fall into a deep slumber, it will automatically cut off this aura. You had best be careful not to be killed by others. Humph. Once I'm free, I'll draw a clear line between us. I don't care how you die. Qin Yu was startled. He wanted to continue asking, but the golden light on the surface of the soul-summoning bell rapidly dimmed until it vanished from sight. He should be the only one who knew of the existence of the soul-summoning bell. But the immortal sect's interference in the pre-celestial wood had already caused Qin Yu to develop suspicions. In addition to the words of the little girl, Qin Yu's worries deepened. At this time, his heart skipped a beat. An extremely horrifying feeling came crashing down like Mount Tai, blotting out the heavens and covering the earth. Qin Yu stiffened. His heart seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, nearly unable to beat. Endless fear rose up from the depths of his heart. A bone-chilling chill spread through his entire body, as if his blood would freeze. An angry roar echoed out from the horizon. Even though he was in the Dao Arena's training room, he still couldn't isolate it. Outside Four Seasons City, in a twisted and folded space, the Buddhist nation's sovereign sat cross-legged, his expression indifferent. Above his head, a picture scroll unfurled. What appeared within was the scene of the immortal sect cultivators being killed. A hand stretched out from the shadows, seeming to represent endless darkness. But now, this darkness was being peeled away bit by bit. You cannot escape. I will find you. As the Buddhist nation's sovereign muttered to himself, his lips curled up in a smile. Because at this moment, his heart that was as calm as still water was suddenly filled with a trace of excitement. Although he didn't know who the owner of this hand was, his intuition told him that after he caught this hand, there would be an unexpected harvest. But at this time, the picture scroll that floated above the Buddhist nation sovereign's head suddenly trembled. Then, it burst apart like a bubble. The Buddhist nation's sovereign looked up. His pure and tranquil eyes that were as indifferent as a god's began to fill with blood and turn crimson. An endless and cruel aura broke out from his body. The entire twisted space violently trembled. Then, it was shattered into countless fragments by a terrifying strength. The mountain below instantly vanished from sight. What was destroyed along with it was the surrounding 10 miles of space. Everything was crushed into nothingness by the destructive strength of a volcano. The Nether Domain Master's complexion changed. Impossible. For the Buddhist nation sovereign to lose his composure and erupt with such a terrifying killing intent, there was only one possibility. Something had happened to the soul-summoning bell, but the two pre-celestial woods were in the hands of the immortal sect. Qin Yu couldn't find the materials to construct the soul-leading altar, so how could he complete the process of recognizing a master? The Buddhist nation sovereign laughed. Impossible? What is impossible? The soul-summoning bell has already completed its master recognition. The connection between me and it has been completely severed. Soul-summoning bell. I have already lost it. It is impossible for me to obtain it again. It is impossible. His smile became even more brilliant. But as this smile fell into the eyes of others, it caused them to feel a chill run down their spine, as if evil spirits were howling within them. Qin Yu, I believe that the second pre-celestial wood was deliberately sold by you. The death of my immortal sect cultivators should be related to you. What a clever young man, you actually played us around in circles. I like you very much. I even wanted to receive you into the Buddhist nation and make you my servant so that I could bestow upon you unsurpassed good fortune. But, why did you ruin the most important good fortune of my life? Why? Qin Yu. Tell me, why? Puff-air Qin Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. His complexion was deathly pale. His ears still seemed to echo with the sound of his name. Just a single voice had caused him to suffer heavy losses. This sort of method far surpassed his imagination. Humph! A cold snort resounded through the world. All of the oppression that Qin Yu had to withstand instantly vanished. He looked up and saw a figure appear in the skies. Although this figure wasn't too tall, it seemed as if it could support the world. The Tao Arena Master, Solitary Westgate. For some unknown reason, Qin Yu relaxed. When he looked again, Solitary Westgate had already vanished from sight. Outside Four Seasons City, the Buddhist nation sovereign's eyes were blood red. His boundless aura supported the heavens and earth, suppressing the world around him. Fellow Daoist Westgate, you want to stop me? Across from him, Solitary Westgate frowned. I promise you that I will ensure Qin Yu's safety in Four Seasons City. Of course. The Buddhist nation sovereign smiled. Then allow me to experience just what boundary fellow Daoist Westgate's cultivation has reached after all these years. With a step forwards, trillions of Buddha phantoms appeared, each one loudly chanting, their voices echoing through the world. Solitary Westgate's complexion was solemn. He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. A resonant sword cry rang out and a sword condensed in the void, grasped in his palm. Monstrous sword intent. It was like 1,000,000 immortals and Buddhas could be cut down with a single sword strike. The Nether Domain Master's figure appeared. He looked at the Tao Arena Master with a dignified expression. There was a flash of hesitation in his eyes, but it soon vanished from sight. Today's situation could no longer be reversed. It was impossible to persuade the crazy Buddhist nation sovereign. He had no other choice. Since fellow Daoist Westgate isn't willing to step aside, then together with the Buddhist nation sovereign, I will ask for guidance. Bang! The aura of a third supreme powerhouse shot into the heavens. Winds and clouds rolled up in the highest heavens, all of the clouds torn apart. Perhaps ever since Four Seasons City was established, the sunlight had never been as brilliant as it was today. But at this time, all living beings beneath this sunlight felt as if they had fallen into hell. Their minds were covered with fear and despair. When the strongest powerhouses of the world fought, the heavens would collapse and the earth would sink in. The sun and moon would lose all light, and trillions of lives would be exterminated as sacrifices, and today, they were the sacrifices. A shabby hatchet stretched out from space, quietly cutting open a door. Woodchopper Fu, who looked even older and was filled with the aura of decay, stepped out. Layers of wrinkles covered his face like shackles of a curse. With every movement he made, one could hear the creaking of his bones, unable to bear the burden. His mortal body had already reached its limit. If he wanted to continue living, he would have to change to a new, young mortal body filled with vitality, and he had already waited a long time for this mortal body. Looking outside the city, he could see that the entire space was twisted and it was impossible to clearly see anything. But the auras inside were clear, like 3 blazing suns in the skies. He was only a step away from this level. But, even if millions of years passed, he still wouldn't be able to cross it. Woodchopper Fu's eyes revealed anger and unwillingness. But in the end, they turned into sighs. He straightened his back and slowly bent down. Then, he turned and walked into the city. His road had already been cut off. Now, the only thing he could do was continue living and live longer. Like a blazing sun, he would sprinkle down endless light and heat, obtaining awe and fear from all. This sort of thing should be left to the strongest powerhouses. Wasn't it fine as long as he lived on? With a deep chuckle, Woodchopper Fu's feet fell and his figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was standing outside the Dao arena. He gently sniffed the air. The ugly wrinkles on his face wriggled like a withered chrysanthemum. What a fragrant and rich scent of life, it is truly intoxicating. The shadow beneath Qin Yu's feet wriggled and Undying walked out. He bowed and said, "Little master, the aura you wanted me to pay attention to has appeared once more." His attitude became even more respectful. Of course, he would never admit that this was because he had personally witnessed Qin Yu complete the process of the soul-summoning bell, recognizing him as master. "Was it you who discovered the person who tried to harm me?" Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Undying nodded. "Yes." Qin Yu thought for several breaths of time. "Do you have confidence that you can help me escape from his hands?" Undying smiled. Of course. This little master was truly intelligent. And smart people didn't die so easily. This was especially crucial. It left one feeling happy. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. He looked up at the terrifying aura billowing in the skies. Although he was grateful to the Dao Arena Master for his protection, placing his life and death in the hands of others wasn't Qin Yu's style. Moreover, this was his best chance to escape. If he could let his identity as Qin Yu die, then he would no longer have to face the pursuit of the immortal sect. Woodchopper Fu looked up at the tightly shut doors. As the Dao Arena's top training room, the defensive abilities of the array formations here were quite good. Although breaking through wouldn't be difficult, doing so would inevitably cause a great commotion. For a powerhouse, they would only need a single breath of time to arrive here. As he was thinking about what to do, the doors in front of him quietly opened. A black-robed Qin Yu walked out from the training room. As his eyes fell on Woodchopper Fu, he revealed a bit of surprise before immediately composing himself. He cupped his hands together and said, "Qin Yu greets Senior. Thank you for helping me several months ago, helping me expel the immortal sect's purple moon and allowing me to make a breakthrough in my cultivation." Woodchopper Fu chuckled. "It seems that there is something on your body that we don't know about. You were actually able to discover my arrival. You are truly extraordinary." As he praised Qin Yu, his eyes gradually turned icy cold. "Although I am curious as to why you dared to come out on your own initiative, my many years of experience have taught me that too much curiosity often leads to nothing good. So, since you want to thank me, how about using your body as a token of thanks?" As he spoke, he lifted a hand and grasped forwards. All fluctuations in space were locked in. An invisible strength rushed in from all directions. It was like a silent mountain that wanted to suppress Qin Yu. Qin Yu's eyes were filled with panic. "Ah, Senior, what are you doing?" He flicked his sleeves and there was the sound of breaking air. Countless beams of light cut through the skies like stars, howling towards him. Everything had been perfect, even smoother than he had expected. But, if he wanted to escape, then his death had to be real. Thus, no matter who it was that came, Qin Yu had to force them to deal a heavy blow. Just imprisoning them was far from enough. With his cultivation, it was impossible to accomplish this. Thus, he could only rely on external objects. And, Qin Yu just happened to have a hidden card in his hands that could achieve this goal. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. He couldn't help but sigh at the impermanence of the world. In the past, when he had spent so much effort to refine this superstorm flow, how could he have imagined that he would use it to commit suicide? Woodchopper Fu's lips curled up. "Brat Qin Yu, is this your hidden card? Although it is powerful, it is still far too weak for me." He lifted his hand, his movements not changing. He said in a soft voice, "Give me your mortal body." Before his voice fell, Woodchopper Fu revealed a look of anger. "What are you doing?" Bang, air, bang, the entire superstorm flow began to wildly explode. The resulting destructive strength submerged Qin Yu's body. Before he was swallowed up by the distorted space, Qin Yu's lips curled up in a smile. Thank you very much. You are the third good person I have encountered recently. Rumble, rumble, a terrifying strength tumbled about. A ripple appeared in Woodchopper Fu's imprisonment of space. Outside Four Seasons City, solitary Westgate instantly sensed something. His eyes turned icy cold and he shouted out, Woodchopper Fu, you are courting death. Sure, his figure vanished and he reappeared in the skies above the Dao Arena. A terrifying aura descended like a starry sky, capable of submerging all. The Buddhist nation sovereign and Nether Domain master followed close behind. The two of them frowned and looked towards another corner. Blackrobed stepped forwards. After a moment of silence, he said, although I am a bit puzzled, it was indeed Woodchopper Fu who attacked. He forced Qin Yu into a desperate situation and finally caused him to explode his magic tool. He really died. The Buddhist nation sovereign lifted a hand and grasped forwards. Faint traces of grey appeared. This was the aura of death. The Nether Domain master relaxed a little. Since Qin Yu had died, perhaps today's collision could be avoided. If so, then he would have to thank Woodchopper Fu. He looked over and his lips curled up in a smile. Fellow Daoist Westgate, listen to this old man's explanation. Things are not like this. As Woodchopper Fu spoke, he slashed backwards with the hatchet in his hand. Space instantly tore apart and he dodged in. Solitary Westgate was expressionless. He threw the sword in his hand forwards and the healing space collapsed once more. In the distance, there was a pitiful scream. Whoosh, the sword entered his hand. Beads of blood tumbled down the blade. The Nether Domain master cupped his hands across his chest. Fellow Daoist Westgate, we bid our farewells. The Buddhist nation sovereign turned and left, vanishing from sight with a single step. Blackrobed cupped his hands together and turned into a phantom that fused into the world. In the blink of an eye, the world-destroying aura scattered away. The brilliant sunlight above his head was replaced by a trace of warmth. Solitary Westgate let go of the sword and it scattered. His eyebrows furrowed together, pain in his eyes. Qin Yu had died. Did this mean that his original calculations were wrong? That Yun Niang and Tranquil would never return? No. It couldn't be like this. There had to be something wrong. Solitary Westgate slowly swept his eyes around. His gaze finally fell on the training room's door. His eyes sharpened. With this brat Qin Yu's intelligence and cautiousness, why would he open the door on his own initiative before determining if he was a friend or foe? He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. Faint traces of grey appeared. This was indeed the aura of fresh death. No, this aura was wrong. Although it was similar, it wasn't Qin Yu's. Solitary Westgate's eyes brightened and he smiled. Good brat, you actually thought of using this chance to escape. Afterwards, you will be like a dragon diving into the abyss. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. He hesitated for a moment and then pointed a finger at the heavens. A terrifying aura shot into the skies like a pillar, completely shattering the world's aura. Billowing waves of sound swept out in all directions, like endless thunder roaring. Brat, today I will help you erase all of your aura. Don't disappoint my expectations. I hope that the next time I see you, you will have the strength to impress me. 10,000 miles away from Four Seasons City, in the shadows of a mountain, a black lotus suddenly appeared. It quietly bloomed in the shadows, revealing Qin Yu's figure. Little master, I need to rest for some time. You must be careful from now on. Undying's voice sounded out in Qin Yu's mind before returning to silence. To conceal himself from the strongest powerhouses of the world was clearly an extremely difficult matter. In order for Undying to accomplish this, he must have paid a tremendous price. At the very least, the weakness in his voice was unprecedented. Qin Yu earnestly said, Undying, thank you. There was no response, because he had fallen into a deep sleep. Chapter 471. Xu Sheng's fear became a reality. For some unknown reason, the sect's investigation into Grandmaster Yarrow's whereabouts suddenly became more intense and the number of interrogations in the dungeon rapidly increased. As one of the stewards, although he was the youngest, Shu Sheng still had considerable authority. After being allowed to participate in the interrogations, Shu Sheng's heart became increasingly heavy. He was well aware that secretly obstructing the progress of the interrogations and deliberately distorting the information was an extremely dangerous matter that could be exposed at any moment. But Shu Sheng had no other choice. Although he didn't know the specific reason, the sect seemed to value Grandmaster Yarrow greatly. Once they discovered that he had disappeared, there was no way he could escape their wrath. If one often walked by the river, there would be a day when their shoes would be wet. No matter how careful Shu Sheng was and how clean his hands and feet were, half a month later, his resting room in the dungeon was still brutally kicked open. The one who led in was the chief steward of the dungeon. His old face was taut and he waved his hand. "Take him." Shu Sheng's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. But, on the surface he was incomparably angry. "Old man, what is the meaning of this? I, Shu Sheng, have always been respectful and filial to you. If I have done anything wrong, please point it out and I will definitely change." The chief steward grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "You brat, you have always been smart. I originally thought that I wouldn't be able to suppress you in 100 years, but I never thought you would be so stupid." He paused for a moment, a mocking light in his dim yellow eyes. "We are all in this business. Others might not be able to see what you did during the interrogations, but you can't hide it from our eyes. Don't struggle and don't try to resist. Otherwise, you should know that I would be happy to see you killed on the spot." Shu Sheng clenched his teeth. "Good. I admit defeat today, but I am loyal and devoted to the sect. I am not someone that can be casually slandered." No matter how afraid he was, without irrefutable evidence, he wouldn't relent. After staying in the dungeon for so many years, he had seen many things that he shouldn't have seen. He certainly understood what was the best choice to make. Leniency for those who confessed. Haha, anyone who believed these words was an idiot. Shu Sheng's robes were stripped off and thrown deep into the dungeon. His interrogation soon began. There was no lack of people hitting someone while they were down, much less the Black Demon Sect's dungeon, a place filled with filth and evil. The chief steward was a cautious person with extremely sharp eyesight. If he wasn't absolutely sure that Shu Sheng wouldn't have a chance to make a comeback this time, he wouldn't be so ruthless. Since that was the case, there was nothing to worry about. Where there were people, there would be Jianghu. This was a very useless saying. Shu Sheng was able to climb to the position of manager at such a young age. He had offended many people over the years, and most of the time, he had taken advantage of them. Now, retribution had come. He had tasted all the interrogation methods in the dungeon over the past few days. Other than his face being exceptionally pale, his entire body was still in shape. At least on the surface, he did not seem to have suffered any serious injuries. But anyone who knew how to interrogate someone would know that this kind of method, where no punishment could be seen, was the most terrifying. Shu Sheng was not someone who could endure hardship, but he was even more afraid of death. He knew that once he spat, he might not live to see the sun the next day. Therefore, no matter how terrifying the torture methods were, he gritted his teeth and endured it. But he was also well aware that even if he could last for 3 to 5 days, there would come a time when his will would collapse. As an expert in this field, he didn't doubt this at all. There were people being tortured in the dungeon. Although they hadn't obtained a precise confession, the chief elder's patience had already been exhausted. The sect master had clearly warned him not to allow anything to happen to Yarrow Bin. If he delayed the sect master from eliminating this hidden danger, then as the chief elder, he might not be able to bear the responsibility. Outside Grandmaster Yarrow's palace, a group of cold-faced cultivators arrived. They wore black robes embroidered with skulls, indicating that they came from the sect's punishment division. The dungeon was a place where people were imprisoned and interrogated. The punishment division was responsible for hunting down any group of evil dogs that violated the sect's rules. No one that was locked onto by them could escape. By the orders of the chief elder, we are here to investigate Grandmaster Yarrow Bin's residence. If anyone dares to stop us, kill them on the spot. With a cold shout, the punishment division cultivator waved his hand. Black robes flooded into the hall like a tide. Tuba and Tutu tried to stop them, but their strategy of playing the fool didn't work. Tutu's eyes turned red. Just as he was about to go all out, he was held down by Tuba, who slowly shook his head at him. The two barbarians allowed themselves to be captured. The search soon came to a conclusion. Yarrow Bin wasn't in the sect. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Although he had a bad premonition, when he finally saw the results, the chief elder's complexion paled. Tuba and Tutu were thrown into the dungeon and tortured together with Shu Sheng. There were also those that were taken in by Qinyu, and they were also the ones that suffered the same fate. Unlike Shu Sheng, who refused to speak no matter what, after Tuba entered the dungeon, he didn't need to be interrogated before he confessed on his own. He helplessly said, "My family's Grandmaster Yarrow has some private matters that he doesn't want others to know about, so he secretly left the sect." But Grandmaster Yarrow said that he would pay a visit to the Demon Ascension Gate, so he will return soon. The results were soon delivered to the chief elder. He didn't dare to make a judgment on his own, so he brought the news into the Forbidden Land. The Black Demon Sect Sovereign was a dignified middle-aged man. He had a dignified appearance. "That is possible." The chief elder nodded. "I also think so. There is no reason for Yarrow Bin to flee the sect." He paused for a moment and then said, "Then how should we deal with those people in the dungeon?" Tai Chenqiu smiled. Whether or not Yarrow Bin betrayed the sect, he left the sect without permission. First, lock those two barbarians in the dungeon. If he returns on time, then let them go. He didn't say anything else. It was clear that if Qinyu didn't return, then there was no need for them to live. The chief elder hesitated for a moment. "Sovereign, there are already people that have taken a fancy to Yarrow Bin's wealth. Since he might return, should we stop them? No need. Since he made a mistake, he should be prepared to accept punishment." The chief elder bowed and excused himself. Tai Chenqiu coughed. Blood tumbled in his chest and his face flushed red. He took out a white handkerchief and wiped the blood from the corners of his lips. With a bit of strength, the handkerchief was crushed to powder that fell to the ground. "Demon Ascension Gate," he whispered, a cold intent in his eyes. When Shu Sheng was released from the torture rack, his complexion was extremely ugly. This was because he had already thought of the methods that Tuba could think of countless times. That's right, this excuse could ensure temporary safety. But the Demon Ascension Gate was about to open. If Grandmaster Yarrow didn't return in time, then everything would be over. "Are you crazy?" After being tossed onto the smelly withered grass, Shu Sheng struggled to look up, his face full of anger. Tuba lightly said, "You should know that if you continue to be tortured, even if you don't die, you will still be completely crippled." Shu Sheng clenched his teeth. "Being crippled is better than dying." "We won't die." Tuba looked up, his expression incomparably calm. "The Grandmaster will definitely return before the Demon Ascension Gate opens." Shu Sheng didn't know where Tuba's confidence came from. It had to be known that it was already over 2 months late from the agreed date of return. Perhaps the Grandmaster Yarrow they were all waiting for had already suffered an accident. In the land of divinity and demons, anything could happen. Tuba's lips curved up. When this callous big fellow suddenly smiled, he gave off a particularly gentle feeling. "Don't worry, your performance this time was very good. Once the Grandmaster returns, he will definitely reward you." For some unknown reason, Shu Sheng suddenly calmed down a bit. He let out a deep breath and cursed several times. The moment his head touched the ground, he fell unconscious. Tuba took out a pill, opened Shu Sheng's mouth, and stuffed it in. Tutu felt a bit of heartache. "This is something that the Grandmaster gave us. Are we going to let him eat it like this?" Tuba lightly said. Whether Shu Sheng did it to protect himself or for some other reason, his performance this time is enough to obtain the Grandmaster's approval. Thus, I must save him. Tutu didn't think much of this, but he knew that his brain wasn't as good as Tuba's. He shook his head, no longer speaking. But there was a bit of worry in his eyes. "Tuba, do you think the Grandmaster will return in time?" Tuba's eyes brightened. "Believe me, the Grandmaster will definitely return. In fact, when Qinyu returned to the Black Demon Sect, 9 months had already passed since he left." From afar, He could see the entrance to the Black Demon sect appear in front of him. He let out a long breath and smiled. Although he didn't have much of a favorable impression towards this place, for a long time to come, he could only use Yarobin's identity to travel the world. He lifted a hand and took out a set of black robes. Then, his figure flickered and he soon flew to the entrance. As he verified his identity token, several Black Demon sect cultivators had strange expressions. Seize him. With a loud shout, 2 Black Demon sect cultivators attacked. Unfortunately, before they could touch Qin Yu, they were sent flying backwards, blood spraying out from their mouths and noses. A guard roared out in anger. Yarobin betrayed the sect and violated the rules of the sect. All disciples will be imprisoned. Do you dare to resist? Qin Yu was silent for a moment. He lifted a hand and pulled down his black robes, revealing a young and inexperienced face. If someone who knew Qin Yu were here, they would discover that this was the appearance he had before he obtained the little blue lamp. As his cultivation rose and his demon body became more successful, his appearance had undergone countless minor adjustments. He had become firm and handsome, completely different from his initial appearance. Even if someone who had seen Qin Yu stood in front of them, they wouldn't be able to tell that they were the same person. His expression was light. His icy cold eyes covered the several Black Demon sect cultivators. Who said I betrayed the sect? Without bothering with the stunned guards, Qin Yu entered the entrance to the Black Demon sect. His footsteps didn't seem fast, but in just a flash his figure had vanished from sight. As he passed by a breeding garden, Qin Yu stopped. He looked up at the figure that was being stepped on the ground. Shu Sheng, Chief Steward Shu, when I was in the dungeon, you took good care of me. I fear you never imagined that you would fall into my hands one day. The owner of the large feet that were stepping on Qin Yu's face was a thin and swarthy cultivator. He lifted up a nearby bucket of water and said, "Are you hungry? I think I saw you just now secretly eating something. If you were hungry, why didn't you tell me? Now that I'm letting you eat your fill, you don't need to thank me." The bucket of water was tipped over. The pungent smell of dirty water flowed down the boots and soaked Shu Sheng's face. The swarthy cultivator and the several people around him laughed out loud. Bang! The bucket of water was tossed to the side. The swarthy cultivator rubbed Shu Sheng's face several times and bent down. "Hey, Steward Shu, how can you be so wasteful when eating? You should know that our breeding garden provides meat for the entire sect and we hate this sort of wasteful behavior the most. Someone, bring a spoon and scoop it up from the ground. Feed it to our Steward Shu." Shu Sheng looked up from the dirty water and mud. He wiped his face with a hand and said, "Brother, I was only acting on orders to follow the rules of the sect. Can't you be merciful and let me off this time?" The swarthy cultivator laughed. "Steward Shu doesn't have much time left. If you don't have some fun, you won't be able to anymore. So, please forgive me. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and help, Steward Shu is hungry." "Hold on." Shu Sheng shook his head. "I've been in the dungeon for all these years and for better or worse I've accumulated some wealth. Besides the parts that have been divided up, there's also a portion that I've hidden away. I'll tell you where my wealth is and you can spare me today. How about it?" The swarthy cultivator's eyes brightened. "Good. I'm warning you, you had best not play with me." As he spoke, he resisted the stench and leaned over. "Ah!" With a pitiful cry, Shu Sheng was kicked away and knocked over a wooden fence. He violently coughed and spat out an ear onto the ground. He laughed and his eyes were like those of a wolf. "Your grandfather is here. If you have the guts, then kill me." The swarthy cultivator gripped his wound, blood dripping down his fingers. His body trembled with anger. "Beat him. Beat him to death for me." Shu Sheng coughed and spat out a large amount of blood. But there was a look of relief in his eyes. Dying here today was better than returning to the dungeon. The Demon Ascension Gate was about to open and there was no news of Grandmaster Yao. The faith that Shu Sheng had held onto for the last several months suddenly collapsed. "That damned tuber, I must have been blind to believe your nonsense." Shu Sheng looked at the several people rushing at him and cursed out loud. He closed his eyes. But the expected storm of beatings didn't arrive. With the sound of several heavy objects falling to the ground, Shu Sheng struggled to open his swollen eyes. When he saw the figure in front of him, he froze where he was. Qin Yu looked at the extremely miserable Shu Sheng and could feel his surging emotions. After a moment of silence, he smiled and said, "I'm sorry, I came back late." Through the purple light in his soul, Shu Sheng already knew who Qin Yu was. His lips trembled and then he burst into tears. There was no longer any trace of his previous ruthlessness and callousness. The swarthy cultivator saw that the situation was far from good. He turned and ran away, but before he could run far, a bucket of dirty water came howling over and smashed into his head. Qin Yu turned around. "How do you want to deal with this person?" Shu Sheng's laughter was uglier than crying. "There is no need for Grandmaster Yarrow to worry. Just leave him to me." The twitching dark-skinned cultivator trembled as he heard these words. Then, he fainted. Qin Yu smiled. "If you want revenge, you must first live on." With a flick of his sleeves, countless streams of water gathered in the air. He threw Shu Sheng in and washed him. Although he still looked miserable, at least the filth on his body was washed away. A palm struck his chest. Shu Sheng stuffily coughed and turned his head to vomit. Black blood mixed with blood clots soon piled up. When he stopped vomiting, Shu Sheng's breath was thin. But there was a bit more color to his face. Qin Yu fed him several pills and nodded. "He won't die. After resting for some time, he will be as lively as a tiger." Shu Sheng struggled to bow. "Thank you, Grandmaster. I can guess even if you don't say it. I have implicated you this time. Once I finish handling the trivial matters, I will naturally compensate you." "All right, tell me roughly, what's the situation now?" Through Shu Sheng, Qin Yu determined that Tuba and Tutu were locked up in the dungeon. Although they had suffered a bit, their lives weren't in danger for the time being. As for his residence, alchemy room, medicine garden divided by the sect, as well as the spirit plant materials he obtained from trading during this period of time, they had all been divided up by others. This was better than he expected. At the very least, no one had died. Moreover, in Qin Yu's opinion, this was a good opportunity. The Demon Ascension Gate was about to open and this was the perfect time to build up momentum for himself. He would use these people as stepping stones for his rise to fame. He was confident in this. There was naturally a reason why he had been delayed for so long. On the way back, his path of metal had reached perfection and he had already experienced the backlash of the demon body once. He wouldn't allow himself to make the same mistake again. He had suppressed his cultivation and obtained enough demon blood to upgrade his demon body. In addition, he had also stabilized his Blue Sea realm. This was the reason why he had been delayed until now. When he was at the Divine Soul realm, he had been able to contend with a Blue Sea. Now that he was at the Blue Sea realm, did his strength still need to be mentioned? He lightly said, "You rest here. I will go take a look first and see just who it is that doesn't even give me a place to stay." Whoosh. Chapter 472. Yarrow Bin had returned. The chief elder smiled, his tense heart relaxing. Although the sect master hadn't made a big fuss about this matter, he was well aware of how highly the sect master regarded Yarrow Bin. If Yarrow Bin didn't return, the sect master would be enraged and countless people would die. Even he wouldn't be able to escape the blame. Luckily, this wouldn't happen again. Shu Song hesitated for a moment. "Chief, Yarrow Bin's residence in the sect has been occupied by a disciple selected from the lower sect, Feng Changjing. Should we inform him to avoid any conflict?" The chief elder shook his head. "There is no need. Don't interfere in this matter. Just pretend you don't know that Yarrow Bin has returned." The sect master had detained 2 barbarians and punished Shu Sheng, who was close to Yarrow Bin. Wasn't this all in order to solidify the fact that Yarrow Bin had violated sect rules? This was a rare opportunity. As long as Yarrow Bin came into conflict with others, there would naturally be a reason to pinch him. The sect master would be happy to see this happen. "Shu Song, has Feng Changjing's list of participants in the Demon Ascension Gate been reported?" Shu Song's heart skipped a beat. Because there are still 10 days until the deadline, it hasn't been reported yet. The chief elder lightly said, "Then report it." Grandmaster Yarrow's residence could be considered high quality even in the Black Demon sect. The main hall was built on a mountain, and there was a mountain spring that flowed down. It was led to the front of the hall by a waterway constructed from white jade, irrigating a verdant grassland. After careful repair and care, the grassland and several giant mulberry trees were particularly exquisite. Now, on this grassland, beneath the shade of the mulberry trees, there were over a dozen long tables scattered about. All sorts of exquisite delicacies, pastries, and fruits were placed on the pure white tables. At a glance, one could see that the materials used were extremely exquisite. Crystal cups were arranged in a wine tower, filled with deep red wine. Just a single sniff of the sweet fragrance was enough to make one feel carefree and happy. Of the 30-some young cultivators that had been invited to attend the banquet, besides a few that had reserved expressions, all of them had looks of praise and envy in their eyes. I heard that this was originally the residence of an alchemy grandmaster of the Black Demon sect. The standard of the palace was much higher than that of an ordinary elder. For fellow Daoist Feng to be able to live here, his methods are truly transcendent. A purple-haired cultivator lowered his voice, his words filled with envy. Another female cultivator covered her mouth and giggled. Who doesn't know that Feng Changjing has a big brother? In the last demon ascension gate, he smoothly entered the demonic path. I heard that his talent is extremely fierce and he was accepted as a disciple by one of the demonic path's elders. Now he has already reached the revered Blue Sea realm and his future is limitless. With such a big brother, he will naturally be looked at in a new light. The scholarly white-clothed youth said, I heard that the Black Demon sect's alchemy grandmaster who originally lived here was an extremely fierce character. Because he left the sect without permission, he was punished. That is why this place became fellow Daoist Feng's residence. Some people say that this alchemy grandmaster originally intended to join the Demon Ascension Gate. If he were to come back and discover this, I fear there would be some trouble. Humph. What the Demon Ascension Gate tested was true strength. So what if one was an alchemy grandmaster? It had to be known that those that surpassed 100 years of age would have to face the demonic path's recruitment standards several times harsher. Even if this person came back, with the current situation, I fear he would be like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river. Would he still dare to make things difficult for fellow Daoist Feng? Fellow Daoist Feng is someone who has awakened his demonic bloodline. Not only is he tyrannical in strength, but his future achievements will likely be no worse than his big brother's. If this grandmaster really does come back, then turning a blind eye to him is his best choice. Otherwise, he will only be looking for trouble and making himself unhappy. The group of people nodded in agreement. They looked at the smiling handsome man under the mulberry tree. He wore a green robe that was tailored to his body, making him look even more otherworldly. His long black hair was casually draped over his shoulder, swaying gently in the wind. Confidence and calmness flowed from his body like water. What an extraordinary character, Qin Yu praised inwardly. He walked in front of the exquisite white tablecloth and picked up a crystal cup from the wine tower. He took a sip and nodded in satisfaction. Several maids and servants that served as temporary attendants revealed hesitation in their eyes. This person didn't seem to be a guest invited by their young master, but Qin Yu's calm demeanor made it so that they didn't dare to offend him. Perhaps this person was their young master's friend. They believed their eyesight wasn't bad. Someone with such a temperament absolutely wouldn't be someone that came to eat and drink. Moreover, who would dare to cause trouble at their young master's banquet? As the several temporary attendants were thinking this, they saw Qin Yu turn around and walk towards several guests that were gathered together. This caused them to calm down. As they thought, this person wasn't an ordinary person, otherwise he wouldn't have taken the initiative to speak to them. Luckily, they hadn't been impulsive just now, otherwise if they had embarrassed their young master at the banquet, their fates wouldn't have been too good. This black-robed young man's appearance could not be considered handsome. In fact, he even seemed somewhat inexperienced. However, his eyes were deep and bright, and his body gave off an indescribable aura. Several maids couldn't help but look at him. They blinked, wondering if they would have a chance to serve this guest today. A faint blush immediately appeared on their faces. They watched as Qin Yu walked in front of a group of guests. He smiled and said something. After receiving a response, he nodded and glanced at their young master sitting under the mulberry tree. Then, he drank a cup of wine, smiling and thanking them. Then, he walked towards the mulberry tree. When Feng Changjing was very young, he had awakened his demonic bloodline. After some tests, his bloodline strength was shadow, an ability that a peak assassin must have. A strength that walked in the darkness often had extremely sharp senses. As Qin Yu walked towards him, Feng Changjing subconsciously frowned. He apologized and turned around. Then, he saw Qin Yu calmly walking towards him with a cup of wine in hand. His eyebrows furrowed even tighter. Today's banquet had invited the geniuses selected by the lower sects that had the qualifications to compete for the Demon Ascension Gate. In order to avoid being disrespectful at the banquet, he was well aware of everyone's information, so he was certain that this person wasn't his guest. It was just that Qin Yu's current actions left him hesitant to make a judgment. He decided to take a look first. With this thought in mind, Feng Changjing smiled. "Fellow Daoist, you look unfamiliar. Are you a senior apprentice brother from the Black Demon sect? I am honored that you can attend my banquet today." His words immediately attracted attention. 2 men and 2 women beside him turned to look at him. These people had 2 common characteristics. The first was their youth and the second was their arrogance, both of which were naturally revealed. Their eyes fell on Qin Yu, lingering for a moment before looking away. They were a bit curious as to why Feng Changjing would be so polite to such an ordinary boy. So what if he was a Black Demon sect cultivator? They had obtained the chance to participate in the Demon Ascension Gate. If they were chosen, they could enter the demonic path. Even if they were unlucky and failed, any of the 12 branches would be more than willing to accept them. Qin Yu smiled and raised his cup. His eyes swept around. The scenery here isn't bad. Unfortunately, I didn't know how to use it before. But now, it seems that it's quite suitable for holding banquets. Feng Changjing's smile faded a bit. "Fellow Daoist, are you familiar with this place?" Qin Yu nodded. "I've lived here for some time. Unfortunately, I was busy cultivating all day and neglected this beautiful scenery. I must thank fellow Daoist Feng for giving me some reminders." Feng Changjing lightly said, "Fellow Daoist, why are you thanking me?" A cold intent circulated around him. The eyes of the 2 young men and 2 young women flashed with surprise. They never thought that this cultivator would dare to be so disrespectful. If this were some other day, they wouldn't mind watching Feng Changjing make a fool of himself. But now, they were at the Black Demon sect and they were outsiders. Moreover, as the main guests of the banquet, if they were disturbed by someone else, they would also lose face. The 4 people looked over, their cold and indifferent eyes filled with a faint chill. But unfortunately, these threatening gazes had no effect on Qin Yu. He had seen the figure of a divine dragon soaring through the highest heavens, so he naturally wouldn't care about it. He was like a loach tossing about in a pool of black water. Qin Yu smiled. "Of course I have to thank you. After all, this is where I live." He paused for a moment and continued to say, "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Yarrow Bin, an alchemist of the Black Demon sect." On the grassland, there was silence in an instant. When Feng Changjing and the others revealed their ill intent, they had already attracted everyone's attention. Although Qin Yu's voice wasn't loud, everyone could still hear him clearly. Many people's eyes widened. This was, the original master had returned. Those that knew the inside story were excited. It was clear that a good show was about to begin. The Demon Ascension Gate had a limited number of spots and Feng Changjing was recognized as a popular candidate. If there was an accident that eliminated him ahead of time, that would be for the best. But, it seemed that this was only a beautiful wish. The chances of it coming true were far too small. Feng Changjing frowned for a moment before composing himself. "I'm sorry, but I don't know who you are, so please do not disturb my banquet. If there is nothing else, please leave immediately." A cultivator shouted out, "Did you hear that? My cousin is telling you to leave. If you continue to pester me, don't blame me for being impolite." This person was tall and sturdy like an iron tower. His muscles bulged out and his aura was truly astonishing. Wherever he landed, the grassland caved in, forming a deep pit. Countless blades of grass were twisted into powder by the surging energy. Qin Yu didn't even glance at him. I truly don't know who fellow Daoist Feng is, so there is no need to give me any face. Then, please take your people and leave my residence. Moreover, before you leave, it would be best if you restore everything to its original state. I have experienced a great deal of trouble recently, so I don't want any more problems to crop up. Feng Changjing's eyes were ice cold, as if he were looking at a dead man. You are seeking death. With a loud shout, the tall and sturdy cultivator rushed forwards. He lifted a hand and thrust it forwards. The air emitted a shrill scream, and wherever his fingers passed, space would twist. Bang! There was a deep explosion, like a small mountain crashing into the ground. Then, there really was a tall and sturdy figure that tumbled to the ground. The sound of bones breaking wasn't loud, but as it fell into the ears, it caused an instinctive chill to rise from the depths of one's heart. Qin Yu still stood where he was, his aura the same as before. But at this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He hadn't moved at all, but the tall and sturdy cultivator seemed to have crashed into a mountain and was sent flying away. Looking at his incomparably strong body that was still subconsciously twitching in his unconscious state, many people quivered and felt their hairs stand on end. I don't want to say the same words a second time. Fellow Daoist Feng, you can take your people and leave now. Qin Yu calmly said, I have other matters to deal with. Compared to the spirit plant materials he had accumulated and the medicine garden that the sect had allocated to him, this dwelling was indeed the lowest in value. Moreover, Tuba and Tutu were still being punished in the dungeon. Even if their lives weren't in danger, Qin Yu still wanted to rescue them as soon as possible. Feng Changjing's eyes suddenly turned pure darkness. His confident and carefree aura suddenly turned into a boundless chill. Yarobin, congratulations. You have successfully angered me. Sure, he instantly vanished from where he stood. No one could clearly see his movements. In the next moment, he appeared behind Qin Yu and pointed a finger at the back of his head. His fingertip was the same as his eyes, pure darkness. Underneath this hue, his finger seemed like it was made of jade, emitting a faint halo of light. The demonic bloodline, Shadow. Not only did it have the ability to hide, but its killing power was even more terrifying. It was just that in these past years he had hidden it deeply and had never used it in front of others. It was just that Qin Yu's performance just now had left him feeling restless, so he didn't hesitate to use his strongest strength. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat and a warm current surged through his body. On his back, a demon head appeared and its eyes opened. Feng Changjing's cold and callous face suddenly revealed a look of panic. At this moment, he felt as if he had been locked onto by someone at the top of the food chain. Shadow's strength began to fluctuate. Even his movements became sluggish and his speed dropped. Qin Yu revealed a look of surprise. He never thought that such a situation would occur. The demonic bloodline in his body had actually awakened on its own and suppressed Feng Changjing's bloodline strength. Although he didn't fear Feng Changjing's demonic bloodline at all, in this state he could clearly win more easily. Without looking back, Qin Yu stepped forwards. The ground trembled and a shockwave visible to the naked eye erupted in all directions. Feng Changjing bore the brunt of this attack. Before he could respond, he was sent flying away. Following that, the long tables on the field were smashed to pieces. Hurry and dodge. Don't touch him. In the chaos, the guests dodged in distress. In the blink of an eye, the entire banquet had been thoroughly destroyed. Puff! Feng Changjing spat out a mouthful of blood. His complexion was as white as paper and his body wavered. He glared at Qin Yu, his eyes filled with hatred but even more with fear. This was because from Qin Yu, he could feel a demonic bloodline that absolutely crushed him. This other person was also a natural-born disciple of the demonic path. Qin Yu had no expression. Feng Changjing, I don't know nor do I care whether you were plotted against or whether you took the initiative to occupy my residence. But, this doesn't affect the result, so I'm still unhappy. Today was only a light punishment. If you are unwilling, I will accompany you at any time. But next time, You will not have such good luck. I will go and deal with other matters. Before I return, restore this place to its original state. Otherwise, believe me when I say that you will regret this." As the group of lower sects came up to participate in the Demon Ascension Gate, the geniuses all had complicated expressions on their faces. Then, Qin Yu turned and walked away, leaving behind an unreachable back. 2 men and 2 women, 4 seeded contestants, all had pale faces. As they looked at Feng Changjing, they couldn't help but reveal resentment. If it weren't for him, how could they have provoked such a terrifying character? They heard that this person was also going to participate in the Demon Ascension Gate. If so, didn't that mean they might meet in the arena soon? Thinking of this possibility, the 4 people instinctively revealed fear in their eyes. They clenched their teeth and left. The banquet that had started perfectly ended in a sad manner. Feng Changjing clearly wasn't an idiot. On the contrary, he was someone who was able to let go of things easily. Before everyone had left, he had already ordered his servants to clean up the messy grassland. This was because he was well aware that he wasn't Qin Yu's match. In the short term, there was no way he could retaliate against Qin Yu. If so, then he would decisively admit defeat and not give Qin Yu a chance to continue making things difficult for him. As for everything that happened today, there would be countless possibilities in the future. Every alchemy grandmaster in the Black Demon sect had their own medicine garden divided by the sect. Of course, these so-called medicine gardens weren't spirit plants, but all sorts of monster beasts. Thus, in the demonic path, this sort of medicine garden was called a monster beast hunting ground. According to quality and size, there were 13 monster beast hunting grounds in the Black Demon sect. They were numbered according to their quality. Yarrow Bin's original monster beast hunting grounds were the 12th and 13th. It was just that he had substituted himself for Jiang Taisho in a competition of detoxification and became the #1 alchemist in the Black Demon sect. He didn't need to appear at all and the Black Demon sect automatically replaced him, giving him the 4th and 5th monster beast hunting grounds. As for the 1st and 2nd monster beast hunting grounds, they had always been the private property of the Lord Sect Master. As for the 3rd monster beast hunting ground, it was owned by the Chief Elder. Thus, what Qin Yu obtained was the best monster beast hunting ground. When news of Yarrow Bin leaving the sect without permission was released, although some people were tempted, they didn't dare to recklessly do anything. But as time passed, there was no news from Yarrow Bin. As the Demon Ascension Gate approached, more and more covetous gazes came from all over the sect. An inner sect elder took the lead and joined forces with 2 alchemy grandmasters to take away the 4th monster beast hunting ground. As for the 5th monster beast hunting ground, it was occupied by 2 other alchemy grandmasters. But, they never imagined that after paying a considerable price to quell the discontent of all sides, and after obtaining the rights to 2 monster beast hunting grounds, Yarrow Bin would actually return. Feng Changjing had been in the limelight recently. He possessed the demonic bloodline and was one of the hottest topics in the Demon Ascension Gate. His future was limitless. It was because of this that his every move was paid close attention to. The news that Yarrow Bin had appeared and swept through his banquet and easily defeated him spread through the entire Black Demon sect in a short period of time. Thus, when Qin Yu's figure appeared in the 4th monster beast hunting ground, there were already people waiting at the entrance. Interestingly enough, this was the first time that Qin Yu had come to his own monster beast hunting ground. The entrance was in the mountain wall, an ordinary crack. Deep within this crack was a small world. This was the true monster beast hunting ground, and there were many monster beast communities that lived and multiplied within. Grandmaster Yarrow Bin's smooth return is truly a cause for celebration. The one who spoke was a tall and thin old man standing at the front. He wore long robes and the dark golden lines on his sleeves indicated that he was an elder of the sect. At this time, he was all smiles. But, there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Yarrow Bin had always been mysterious in the Black Demon sect. He never imagined he would be so young. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "Greetings, Elder." He looked up and continued to say, "During this period of time, I've had to trouble Elder to help me take care of the monster beast hunting ground. Now that I've returned, I won't bother you any further." To put it bluntly, the main character had returned, so scram back to wherever you came from. The tall and thin old man's smile didn't change. My name is Tian Zhan. I have been in seclusion for many years, so I don't think Grandmaster Yarrow recognizes me. But I have heard of Grandmaster Yarrow's name before. Now that I see you today, you truly live up to your reputation. I have already ordered people to prepare some meager wine. Grandmaster Yarrow, would you be willing to give me some face? Qin Yu shook his head. I apologize, I still have to visit many people so I don't have the time. Behind him, several young cultivators had ill complexions. It was clear they were dissatisfied with Qin Yu's performance. Although Elder Tian's status in the sect wasn't high, his status was extremely honored. If the current sect master saw him, he would have to call him High Master. This surname Yarrow actually dared to be so arrogant. Tianjin smiled. Since Grandmaster Yarrow has matters to attend to, it won't be too late to postpone the banquet. But I just happen to need to refine a batch of pills and I need to capture monster beasts from the hunting ground. I wonder if Grandmaster Yarrow can extend the time by several days. At most half a month, I will send someone to deliver the entrance key to Grandmaster Yarrow's residence. Qin Yu faintly smiled. Does Elder Tian think I am stupid? Tianjin's smile faded. What does Grandmaster Yarrow mean by this? Chapter 473. Yarrow Bin, don't think you can disrespect Elder Tian just because you are the #1 alchemist in the sect. Hurry up and apologize to Elder Tian, otherwise I guarantee you will regret it. Who are you? You dare to bare your fangs in front of Elder Tian? You simply have no idea of death or danger. The crowd behind him roared out. They didn't hesitate to seize this chance to show their loyalty. Tianjin lifted a hand and his voice instantly vanished. Grandmaster Yarrow, do you really want to do this? Qin Yu had a sincere expression. I ask Elder Tian to believe me. If it weren't for me giving you face, you would have to compensate me for the monster beasts I caught while I was gone. Tianjin sighed. I originally wanted to make friends with Grandmaster Yarrow, but it seems it's a pity. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. You and I are both demonic path cultivators, so we will do things according to the rules of the demonic path. As long as Grandmaster Yarrow can withstand a punch from me, I will return the monster beast hunting ground to you today. I will also compensate you for the monster beasts I caught before. I wonder if Grandmaster Yarrow dares to agree. Qin Yu smiled. Why wouldn't I dare? As he spoke, he stepped forwards and approached like a bolt of lightning. But, let's switch sides. If Elder Tian can withstand a punch from me, I will give this monster beast hunting ground to you. Tianjin laughed. Good, then I will ask for your advice. He clenched his fists and thrust them outwards. He looked up and roared, the crackling sounds of bones exploding from his body. His originally tall and thin body instantly bulged with muscles that glowed a pale gold. He had become the embodiment of a terrifying king of hell. Between the heavens and earth, there was a loud roar. A Dharma idol appeared above Tianjin's head, its appearance similar to his true self. A terrifying aura erupted from it, overwhelming the world. The two alchemy grandmasters revealed smiles. They looked at Qin Yu with undisguised contempt. Elder Tian's ranking in the sect wasn't high, but he had a 4th-level blue sea cultivation and also cultivated the diamond demon subduing realm. His defensive abilities were far more tyrannical than his killing abilities. Even a 6th-level blue sea might not be able to break through Elder Tian's defenses, so what could Yarrow Bin do? Indeed, their decision to pull Tianjin along to obtain the 4th monster beast hunting ground was the correct one. So what if this surname Yarrow came back? He was just asking to be humiliated. The group of cultivators all revealed awe and worship in their eyes. As they looked at Qin Yu, they revealed cruel smiles, as if they could already see their bones shattering with a single punch. Surprise flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. This black demon sect was truly worthy of being one of the 12 branches of the demonic path. There were truly hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Even the unknown Tianjin had such strength. But that was all. After consolidating his Blue Sea realm, although Qin Yu hadn't tested his true strength, his intuition told him that crushing Tianjin wouldn't be a problem at all. Sure, a silver-white light flashed by, faster than lightning. It was impossible to see with the naked eye. It was sharp, destructive, and murderous. Although it only appeared for a moment, it caused the hearts of all the cultivators present to violently contract. They suddenly felt a sense of fear, as if they were meat on the chopping block. Tianjin's eyes opened wide, and his face was filled with shock and astonishment. He slowly lowered his head, and the sound of flesh tearing suddenly sounded out from his chest. Fresh blood instantly drenched his clothes, and his swollen body was like a punctured balloon that swiftly shriveled up. It was even to the extent that he was even thinner than before, and he was simply skin and bones. Starting from the chest of the Dharma idol above his head, a crack quietly appeared. Then a second crack, a third crack. The cracks densely covered the entire Dharma idol. As strong winds rose between the heavens and earth. The collapse of the Dharma idol formed a tide of spiritual strength that uprooted several large trees, turning them to dust. The two alchemy grandmasters and their disciples all screamed in panic as they were sent flying away. Although they wouldn't lose their lives, it was inevitable that they would suffer. Tianjin's lips moved. He looked up at Qin Yu, his eyes filled with awe and shock. This was because he could faintly feel that the silver light had restrained a portion of its strength at the end. Otherwise, his fate wouldn't have been as simple as having his supernatural powers broken and being wounded. Yarrow Bin had the strength to kill him. As soon as this thought appeared, Tianjin's heart turned icy cold. Even though he couldn't suppress his regret, he still couldn't help it. Because he had a good disciple, he had lived an extremely good life in the Black Demon sect. Obtaining the fourth monster beast hunting ground was only the icing on the cake. Who would have thought that because of this matter, he would offend such a terrifying character? Tianjin cursed the 18 generations of female ancestors of the two alchemy grandmasters that had encouraged him to attack. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Grandmaster Yarrow's cultivation is amazing. I admit defeat. The key to the monster beast hunting ground is here. I ask Grandmaster to accept it." He handed back the key and continued to say, "If I offended you before, as an apology, I am willing to pay 50 million spirit stones to purchase the captured monster beasts." Qin Yu didn't refuse. Tianjin handed over his spirit stone card and turned to leave. He didn't even dare to say half a word. The demonic path respected strength and the powerhouses were supreme. Even if the current sect master was his disciple, he absolutely wouldn't dare to make an enemy of such a superior existence. Otherwise, even if he was killed, he could only blame himself and no one would stand up for him. Qin Yu watched them leave in a panic. Then, he looked up towards the depths of the Black Demon sect. The heaven and earth spiritual strength there was even richer. This was where the high-level figures of the sect lived. Qin Yu had spared Feng Changjing and now showed mercy to Tianjin. This wasn't because Qin Yu was soft-hearted, but because ever since he returned to the Black Demon sect, there had been something strange about the situation. Through Xu Sheng, Qin Yu had learned the general gist of what had happened. Although he didn't know the true reason, it was clear that the Black Demon sect's attention towards him wasn't normal. It had to be known that it was common for cultivators to go into seclusion. In particular, once one reached the divine soul realm and above, because their lifespans would rise dramatically, it was normal for them to go into seclusion for several years or even longer. But not too long after he left the Black Demon sect, he had been thoroughly investigated. Even Tuba and Tutu had been imprisoned, and even Xu Sheng, who was close to him, had suffered a calamity. Qin Yu didn't believe that there wasn't something fishy going on here. The Black Demon sect must have some unknown reason that they valued him so much. Since they valued him so much, why hadn't anyone from the Black Demon sect come to contact him since he returned? It was like they were deliberately pretending not to know and were waiting for something. His residence had been occupied, his servants had been imprisoned, and all his belongings had been carved up. It was natural for Qin Yu to be angry. And after anger came revenge. And revenge was likely to result in death. This was especially true for those of the demonic path, where killing was a common occurrence. Qin Yu wasn't sure whether or not his guess was correct. But since he had concerns, he naturally had his guard up. This was why he showed mercy. The small conflict that occurred in the fourth monster beast hunting ground spread through the entire Black Demon sect at an even more astonishing speed. In fact, the defeat of one of the sect's veteran powerhouses, Elder Tianjin, was not a minor matter. But, Looking at the situation when both sides fought, there wasn't even the least bit of entanglement and victory was decided in a single move. There weren't any serious casualties, so calling it a small conflict could be considered appropriate. But it was precisely this small conflict that caused everyone in the Black Demon sect to realize just how fierce Grandmaster Yarrow was. Thus, everything that happened afterwards became natural. The two alchemy grandmasters that occupied the fifth monster beast hunting ground didn't need Chinyu to say anything. They took the initiative to offer up the entrance key, as well as 50 million spirit stones. If even the sect master's honorable master, Elder Tianjun, was like this, would they dare to be an exception? But as they thought about how their moment of greed had caused them to suffer a double loss, the two grandmasters felt bitter in their hearts, as if they had swallowed 17 or 18 yellow lotuses in a single breath. Chinyu thought for a moment and didn't continue to visit others. Instead, he had the two grandmasters pass on a message. The general meaning was, those who took his things, as long as they returned them, everything would be fine and nothing would happen. Everyone could still be happy friends. As this news spread out, many people let out long breaths of relief, a look of joy on their faces. But soon, their complexions darkened. Although Grandmaster Yarrow Bin had said that as long as they returned their things they could still be friends, only an idiot would believe that. After stealing someone else's belongings and discovering that they couldn't win, they could return them and call it even? Even an idiot would know this was a delusion. Wasn't adding 30% as an apology? But this was only an apology. If they wanted to appease Grandmaster Yarrow Bin's anger, they needed to add another 30%. And the key point was that the strength that Grandmaster Yarrow Bin had revealed today was simply ridiculously strong. This was a massive thigh they could latch onto. Who didn't want to take advantage of this opportunity? If they wanted to latch onto a thigh, they first needed the Grandmaster to have a favorable impression of them. Then, the question was, how much did they need to invest in order to have a favorable impression of the Grandmaster? After thinking about it, many people discovered that returning 2 times was enough, and 3 times was enough to show their face. But the problem was that although everyone knew how to do the math, their pockets couldn't bear it. In particular, those who had been smug and arrogant before couldn't even cry now. This time, it was likely that they would lose their pant. Of course, smart people were everywhere. There were also many people who were waiting for the sect to make a move. From how they had dealt with Yarrow Bin previously, it seemed that the sect had some opinions about him. It was just that they didn't know how many of these opinions would remain after he revealed his current cultivation. They would wait for the situation to become clear before making a decision. The chief elder was shocked. He had imagined countless possibilities, but he never imagined that the final result would be Yarrow Bin crushing everyone else and easily taking back everything. Although there were some conflicts throughout the entire process, no one died, so it wasn't a big deal at all. If they wanted to use this to suppress Yarrow Bin, they clearly didn't have the qualifications to do so. And most importantly, with the strength that Yarrow Bin had displayed today, could he still be suppressed? The chief elder's eyes flashed. He stood up and entered the sect's forbidden area through the transmission array. Tai Qianqiu wasn't cultivating. He nodded as he saw the chief elder arrive, his expression calm as if he weren't surprised by his arrival. The chief elder respectfully bowed. He was well aware that although the sect master was in seclusion all year round, he hadn't lost control over the sect. Sect master, Yarrow Bin has returned. It's just that I don't know how to deal with the current situation. I asked the sect master to give me some instructions. Tai Qianqiu didn't reply. Yarrow Bin's strength has indeed surpassed expectations. In the opinion of the chief elder, what level has he reached? The chief elder hesitated for a long time. Although Elder Tianjun is only at the 4th level of the Blue Sea realm, because of his supernatural abilities, even someone 2 small boundaries higher than him might not be able to injure him. Yarrow Bin didn't use any treasures, so I believe that his cultivation is at the 8th level of the Blue Sea realm. 8th level of the Blue Sea realm. Tai Qianqiu shook his head. I think it's more than that. He should be at the 9th level. The chief elder's eyes shook. He didn't doubt the sect master's judgment at all. 9th level, throughout the entire land of divinity and demons, this was an absolute peak master. They could establish their own sect and become an old ancestor. If they had a lucky chance, it wouldn't be difficult to open up a territory and establish their own country. A strange light flashed in Tai Chencho's eyes. He lightly said, with Yarrow Bin's strength, whether he left the sect or attacked today can't be considered a great mistake at all. If we want to capture him, we will need an even greater crime, otherwise I will lose my reputation. The chief elder bowed. I asked the sect master to explain. Did the chief elder report Feng Changjing to the list? Yes. But Yarrow Bin was very careful and only wounded him. This isn't enough. Tai Chencho's lips curled up. Wounding Feng Changjing isn't anything, but what if he killed him? Even if there was a reason for this, a disciple that participated in the demon ascension gate being killed is still a great crime in my demonic path. The chief elder's heart skipped a beat, as if he wanted to say something. Tai Chencho lightly said, I know the chief elder's scruples, but what does this have to do with us? The one who killed him was Yarrow Bin. Drawing back 10,000 steps, even if someone suspects him, so what? Once I remove the hidden dangers in my body, I will have a chance of reaching the Calamity Immortal Realm within 10 years. The chief elder was overjoyed. Is sect master speaking the truth? Chief elder, have you ever seen me say something I'm not certain of? Chapter 474. It was said that the demonic bloodline, the power of shadow, had an extremely sharp perception. Thus, Feng Changjing, who was in seclusion recovering from his wounds, found it hard to calm his mind. This sort of feeling had appeared in his memories before. It often meant that he was about to encounter some bad situation. Feng Changjing's first thought was that Yarrow Bin didn't want to let him go. Although he seemed magnanimous today, the truth was that he didn't want to attack in front of everyone and bear a crime that he couldn't wash away. This person wanted to secretly attack him. Feng Changjing's heart skipped a beat and panic appeared in his eyes. If it were anyone else, even if they were stronger than him and had the power of the demonic bloodline, they still wouldn't be able to silently kill him. But Yarrow Bin was different. Although he didn't know what the demonic bloodline in his body was, there was no doubt that the power of this bloodline could completely suppress him. Once the shadow bloodline was suppressed, he would become blind and deaf. In addition to his severe wounds, killing him wouldn't be difficult at all. Come. Feng Changjing gathered all of his subordinates. These were masters sent to him by his family in order to prevent any accidents. After arranging everything, Feng Changjing's heart calmed down a little. But after a moment of hesitation, he took out a jade slip and marked it with a divine sense message. Catcher, the jade slip was crushed. This was a delayed message. If he died, it would immediately be sent out. I hope I'm just overthinking things. Feng Changjing whispered to himself. His complexion changed. Who is it? He fiercely turned around and his aura instantly erupted. But it was already too late. A palm came from behind him and pressed against the back of his head. Feng Changjing froze where he was and the light in his eyes slowly faded away. He tried to turn his head to see if his judgment was correct, but in the end he couldn't and died. A temporary message had just been stored when it was sent out because of the death of its host. Now it's perfect. A low whisper sounded out in the room and then vanished. Besides Feng Changjing's corpse, there was no other trace. Qin Yu entered the dungeon and visited Tuba and Tutu. They had just washed up and were respectfully invited to a table to eat. Seeing the two of them eating and drinking, it was clear they hadn't suffered any serious injuries. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. You've worked hard during this period. Tuba and Tutu knelt on the ground, their faces filled with ecstasy as they kissed the earth and cried tears of joy. The cultivators in the dungeon were shocked. These barbarians were truly loyal. How could they know that Qin Yu's safety concerned the entire Titan tribe? In Tuba and Tutu's hearts, his safety was even more important than their own lives. Qin Yu's heart warmed. Although there were other reasons for this feeling of being worried about by others was really good. After all, although the land of divinity and demons was vast, how many people truly cared about him? Subconsciously, he thought of Ning Liang. That silly girl should be one of them. When he escaped from Four Seasons City, she had clearly been kept in the dark. She was likely heartbroken, right? However, this was also good. After thinking that he was already dead, after a moment of grief, he would eventually be able to walk out of the shadow. This was not necessarily a bad result. Tuba grinned. Master, there is no need to worry. Our skin is thick and our flesh is thick. We don't care about a little bit of suffering. Look, don't you think Tuba and I have become much whiter? If we return to the tribe now, the two of us will definitely be pursued by those women who are infatuated with pretty boys. Chinyu smiled and didn't say anything. In fact, he knew that it was impossible for Tuba and Tutu to be as relaxed as they said they were. But there were some things that didn't need to be said clearly. Shu Sheng's matter is the first. The 2 barbarian warriors under my command are the second. As for the others that were implicated because of me, they are the third. Chinyu smiled, not saying anything. In fact, he knew that it was impossible for Tuba and Tutu to be as relaxed as they said they were. But there were some things that didn't need to be said clearly. Shu Sheng's matter is the first. My 2 barbarian warriors are the second. There are also some other people that were implicated because of me. That is the third. It is clear that the dungeon is the place that I hate the most after returning. So, you had best think of a way to satisfy all those you hurt. If they are satisfied, then this matter will end here. But if they aren't satisfied, then you will feel extremely sad. The steward behind him trembled like a sieve. As he thought about the losses they would suffer, he even had the thought of dying. Yes, don't worry, I will definitely satisfy the Grandmaster. Losing money to avoid calamity, losing money to avoid calamity. As long as people were safe, everything could be recovered. The steward rejoiced in his heart. This was because he had experienced far too many slaughters. The victors of the demonic path often didn't have much mercy. Thus, he had developed an extremely cautious temperament. But who would have thought that he would make a mistake this time? The steward could feel the hateful gazes from behind him. He sighed inwardly. He knew that the days when he ruled over the dungeon would soon be over and he would never return. However, the most important matter right now was to find a way to obtain Shu Sheng's forgiveness. With his ability to poison people, after learning about the current situation, even an idiot would know that saying that Shu Sheng had opened his mouth like a lion was being too lenient. This little brat, it was a mistake not to drown him in a basin of water. The steward's heart filled with sorrow. Chinyu didn't bring Tuba and Tutu away. Since the sect had ordered them to be imprisoned, then waiting for the sect to release them was the best choice. Moreover, looking at the sneering expressions on their faces as they stared at the group of leaders in the dungeon, he feared that they might not be willing to leave now. As he left the dungeon, he was thinking about when the Black Demon sect would contact him, what excuse they would use, and what sort of attitude they would have. But he never imagined that before he returned to his dwelling, he would receive news of Feng Changjing's death. He stood there in a daze for a moment. Chinyu seriously considered the possibility of bringing Tuba and Tutu out of the Black Demon sect. Or, could he hide in the space of his status token and wait until things calmed down before secretly escaping? But in the end, he decided to wait a bit longer and see just what the Black Demon sect wanted. This was because Chinyu couldn't think of any reason why the Black Demon sect would go to such lengths to deal with him. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Countless mourning faces turned into smiles. In particular, after the news that Feng Changjing had entered the Demon Ascension Gate's name list was confirmed, their smiles rose to the maximum. In the dungeon, the chief steward tried his best to maintain his composure. He coldly glanced at the 2 barbarians who were sleeping soundly after eating and drinking their fill. With a sneer, he turned and left. Behind him, the other stewards who had been filled with deep hatred and bitterness were now all smiling like chrysanthemums. They began to flatter and flatter the chief steward. The chief steward disdainfully thought, humph, I knew it. With my fiery eyes, how could I have made a mistake? Within the sect, there were definitely people who disliked Yarrow Bin. If he killed Feng Changjing, would the Feng family let him off? If he killed a participant of the Demon Ascension Gate, would the demonic path send down thunder? In short, this surname Yarrow was completely Finnish. The chief elder's face was as cold as ice and his eyes were as cold as the midwinter wind, making one feel as if they had fallen into an icy lake. Yarrow Bin, you are suspected of killing Feng Changjing. Immediately surrender yourself and accept investigation. Qin Yu sat in a place that had just been a lively banquet not too long ago. He looked up at the bright full moon above his head and put down the wine cup in his hands. Chief Elder, are you sure you want the atmosphere to become so stiff? I am a rather sensitive person. Who knows when I might suddenly go berserk? At that time, the situation might not be salvageable. The Chief Elder had no expression. Are you threatening me? Qin Yu smiled. I don't dare. I am only speaking the truth. The Chief Elder was silent for several breaths of time. Then, he coldly said, all of you leave. Without my permission, no one is allowed to approach. Behind him, a group of black-robed Punishment Division cultivators bowed. Then, they dispersed like a tide, submerging into the shadows and vanishing from sight. Qin Yu gestured with his hand. Chief, please sit. He looked around, or perhaps I should ask the Lord Sect Master to come out, lest others say that I am too insolent and inconsiderate in my hospitality. The Chief Elder's pupils shrank and a bit more coldness appeared in his eyes. But before he could say anything, a smile rose up. Yarrow Bin, I really didn't underestimate you. Tai Qianqiu walked out from behind a mulberry tree. Qin Yu lowered his head and drank some wine, a bit of shock in his eyes. If it weren't for the soul-summoning bell trembling, he wouldn't have discovered the aura of this black demon sect master. This person's strength was far greater than he imagined. He likely already had a peak blue sea cultivation. But when he looked up, Qin Yu's expression was light. He gestured and said, Sect Master, please sit. Tai Qianqiu strode forward and sat down. He picked up a jug of wine and poured himself a full cup. Then, he drank it all in a single gulp and smiled. This is truly good wine. No wonder Grandmaster Yarrow was entertaining guests here so late at night. This hospitality was clearly to wait. Qin Yu took out a third wine cup. I didn't think the Chief Elder would also be here today. I have been a bit neglectful. The Chief Elder had no expression. I am not good at drinking wine. He stood behind Tai Qianqiu and closed his eyes, looking like a statue. Qin Yu smiled, not bothering with him any further. Lord Sect Master, you have to attend to numerous affairs every day and your time is incomparably precious. Let's not beat around the bush. Just what do you want from me? Tai Qianqiu reached out a hand. I like your direct personality. I think you should be aware that it was I who brought Yarrow Bin back to the Black Demon sect, so my understanding of him is far greater than the average person's. His eyes brightened. But, I wonder, just who are you? The Chief Elder's eyes shot open, a look of shock on his face. Qin Yu stopped pouring wine. He clapped his hands. Lord Sect Master is wise, but I really am Yarrow Bin, an alchemist of the Black Demon sect. What do you think? Tai Qianqiu suddenly laughed. That's right, you are Yarrow Bin. His eyes were deep. Then, looking at how I saved your life in the past, there is something I hope Grandmaster Yarrow can agree to. Qin Yu said, Sect Master, please speak. Tai Qianqiu said, in truth, it's very simple. In the early years, my sect was plotted against by others. Although I managed to kill a powerful enemy and preserve my life, there were still hidden dangers left behind in my body. Not too long ago, I found a method that might be able to resolve these hidden dangers. But, I will need to borrow the assistance of several poisons. Grandmaster Yarrow's detoxification methods are first class in the world. If you can help me, my sect will have no worries. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He finally understood where the problem was. In the end, it was because he had been in the limelight too much and had fallen into Tai Qianqiu's eyes. Indeed, acting cool had its risks. He had to be careful when acting cool. But, it was too late to regret it now. So, he only thought about it for a moment before suppressing it. So that's how it is. I thank Sect Master for dispelling my doubts. But, as long as Sect Master asks, I will naturally agree. Why would I need to cause such a ruckus? Tai Qianqiu didn't deny it. This is where I must apologize to Grandmaster Yarrow. The method to resolve the hidden dangers in my body is extremely dangerous, so the progress will be slow. Moreover, once it begins, there is no way to stop it. I estimate that in 3 years, the hidden dangers in my body will be resolved, so Qin Yu had no expression. So, I cannot participate in the demon ascension gate? At this point, the truth was revealed. The chief elder sneered. The grace of saving your life is greater than the heavens. Since you are Yarrow Bin, you should naturally repay the sect master's favor in the past. Do you still dare to harbor any resentment in your heart? Tai Qianqiu waved his hand. In this matter, I was indeed in the wrong. Once the hidden dangers in my body are resolved, I guarantee that I will give Grandmaster Yarrow a good fortune no less than the Demon Ascension Gate. Moreover, 100 years from now, when the Demon Ascension Gate reopens, I guarantee that you will be able to enter the demonic path. Qin Yu took a deep breath. Sect Master, can't you wait until the Demon Ascension Gate reopens to deal with the hidden dangers in your body? Tai Qianqiu lightly said, my natural disposition is to be cautious and I like to have everything under my control. What I fear the most is unnecessary troubles. If Grandmaster Yarrow enters the demonic path, there will be far too many changes, so I must apologize. As he apologized, his eyes revealed a faint chill. It was clear that there was no room for discussion in this matter. Chapter 475. Tai Qianqiu stood up and cupped his hands together. Thank you, Grandmaster Yarrow. I guarantee that you will not regret the decision you made today. Qin Yu lightly said, whether or not I regret it, only time will tell. As for Feng Changjing's death, Tai Qianqiu smiled. Grandmaster Yarrow, rest assured that I will handle things appropriately and not allow you to be harassed. Qin Yu nodded. That's good. He didn't thank him, because there was no need to do so to begin with. If it weren't for Tai Qianqiu's schemes, how could he have fallen into such a situation? The chief elder's complexion sank. But before he could speak, he was stopped by Tai Qianqiu. I will prepare everything in a few days. Before then, if Grandmaster Yarrow needs anything, please feel free to tell me. It's getting late, so I won't disturb Grandmaster's rest any longer. His body submerged into the shadows. Tai Qianqiu's smile faded away. Keep a close eye on Yarrow Bin. I don't want any mistakes to occur in this matter. The chief elder's heart chilled. He respectfully nodded. Qin Yu watched as Tai Qianqiu left. Then, he turned and entered the main hall. The moment the doors closed, his complexion paled. In the situation just now, he had no choice but to agree. But, it was impossible for him to give up on the Demon Ascension Gate as Tai Qianqiu hoped. 100 years was far too long for someone like Qin Yu who had only cultivated for several dozen years. Ningling was in the Immortal sect, and although her life wasn't in danger, he didn't know what the exact situation was. Qin Yu couldn't wait. Even if it was a year, he still wouldn't be able to endure it. Tai Qianqiu was unfathomably deep, he had at least a peak blue sea cultivation. As the master of one of the 12 branches of the demonic path, the Black Demon sect, he must have some hidden cards in his hands. Fighting with him wasn't a wise decision. Drawing back 10,000 steps, even if Qin Yu racked his brains and escaped from the Black Demon sect, with the Demon Ascension Gate about to open, what status could he use to participate? It was already too late to make any further plans. Qin Yu took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. It seemed that there was only one path left, and that was to have Tai Qianqiu change his mind on his own initiative. However, this person had gone to great lengths to not hesitate to kill Feng Changjing in order to frame him. In addition to the hidden dangers within his body, wanting Tai Qianqiu to change his mind would be difficult. After eating and drinking their fill, Tuba and Tutu woke up to discover that they had been imprisoned once more. The dungeon cultivators that were panic-stricken like chickens suddenly became arrogant once more. The two glanced at each other, a bit of restlessness growing in their hearts. Tuba glanced at Tutu and Tutu slightly nodded. Then, he loudly cursed out loud, saying that all of you are just courting death and so on. Then, someone jumped out and explained to them exactly what had happened. Hearing that His Highness had only killed one person, the two giants immediately felt relieved. They lazily lay down on the withered grass, their eyes glancing at the cultivators in the dungeon outside, occasionally flashing a cold light. What a bunch of idiots. His Highness had always planned before taking action. Since he dared to kill this person, he had absolute confidence that he wouldn't get into any trouble. Moreover, Even if there is trouble, do you think a bullshit Feng family that popped out of nowhere is worthy of flapping its wings in front of His Highness? Ridiculous. Sure enough, it didn't take long before one of the dungeon cultivators rushed in with a long face. The other dungeon cultivators shivered, and many of them began to cry. You can't play with people like that. The plot keeps changing, but where is the scriptwriter? Come out and I'll beat you to death. If you mess around like this, how can we live? Tuba and Tutu chuckled coldly. No matter how the people outside nearly bent their backs and kowtowed to the ground, they didn't have any intention of leaving. When Qin Yu appeared in the dungeon, he glanced around and guessed what had happened. It was different from yesterday, when his heart was restless and he acted with his hands and feet tied. Now that he knew the truth and was sure that Tai Qianqiu wouldn't harm him before the hidden dangers in his body were eliminated, Qin Yu's eyes turned icy cold. Another important reason was that he was in a really bad mood right now. It would seem that everyone did not take this Yarrow's words to heart. In that case, let us calculate what you all will have to pay. A light voice reverberated through the dark dungeon. The legs of all the dungeon cultivators weakened and they nearly fell to the ground. My lord, how about you leave this matter to me? I will definitely satisfy you. Xu Sheng rushed in with a ruddy complexion, a completely different person from yesterday. It could be seen that he had spent the night happily. But, was the dark-skinned cultivator in the breeding garden still in good condition? When they saw Xu Sheng's figure clearly, the people in the dungeon who were already trembling couldn't endure the psychological pressure any longer, and they fell to the ground on the spot with a plop. There were even a few who were mentally weak who had rolled their eyes and started foaming at the mouth. Xu Sheng spat, not a hint of sympathy on his face. Stop pretending. We're all old acquaintances here. Whatever you know, I know. He swept his eyes around. Where are you old farts? Hurry up and roll out here to greet Grandmaster Yarrow. As he spoke, he turned around, a flattering smile on his face. Although this vile and rampant appearance was a bit disgusting, it actually improved Qin Yu's mood by a great deal. The chief steward was carried out, his body shaking like a sieve. It was said that when he was captured, this old fellow was lying on top of his new concubine and was so frightened that he bent over. He feared it would be difficult for him to walk out of this shadow for the rest of his life. Of course, without accident, the chief steward likely wouldn't have another chance to display his might in the future. Qin Yu nodded. Xu Sheng's arrogance suddenly rose by several levels. He bared his teeth like a vicious dog. Old thing, you never thought there would be a day like this, right? Tell me, how do you plan on apologizing to the Grandmaster? Let me warn you, don't play any tricks. In the entire Black Demon sect, if I say I'm well informed, no one will dare to say they're first. Young Master, this was a title he hadn't heard for a long time. Qin Yu's thoughts were instantly pulled away. He thought back to the time when he was incomparably simple and honest. Later on, he turned into a deep and profound brother. Was he doing well? But in an instant, Qin Yu cleanly restrained his thoughts and focused his attention on the most critical point. Well informed, looking at Xu Sheng's back, a thoughtful light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. The chief steward was well aware that he no longer had a chance. If he played any more tricks, even if he was killed by Yarrowbin, he would have died in vain. Why? Didn't he see that Feng Changjing had died and this surname Yarrow was still alive and kicking? Although he didn't know the inside story, this didn't stop this old dog from smelling something dark. Like a bamboo tube, the chief steward handed over all of his wealth. He stuck out his skinny butt and lay on the ground, tears streaming down his face. He begged Grandmaster Yarrow to be merciful and give him a chance to live. When the other stewards saw this, they instantly understood that the situation was hopeless. How could they still dare to resist stubbornly? All of them knelt down neatly and sacrificed their wealth to save their lives. This transaction was slightly painful, but it was still very worth it. Xu Sheng opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But in the end, he cursed out loud. Couldn't these bastards have the slightest bit of backbone or hope for a fluke? You've made such a thorough confession without leaving me any leeway. How can I show myself in front of Grandmaster Yarrow? You bastards, you bastards. Tuba, Tutu, I'll leave this place to you. Qin Yu turned and walked away. Shu Sheng, come with me. Shu Sheng was overjoyed. He eagerly followed. There was an interrogation room in the dungeon. Qin Yu pushed open the door and walked in. As he looked around, surprise filled his eyes. This was because he was familiar with this place. In the past, he had almost been dismembered by Shu Sheng here. Behind him, Shu Sheng subconsciously shrank his neck, nearly crying. He thought to himself, why did you come here? Please don't be impulsive and kill me because of your past hatred. Master, I had eyes but failed to see in the past and offended you. Since then, I have been tormented by remorse every night. I know I was wrong, but I beg you to be magnanimous and not lower yourself to my level. I really. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. What was this all about? Shut up. I have something to ask you. Yarrow Bin instantly fell silent, a pitiful expression on his face. Qin Yu ignored him. Do you know of any methods in the Black Demon sect that can help a person obtain a very, very high status? Yarrow Bin blinked his eyes. How high are you talking about? Qin Yu said, very high. Yarrow Bin, there was no way to continue this conversation. Luckily, Qin Yu continued. So high that even the Black Demon sect's sect master has to respect them. Yarrow Bin sucked in a breath of cold air. His intuition told him that there was something here, something major. If he could help Grandmaster Yarrow solve this problem, he would definitely gain some points in his heart. If he could hold on to this thick thigh, it wouldn't be difficult for him to reach the peak of his life. But in the sect master was supreme and there was no one that could contend with his will. To obtain the sect master's respect, another interpretation was to become an existence on the same level as him. This was because in this world, only by being on the same level could there be respect. But this was impossible. Master, I do know a great deal of information about the sect, but if you want to stand on the same level as the sect master, this is impossible. Shu Sheng had a nervous expression. The demonic path places the greatest importance on hierarchy. The dignity of those at the top cannot be touched. This is especially true in the Black Demon sect, which is one of the 12 branches of the demonic path. If you want to stand on the same level as the sect master, there are only 3 paths you can take. The first is that you have strength that surpasses the sect master. The demonic path respects the strong, and if you are stronger then you will naturally obtain respect. The second is that you become a demonic path elder. According to convention, the rank of a demonic path elder is equal to that of a branch sect master. Seeing Qin Yu's complexion become increasingly gloomy, Shu Sheng gulped. The third is that Grandmaster becomes the sect master of the other demonic path branches. Shu Sheng paused, his eyes cloudy and uncertain. Qin Yu asked, what are you thinking of? Master, I remember a rumor in the sect. But I cannot judge whether it is true or not. Speak. Shu Sheng clenched his teeth. Not too long ago, Grandmaster and Jiang Taisho had a gambling match to detoxify poison. Do you remember the sealed pagoda that sealed countless poisons? Qin Yu lightly said, of course I remember. His eyes flashed. Could it be that the sealed pagoda? Shu Sheng nodded. That's right. A long, long time ago, the demonic path originally had 13 branches, but now only 12 remain. The one that disappeared was the strange and terrifying myriad poison sect. In the rumors, the sealed pagoda is the most precious inherited treasure of the myriad poison sect. As long as anyone can reach the end of the sealed pagoda, they can obtain its recognition and re-establish the myriad poison sect. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. In other words, as long as I become the master of the sealed pagoda, that is the same as becoming the master of the myriad poison sect. I will be able to stand on equal footing with Tai Qianqiu. In theory, that is indeed the case. But the myriad poison sect has perished for a long time and the 12 subordinate branches of the demonic path have stabilized themselves. I fear that they do not wish to see the myriad poison sect reappear. Moreover, the poisons in the sealed pagoda are incomparably terrifying. Master, you should be well aware that completing the master recognition of the sealed pagoda is far too dangerous. Shu Sheng cautiously said. He had just risen from the ashes of a serf. He didn't want his backer to inexplicably play him to death. Thinking of this, Shu Sheng suddenly felt deep regret. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have mentioned the sealed pagoda. What could he do now? Chapter 476. The chief elder was well aware that if something happened to Yarrow Bin again, he would surely be beaten up miserably by the enraged sect master. Thus, the degree to which he monitored Qin Yu was so strict that it made one's hair stand on end. At the start, the Punishment Division's black-robed cultivators tried to hide their actions, but they soon discovered that this was futile. It was unknown how they asked for instructions, but they soon became brazen. Thus, when Qin Yu aimlessly walked through the Black Demon Sect's entrance, behind him, to the left, to the right, there would always be a trail of black clothes passing by. The chief elder frowned. Yarrow Bin is wandering around the entrance. Yes. This subordinate still cannot see what Grandmaster Yarrow's goal is. The chief elder's eyes were dark and uncertain. Keep a close eye on him. Report back at any time. The Punishment Division cultivators bowed and left. The chief elder's complexion was ice cold. Although he wasn't afraid that Yarrow Bin would play any tricks in the sect, he still felt uneasy in his heart. He clenched his teeth, his voice like a bone-chilling wind. Yarrow Bin, I want to see just what you can do. The blue stone path was nearly covered by the branches and leaves on both sides. There was a thick layer of leaves on the ground. It seemed that very few people passed through here. Qin Yu looked around several times. He turned and walked down the path. When he emerged from the other end, his black robes were covered in dried leaves. It wasn't here. He stood where he was for a moment. He felt as if his thoughts had wandered into the wrong place. Shu Sheng had only said that the sealed pagoda was in the Black Demon Sect. Since no one knew what it was, there was no need for it to be hidden. Like a bolt of lightning, Qin Yu suddenly felt something in his heart. He looked up. This was a small square surrounded by lush trees. There were many Black Demon Sect cultivators under the shade of the trees. Some were lazily sitting down, enjoying the scenery, some had their eyes closed in meditation, and some were walking back and forth on the dried leaves. He was a bit surprised. This was because there were very few cultivators that indulged themselves and didn't waste their lives cultivating. In other words, this was an extremely rare sight. What Qin Yu didn't know was that this small square was extremely famous in the Black Demon Sect. This was because it seemed to contain some sort of invisible strength that could help cultivators break through their shackles. Over the countless years, there were many cultivators that made breakthroughs in this small square. Although it wasn't much when placed in the massive population, everyone still thought that they might be the next lucky person. Thus, every time his cultivation wasn't going smoothly, there would always be people who would come here. This was what led to the situation Qin Yu saw today. Of course, Qin Yu didn't pay too much attention to these things today. His eyes slowly swept over the small square. The slightly damaged floor tiles, the fallen leaves piled up in the corner, the flourishing grass and trees around, and the small white tower that was about 3 to 4 meters tall at the edge of the square, half of its body covered by vines. Everything was normal. Qin Yu stopped at the edge of the square and carefully looked at it. Then, he sighed with emotion. The sealed pagoda really was a pagoda. What seemed like a useless statement was actually an indescribable shock when he saw this beautiful little white pagoda that was wrapped in lush green vines and hidden deep within the branches. The white tip of the pagoda was washed clean by the rain. Under the sunlight, it reflected a hazy halo, pure and white. Perhaps it was because he knew that a poison that could cause a catastrophe was sealed within it. That was why he found it hard to accept that it was harmless at this moment. Qin Yu stood beneath the pagoda, his eyes full of praise. This was truly worthy of being the legendary inheritance treasure of the Myriad Poison Sect. It was only when he arrived at the square that he sensed an unusual aura. And this feeling was because of the soul-summoning bell in his soul space. By himself, even if he stood in front of the sealed pagoda, he still wouldn't be able to discover anything. On the edge of the small square, several Punishment Division cultivators looked left and right, but they didn't find anything wrong. But, the order they received was to report to their superiors at any time, so this matter soon entered the ears of the chief elder. In the long corridor, the dignified chief elder immediately turned green as he heard where Qin Yu was. The sealed pagoda was one of the Black Demon Sect's greatest secrets. The number of people that had the qualifications to know everything could be counted on one hand. As the sect's chief elder, a high-level character second only to the sect master, he naturally knew of this matter. If it was said that Qin Yu just happened to be walking around today and also happened to be standing in front of the sealed pagoda, then that was far too much of a fucking coincidence. In the blink of an eye, the chief elder recalled everything that had happened. It was clear that Yarrow Bin didn't want to be manipulated by the sect master and wanted to resist through the sealed pagoda. What a madman! The Black Demon sect had obtained the sealed pagoda for tens of thousands of years. They clearly knew that it was a peak supreme treasure and also represented the status of the 13th branch of the demonic path, so why hadn't they tried? But there had never been a single time when there was even the slightest hope of success. Everyone that had tried to subdue the sealed pagoda had ultimately been destroyed by the poison. No, if Yarrow Bin wanted to die, then he couldn't do anything about it. But now was not the time, otherwise the sect master would send him to hell and bury him along with Yarrow Bin. You bastard! With a roar, the ground beneath the chief elder collapsed and the long corridor was instantly blown apart. His figure shot into the skies, leaving behind a stunned punishment division cultivator. He didn't know what had happened, but his lips soon began to shiver. If the chief elder lost his composure like this, then there was absolutely something major that had occurred. Within the punishment division, the shrill sound of alarms spread out in all directions. Small square. Grandmaster Yarrow could be said to be the most famous character in the Black Demon sect right now. First, he killed Feng Changjing and then he trampled over the veteran powerhouse elder Tian Zhen. And, most importantly, he was still safe and sound up until now. This was extremely terrifying. The Black Demon sect cultivator who first discovered Qin Yu stepping into the small square had his jaw drop open. His mind buzzed and all of the enlightenment he had felt just now instantly vanished without a trace. But at this time, he didn't have any thoughts of being angry. There was only one thought in his mind: was it too late for him to run away now? This surname Yarrow was currently an evil star. He had heard that the dungeon had already suffered a calamity. Looking at those black-hearted and merciless dungeon stewards, he could imagine just what sort of inhumane torture they had experienced. Now that Yarrow Bin had appeared in the small square, it was clear that he was about to stir up trouble. Whoever wanted to stay here was a bastard. But the key question was, if he left first, would this surname Yarrow bear a grudge against him? It was rumored that this person was narrow-minded and vengeful. Once someone bore a grudge against him, they feared they would die a miserable death. Because of these thoughts, more and more cultivators discovered Qin Yu standing in front of the small white pagoda. Their eyes were wide with panic, but their feet seemed to take root and they didn't dare to move at all. What nonsense! If no one else moved and I left by myself, it would be hard not to be remembered. Suddenly, the sound of breaking air echoed out from the distance. Before he arrived, strong winds were stirred up as he flew, sweeping through the entire square. Yarrow Bin! His shout was filled with anger. The aura of a superior being seemed to press down on one's chest, making it hard for one to breathe. The chief elder's figure landed in the small square. Countless Black Demon sect cultivators nearly cried out in the wind. Fuck! Even the chief elder had appeared this time. This matter definitely wasn't small. Damn, please don't implicate me. Qin Yu turned around. Chief, what is the meaning of this? The chief elder nearly gnashed his teeth. Yarrow Bin, you must think this through. There are some things that once you start, you can't turn back. He took a deep breath and slowed down his voice. You are still young and have plenty of time to squander, so why bother with this moment? Qin Yu smiled. What is the chief elder saying? I don't understand. The chief elder roared, you stubborn fool. Hurry and come back. You are seeking death. Qin Yu was suddenly enlightened. So the chief elder was referring to this small pagoda. I was only curious as to how something like the sealed pagoda could appear so harmless. I stopped to take a few more glances. Chief elder, there is no need to worry. In the small square, all of the panic-stricken Black Demon sect cultivators heard these words. They nearly stopped breathing. Sealed pagoda. Oh my mother. At this time, how could they care about anything else? If they stayed here any longer, that was the same as seeking death. Whoosh, whoosh. The Black Demon sect cultivators moved like rabbits as they fled from the small square. But before they could escape, a dense crowd of punishment department cultivators appeared in front of them. Blue veins popped up on the chief elder's forehead. Capture everyone. Do not let a single one escape. The sealed pagoda was a legend within the Black Demon sect. Although everyone knew that the sect had such a terrifying treasure, just what was it? Where was it? This had always been a secret. But now, this secret had almost been completely exposed by Qin Yu. The chief elder was enraged, but his heart couldn't help but sink. Yarrow Bin's attitude wasn't good at all. When the punishment department's people moved, everyone in the small square didn't dare to say a single word of nonsense. They obediently allowed themselves to be captured and escorted away. However, tears were already flowing down their hearts. If a stone fell from the sky, it just had to hit my head. This was probably how these people felt right now, feeling aggrieved and helpless. The chief elder took a deep breath and coldly said, Yarrow Bin, I don't know where you obtained this information from, but since everyone is well aware of it, then let's be frank. I will give you some data. For the last tens of thousands of years, the sealed pagoda has remained in the Black Demon sect. According to the complete records, the sect has carried out a total of 137 attempts. Of those who tried, the strongest were peak blue seas and over 30 alchemy experts. As for the others, they all had their own brilliant points. What they all had in common was their astonishing divine sense and tyrannical mortal bodies. Some of them even awakened powerful bloodlines. But without exception, all of these people failed and died miserable deaths. Thus, in these past years, the Black Demon sect has stopped trying. Ask yourself, can you be stronger than the 137 people that my Black Demon sect has chosen over the last tens of thousands of years? If you want the sealed pagoda to recognize you as its master, that is an absolute certainty of death. Yarrow Bin, is it really worth it for you to participate in the Demon Ascension Gate? Qin Yu was silent for a moment. Chief, your words are clear. But, I still want to try. The chief elder roared, you are courting death. His eyes were cold and gloomy. Don't forget, this is the Black Demon sect. What I don't allow, you cannot do. Qin Yu nodded. The chief elder is right. But, I have noticed something. From the moment you arrived until now, no matter how angry or irritated you are, you haven't taken even half a step forwards. It seems as if there is an invisible barrier around you in this small square. My guess is that this might be related to the sealed pagoda in front of us. What do you think? The chief elder's pupils shrank. He tried his best not to reveal a shocked expression. But, he was well aware that his stiff expression already explained everything. Qin Yu smiled. Indeed, my guess is correct. The sealed pagoda was the 13th branch of the demonic path, the inheritance treasure of the myriad poison sect. Its highest standard was clearly to select a qualified master and re-establish the myriad poison sect. Although he didn't know why the sealed pagoda would appear in the Black Demon sect, it was clear that the Black Demon sect only had the right to preserve it. If someone tried to recognize a master, then whether they failed or not, this was a situation that the sealed pagoda was willing to see. If they tried to stop them, that would violate the highest standard of the sealed pagoda. The truth was that after saying so much, he had to thank the soul summoning bell in his soul space. Through it, Qin Yu could feel the faint fluctuations of the sealed pagoda's aura. These fluctuations indicated that the sealed pagoda was observing him. In addition to the chief elder's actions, this was what allowed Qin Yu to make his previous judgment. Now, it seemed that his judgment was correct. As long as he stood beneath the sealed pagoda, there was no one that could stop him from attempting to recognize a master. A sealed pagoda going crazy was not a situation that the Black Demon sect wished to see. Just as the chief elder was about to speak, he was interrupted by someone. Yarrow Bin, you are indeed smart. But, smart people are often too confident. And when they are overconfident, they will die. Tai Chenchio's figure appeared. His expression was like that of an ancient well. But, as long as one was in a high position, they would be able to maintain a calm demeanor. Perhaps at this time, he wished that he could tear Qin Yu to pieces and then boil him in oil. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Greetings, Sect Master. He stood up, a helpless expression on his face. I am well aware of how terrifying the sealed pagoda is. If I had any other choice, I wouldn't be willing to take such a risk. But I must participate in the demon ascension gate. If the sect master doesn't allow it, then I can only resort to this method. Tai Qianqiu had a faint expression. Is the promise that I made to you not worth 100 years of time? Qin Yu said, perhaps in the eyes of others, the sect master is extremely benevolent, but I am not willing. Tai Qianqiu was silent for a long time. Grandmaster Yarrow, everything can be discussed. If you wish to participate in the demon ascension gate, then it isn't necessarily impossible for me to allow it. How about we sit down and talk? Qin Yu shook his head. I do not trust the sect master. With these words, it was impossible to persuade him otherwise. The chief elder was enraged. Yarrow Bin, don't be too insolent. Do you really think that the Black Demon sect can't do anything to you? Qin Yu seriously thought about it. Perhaps there is, but it will be very troublesome to use such methods. Moreover, there might even be serious consequences. You. The chief elder's face flushed red. Tai Qianqiu's voice was cold. It seems that Grandmaster Yarrow has already made up his mind. Since that is the case, I will no longer try to persuade you. But I must remind Grandmaster that if you feel that something is wrong, immediately withdraw. I might be able to protect your life. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Thank you, Sect Master. He turned and stepped forwards. With the sealed pagoda in front of him, ripples appeared in space. It was like an invisible gate had opened and Qin Yu's figure submerged within. The chief elder bowed. Sect Master, please punish me. Tai Qianqiu coldly sneered. If Yarrow Bin dies, I will. He looked at the sealed pagoda, his eyes gloomy. But in this gloominess, there was also a bit of hesitation. Yarrow Bin's cultivation was tyrannical and he also knew just how dangerous the sealed pagoda was. Yet, he still insisted on trying in this situation. Could it be that he was truly confident? But how was this possible? As for what the situation within the sealed pagoda was like, after the myriad poison sect was destroyed, no one knew. This was because anyone that entered afterwards and attempted to complete the process of recognizing a master had all perished within. Qin Yu frowned. He swept his eyes around, not relaxing his guard at all because of the little blue lamp's existence. The little blue lamp possessed a tyrannical immunity to poison, but it couldn't help Qin Yu resist other attacks. The myriad poison sect's supreme treasure likely possessed more than just poison. A dusky world entered his field of vision. Countless masses of air floated in the air, and they were so quiet that they seemed like numerous enormous bubbles, giving off a dreamlike feeling. The deathly silence within the sealed pagoda wasn't beyond Qin Yu's expectations. But it was a bit too quiet. Before this thought fell, a gust of wind suddenly blew up in this dusky world. Countless masses of air floated in the air, as if they were weightless. The closest mass of air approached. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Yu didn't dodge. If there was something strange in the world of the sealed pagoda, then it was clearly these masses of air. He might as well give it a try and see just what was hidden within. Taking a step back, he was at the outermost periphery of the sealed pagoda. Even if it was dangerous, it shouldn't be fatal. Puff, the moment it touched Qin Yu, the mass of air dispersed, flowing through his pores and fusing into his body. Qin Yu closed his eyes. A faint layer of black energy appeared on his face, slowly wriggling like a living creature. But soon, this layer of black gas quickly melted away like snow under the scorching sun. Qin Yu opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing within them. It really was poison. If his senses weren't wrong, this should be a type of poison called questioning heart. It could cause a cultivator's mind to fall into chaos, causing them to fall into an illusion that they couldn't extricate themselves from, eventually leading to cultivation deviation. This poison was tyrannical, but it couldn't be considered too dangerous. Even without the little blue lamp, Qin Yu could resolve it on his own. But it couldn't be forgotten that this was only the edge of the sealed pagoda. Moreover, there were so many similar masses of air in front of him that it was impossible to count them all. If it were anyone else, these moving bubbles would be enough to make it difficult for them to even take a single step forward. He tried several more times. Without exception, all of them were poisons. Qin Yu smiled. Since he had determined that these masses of air were poisons, then this seemingly terrifying road ahead of him was actually smooth and level. Sure, Qin Yu's figure moved. Without dodging at all, he howled forwards. All of the masses of air that he touched fused into his body. There was so much poison, and the toxicity was so complex and fierce that it surpassed his imagination. But as these poisons drilled into Qin Yu's body, all of their arrogance disappeared and they turned into docile lambs. They were imprisoned by an invisible strength and continuously poured into Qin Yu's right index finger, causing his fingertip to shine with a warm light and emit a halo of light. Small square. Tai Qianqiu was as silent as a stone. He walked in front of the sealed pagoda. Now that Qin Yu had entered and the master recognition test had begun, he wouldn't be rejected by the treasure if he approached. With a flick of his sleeves, strong winds stirred up in the void. All of the vines were instantly stripped away, revealing the complete appearance of the sealed pagoda. The vines that had wrapped around the sealed pagoda for an unknown amount of time had shed countless leaves, but none of them were able to leave a single mark on the surface of the sealed pagoda. Now that it was exposed to the sunlight, the entire sealed pagoda began to shimmer. In the pure white light, a black dot appeared at the very bottom of the sealed pagoda. Chapter 477. The chief elder's eyelids jumped up. Sovereign, there is no need to worry. Even if Yarobin has some methods, how can he possibly subdue the sealed pagoda? Once he has tasted the bitterness of the sealed pagoda, he will naturally beg you to rescue him. Before he finished speaking, his breath caught in his throat. His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. The black dot at the very bottom of the sealed pagoda suddenly began to move upwards. Although it was incomparably slow, this so-called slow referred to something that could be seen with the naked eye. Whether it was Tai Qianqiu or the chief elder, both of them were absolute high-level figures of the Black Demon sect. They had sufficient status and were aware of all the attempts the Black Demon sect had made to the sealed pagoda for the last tens of thousands of years. They naturally understood just what sort of astonishing truth this scene represented. Of the 137 recorded attempts, even the one with the highest cultivation, the peak blue sea old ancestor whose lifespan was nearing its end, or the one that the sect had coincidentally found 20,000 years ago, the one with the pure body that was said to be impervious to all poisons, could only reach the middle layer of the sealed pagoda. Moreover, one of them had used 24 days, while the other had used 17 days. Compared to Yarobin, the gap between them was simply terrifying. With this speed, he might be able to reach the middle level of the sealed pagoda in less than 2 hours, right? Tai Qianqiu took a deep breath. He had a feeling that from this moment onward, the entire matter had completely escaped his control. More and more masses of air floated in the air. As Qin Yu rapidly moved forwards, they seemed to feel some sort of provocation and also seemed to be attracted to him. They gathered from all directions on their own initiative, submerging Qin Yu's figure like a poisonous storm. More and more poisons appeared and became even more terrifying. But no matter how much they ravaged Qin Yu's path, they couldn't stop him at all, much less kill him. After an unknown period of time, the mass of toxic gas that crazily rushed towards Qin Yu vanished without any warning. The hazy grey world in front of him was clean and empty, as if everything that had just occurred had been nothing but an illusion. He lifted his right hand and looked at his shining index finger. He was well aware that everything that happened was reality. Did he pass? Qin Yu looked up at the gloomy skies above him and slowly shook his head. Things were probably not that simple. Although these poisons were terrifying, as long as one was strong enough and had powerful means, it was still possible to deal with them. The Black Demon sect had spent tens of thousands of years and still hadn't been able to make the sealed pagoda recognize him as its master. How could Qin Yu dare to underestimate it in the least? Suddenly, a corner of Qin Yu's black robes rose up. He looked up into the distance and saw a black line that connected the heavens and earth. Qin Yu's pupils shrank and a dignified expression crossed his face. He thought to himself, "It's coming." The black line at the end of his field of vision quickly grew thicker and larger, approaching at an astonishing speed. Along with it came an earth-shattering roar. He was close. He was close. Finally, they could clearly see that within this hurricane, there was a giant face. Its eyes surged with a green light and its mouth spat out blood-red flames. Its face twisted as it constantly rotted and regenerated. Intruders, die. With a roar, the face stretched out from the hurricane and ruthlessly swallowed at Qin Yu. From the wide-open mouth, one could see that the inside of it was scarlet red, as if there was magma burning deep underground. Qin Yu looked up. His black robes fluttered about him as he nervously opened his mouth and stepped forwards. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, his entire person was like a tiny pebble that scuttled into the huge mouth. The face returned to the hurricane. Its mouth wriggled as if it were chewing and swallowing. But soon, it emitted a shrill howl. The hurricane instantly went berserk. As it crazily spun, countless poisons were sucked into the giant face. But this wasn't able to save anything. The face constantly collapsed and collapsed. It tried to repair itself, but it couldn't make up for the terrifying swallowing power that erupted from within. With a cry of despair, the face completely shattered. Then, in several breaths of time, the entire hurricane vanished without a trace. Qin Yu's figure appeared in midair. As he looked at the empty world around him, his eyes flashed. The small square was deathly silent. Although they were somewhat mentally prepared for Yarobin's strength, as they watched helplessly as he broke into the middle level of the sealed pagoda in less than an hour, the several people that had the qualifications to come here all felt their minds go blank. Gulp, it was unknown just who gulped, but it was particularly grating in this absolute silence. The chief elder blinked his eyes with difficulty. He stubbornly stared at the black dot that entered the middle of the sealed pagoda. After a long time, he couldn't help but admit that this wasn't an illusion. But how was this possible? Tai Qianqiu had a complex look in his eyes. The sealed pagoda had been left in the Black Demon sect for tens of thousands of years. According to the agreement, they were only its guardians. But as time passed, any Black Demon sect cultivator that had the qualifications to know the truth about the sealed pagoda naturally regarded it as a treasure that belonged to the sect. But now, perhaps its true master had appeared. In front of Qin Yu was a vast sea. The sea was boundless and endless. Waves tumbled towards the shore. However, the seawater in front of him was a deathly grey, similar to the sky. Just looking at it made one feel fear. The second level of the sealed pagoda was the sea of poison. The entire sea was composed of countless poisons. Every drop of seawater contained poison that was enough to annihilate thousands of lives. Qin Yu had tried other methods to cross the sea. For instance, flying or using a boat. But reality proved that he had been thinking too much. This sea could only be crossed by the mortal body. Only by withstanding the corrosion of the poison could one be considered to have passed. Even though Qin Yu had regarded poisons as nothing for these past years, he still felt weak in the face of this sea of poison. Little blue lamp, everything will depend on you. You must give it your all. Putong with a leap, Qin Yu was like a giant black fish that swam into the grey sea. He swung his tail and swam deep into the sea. The poisons contained within the sea of poison were strange and terrifying. They didn't corrode the body, but directly corroded and destroyed it. In simpler terms, the sea of poison was an incomparably massive sea filled with highly concentrated sulfuric acid. Even though Qin Yu's demon body had reached the monarch step, he still suffered a great deal. His hair and the surface of his skin were instantly corroded away. Luckily, he saw that the situation was far from good and hid the demon god armor within his body. Otherwise, this treasure armor that matched the demon body and he didn't know how to use would have been completely destroyed. However, the corrosion of the poison could only last for a brief moment before it was suppressed by the little blue lamp. Then, the terrifying abilities of the demon body would appear once more and he would be restored to his original state. Then, he would be corroded again and restored again, a samsara cycle. With the power of the demon body, this degree of minor damage wouldn't cause too much damage even if it were repeated 10,000 times. But, the crux of the matter was that every time he was corroded and restored, it was a painful torture for Qin Yu. Although he couldn't personally experience this sort of pain, he could roughly imagine it. His entire body's skin was instantly peeled off, and then in the next second, after it had fully regenerated, it would be peeled off a second time, a third time, a fourth time. It was simply horrifying. No matter how firm Qin Yu's will was, under the endless onslaught of pain, he couldn't help but fall into a trance and confusion. Luckily, every time his consciousness was about to sink into oblivion, the soul-summoning bell would send out a fluctuation that pulled him back. It was like 10,000 years had passed. When a terrifying explosion rang out, Qin Yu was stunned for several breaths of time before he managed to regain his composure. Then, he discovered that he had unknowingly arrived at some lonely island in the middle of the sea. He didn't have time to think about why there would be an island in the sea of poison. Qin Yu rushed out from the seawater, his flesh and blood rapidly growing back. After several breaths of time, his black hair hung down to his shoulders. With a thought, the demon god armor appeared, no different from before. But only Qin Yu knew just how long and terrifying the pain of being peeled off was. He looked at the endless sea behind him, fear in his eyes. At this time, there was another loud explosion. Qin Yu fiercely turned and looked deep into the sea. A black line appeared in his line of sight. It looked like a continent floating in the sea. Since the island had appeared, it was normal for there to be a continent. Qin Yu didn't dwell on this matter. He stared at the continent. The loud explosion came from there. Qin Yu's intuition told him that this distant continent was the key to the sealed pagoda recognizing him as its master, but he really didn't want to experience the pain of being corroded by the seawater again. After a few hopeless attempts, Qin Yu was pleasantly surprised to discover that the restrictive power of the Sea of Poison had greatly weakened. He could just barely fly. Whoosh! A beam of light shot out from the island and shakily flew towards the continent. The closer he got to the continent, the weaker the restrictive power became. Qin Yu's speed increased along with it. Soon, the true appearance of this continent in the depths of the Sea of Poison was completely revealed to Qin Yu. His eyes widened, and he was shocked. Black continent, black mountain peaks, black plants, this was a world formed entirely from darkness. But this wasn't the strangest thing. What was the most unbelievable was that this entire continent in the depths of the Sea of Poison was wrapped in a faint layer of light. This layer of light was like a cracked egg. Its surface was covered with cracks and there were even some places that had been damaged. Suddenly, atop the black continent, a volcano erupted. Billowing black flames and black smoke rushed into the skies, condensing into a fierce skeleton. This skeleton fiercely waved the black bone spear in its hands and thrust it into the layer of light outside. Qin Yu watched as the layer of light trembled and cracks appeared where it struck. He finally understood where that loud explosion came from. The skeleton shattered, disintegrating into endless black smoke that fell to the ground and fused into it. The erupting volcano suddenly wriggled. Like a mouth, it emitted an excited roar. Your strength is about to be exhausted. I will soon come out. The layer of light was silent. But faint traces of light gathered along the cracked surface, forming an arrow of light that ruthlessly shot into the volcano's mouth. The ground violently shook and the entire volcano of fire instantly disintegrated. Pained roars mixed with wild laughter echoed out from deep beneath the earth. When I escape, I will use the deaths of trillions of lives as a sacrifice. The shattered earth wriggled and rapidly restored itself. The layer of light returned to silence, but the originally weak light became even dimmer. As Qin Yu was shocked by the scene before him, faint traces of light suddenly appeared, condensing into a figure of light. Even if it was only 1,000 years earlier, I would still be overjoyed at your arrival. But it is already too late. The figure's face was blurry and its voice was neutral. But one could clearly feel the exhaustion and helplessness in every syllable. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. You are, the figure of light said, the spirit of the sealed pagoda. Qin Yu looked at the continent. Then what is it? The figure of light faintly said, the spirit of poison. A mistake that shouldn't have existed. After a pause, it continued, the myriad poison sect was destroyed because of it. I have bitterly endured for tens of thousands of years, but in the end, I cannot escape collapse. When it leaves the sealed pagoda, it will become the source of calamity for the world. Trillions of lives will die because of it. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have touched upon some incredible secret. But now wasn't the time to be gossiping. What can I do? You can't do anything. I originally thought that those that could rush here should have enough strength. If they cooperated with me, then there might be a 30 to 40% chance of success, but now. Before the figure of light finished speaking, a hint of disappointment flowed out. Qin Yu wasn't angry at being underestimated at all. This was because he had to admit that the spirit of the sealed pagoda and the spirit of poison both possessed the strength to absolutely roll over him. Leave. Tell the people of the Black Demon sect to immediately relocate their sect. Evacuate all life within a radius of 10 million miles. I won't be able to last much longer. Wait. Qin Yu decisively said, do you think that the Black Demon sect will obediently abandon their sect that they have managed for countless years and relocate because of a few words from me? Even if they are willing, can all life within a radius of 10 million miles really be evacuated? I fear that in the end, it will still be a catastrophe. The figure of light fell silent. I have already tried my best. Qin Yu loudly said, perhaps you should let me try. You have no chance. I naturally have my reasons for being able to arrive here. The figure of light shook its head. If you step in, the spirit of poison will seize your body and use your mortal body to escape my suppression. The reason it has been trapped for so long is because its main body is too large, thus it can't escape. Qin Yu earnestly said, even if I don't go in, how long can you last? 10 years or 100 years? This is only a short period of time, so why not let me try? Believe me, I really don't fear the spirit of poison. On the blurry face of the figure of light, a pair of eyes suddenly brightened. It looked at Qin Yu for a moment and then said, okay. This time, Qin Yu was stunned. Although he knew it was stupid to ask this, he still couldn't help it. Can you tell me why? You changed your mind so easily. The figure of light lightly said, my previous master told me that there are no idiots in this world, especially cultivators with profound strength. For you to reach Blue Sea at such a young age, you should be smart. And smart people often won't seek their own death, unless they are too smart. These words were a bit familiar. Qin Yu rubbed his nose. Don't worry. You will soon discover that believing in me is the best decision you have ever made. I hope so. The figure of light had a deep gaze. I wish you good luck. Shua. Chapter 478. 10 years, 100 years. The light figure bitterly smiled. It looked at the black figure falling to the ground. I originally wanted to save your life, but since you are willing to sacrifice yourself, I will help you. Let's fight for that nearly non-existent hope. Strong winds rushed into Qin Yu's face, pouring into his nose and mouth. He cursed inwardly and quickly adjusted his posture. Then, he came into intimate contact with the black land. With a loud explosion, the ground collapsed and countless cracks spread out. Qin Yu stood at the bottom of the pit, his entire body numb. It took him a great deal of effort to suppress the tumbling desire in his chest and the desire to vomit blood. This black continent was actually pulling him down on its own initiative. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that after he passed through the layer of light, his cultivation had entered a frozen state. If it weren't for the demon body being sufficiently powerful, anyone else would have turned into a pile of minced meat. But even if he didn't die now, what followed would be far from good. Without his cultivation, all that was left was his mortal body. Qin Yu's complexion changed. This was because he discovered that his feet seemed to be locked to the ground. Did you discover that you can't move at all? Are you feeling fear and despair? At the edge of the pit, the black liquid condensed into a figure. This figure had handsome features and a devilish look in his eyes. He stared at Qin Yu with interest. Qin Yu was panic-stricken. You, who are you? The handsome spirit of poison laughed frivolously. Stop pretending. If you didn't have the permission of that fellow outside, someone as insignificant as you wouldn't be able to come here. His eyes flashed. What secrets are you hiding on your body? Could it be that fellow outside thinks you can harm me? Qin Yu's complexion paled. I never thought that my disguise would be seen through by you. If you know what's good for you, then hurry up and let me go. Otherwise you won't be able to bear the consequences. The spirit of poison was stunned. He didn't think that his casual bluff would actually cause him to speak the truth. But as he looked at Qin Yu several more times, he couldn't help but laugh. This boy's expression wasn't bad, but the corners of his eyes were clearly twitching. His tense body and feigned fierce eyes were full of holes. He lifted a hand and black liquid flowed between his fingers. "Tell me the truth. Otherwise, do you believe me when I say that the moment my hand falls, you will immediately dissolve into a pile of meat paste?" His fingers slowly approached. Qin Yu's eyes twitched even more and he suddenly cried out in panic, "No. Don't kill me. I was just walking when I suddenly came here. I don't even know where I am." The spirit of poison frowned. He thought for a moment and then coldly sneered, "I don't care where you came from. Since you've come here, then stay here and wait for death. I don't want to waste my strength on you." He took a step backwards and his body melted into the earth, vanishing from sight. Qin Yu's tense body relaxed and he gasped for breath. His eyes swept around in a daze, as if he wanted to cry but had no tears. Of course, all of this was a disguise. This was because from the very first glance, Qin Yu discovered that this seemingly cruel and crazy spirit of poison was actually extremely difficult to deal with. What happened next confirmed his conjecture. This fellow was cunning and strange. He obviously desired to possess his body and obtain a chance to escape, but he was actually able to suppress his desire. However, the spirit of poison was still tempted. Otherwise, he could have just killed Qin Yu directly. Why would he leave him here to fend for himself? Clearly, it still had its doubts and was still observing. Since he was sure that the spirit of poison was secretly spying on him through some unknown method, Qin Yu naturally had to put on a complete act. Thus, he panicked and restless. He tried countless methods to escape, but he still couldn't break free from the imprisonment of the Black Earth. When he discovered that faint traces of poison had begun to drill into his body, his face was filled with panic and despair. Qin Yu couldn't help but praise himself. After struggling for a long time, he finally couldn't hold on any longer. His eyes dimmed and he slumped to the ground, as if he had accepted his fate and waited for death to arrive. During this entire process, it wasn't just the spirit of poison that was secretly observing, but also the spirit of the sealed pagoda above him. The light phantom seemed to arch an eyebrow, a strange look in its eyes. But it couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. Perhaps he really could succeed. The black dot on the sealed pagoda had already rushed through the central region and arrived near the tip. But just as it was about to enter the tip, it finally came to a stop. The small square was filled with the sound of exhalation. It had been such a long time, and even though there were only several people, it gave off a surging feeling. But at this time, no one had the mind to care about this at all. They rubbed their sore eyes, their hearts filled with apprehension. Without accident, Yarrow Bin should be undergoing the final test right now. If he succeeded, he would become the master of the sealed pagoda. The 13th branch of the demonic path, the Myriad Poison sect, would be re-established and he would become one of the strongest powerhouses in the world. In terms of their hearts, whether it was because of the dark side of human nature or because the treasures belonged to the Black Demon sect, none of them hoped that Yarrow Bin would succeed. But these thoughts lingered in their hearts, they couldn't say them out loud. This was because everyone was well aware that the sect master needed to borrow Yarrow Bin's hand to resolve the hidden dangers in his body. If he failed in the process of recognizing a master, all that awaited him was death. This was a result that the sect master didn't want to see. Tai Qianqiu was expressionless, but deep in his heart, he was shaking. From the moment Yarrow Bin entered the sealed pagoda, he had felt that things had spiraled out of his control. But, as he watched helplessly on as Yarrow Bin rushed all the way to the peak of the sealed pagoda, he still found it hard to believe. Before, Tai Qianqiu only had a 50% chance that Yarrow Bin would be able to resolve his hidden dangers. But now, after witnessing Yarrow Bin's strength, he was at least 80% sure he would succeed. He suddenly felt a bit of regret. Perhaps if his methods had been a bit gentler and he hadn't forced Yarrow Bin too much, things wouldn't have reached this step. But now, it was clearly too late. Looking at the peak of the sealed pagoda and the black dot that had stopped for a long time, Tai Qianqiu had an incomparably complex look in his eyes. Should he hope that Yarrow Bin would succeed or fail? The spirit of poison was certain that the human that had rushed in had been completely corroded by poison. His aura was weakening and his life fluctuations were becoming increasingly low. Without accident, he would soon die. Then, his body would rot and dissolve before being absorbed by the earth, becoming a part of his body. But this wasn't a result that he wanted to see. Since many years ago, the spirit of the sealed pagoda had been in a half-dead state. But even now, it was still perfectly fine, still suppressing the spirit of poison. The spirit of poison knew that there would be a day when he would be able to escape. But he wasn't sure when that day would come. Since the birth of his will, tens of thousands of years had passed. After being imprisoned for such a long time, the spirit of poison's heart had grown increasingly cruel. The spirit of poison's desire for freedom had already surpassed everything else. But he was still cautious and chose to temporarily wait and see. This was because in the spirit of poison's understanding, there had never been a single flaw in the sealed pagoda that he could use. But now, the spirit of poison was well aware that he had to make a decision. Should he watch this human die, or should he immediately seize his body and rush out of the imprisonment of the sealed pagoda? At the bottom of the pit, Qin Yu was barely breathing. His soul space was completely clean, without a single trace of poison able to corrode it. As for his mortal body, he only needed a single thought to swallow up all the poison. With the powerful regenerative abilities of the demon body, he would soon be able to recover. So, although this situation seemed terrifying, the truth was that it didn't harm Qin Yu too much. He was waiting for the spirit of poison to seize his body. Without warning, a black liquid gushed out from the bottom of the pit, instantly submerging Qin Yu. Endless black energy crazily seeped into Qin Yu's body. The seizing had begun. In the end, the spirit of poison wasn't able to suppress the desire for freedom in his heart. Moreover, he couldn't feel any threatening aura from this dying human. Perhaps the spirit of the sealed pagoda had prepared some scheme, but the spirit of poison didn't fear it. One was like the sun high in the sky and the other was like a dying sun. The disparity between the two wasn't something that could be filled with schemes. Thus, the spirit of poison attacked. Once he started, he wouldn't look back. He wanted to complete control of this mortal body in the shortest time possible and then use his absolute strength to crush the sealed pagoda's scheme. Everything proceeded smoothly. This mortal body was filled with poison and was extremely suitable for the spirit of poison to fuse with. The aura of the soul was incomparably weak, like a candle flickering in the cold winter wind, about to be extinguished in the next moment. The spirit of poison smiled. This was normal. Even if he didn't deliberately target it, the aura of poison was enough to cause a life soul to wither and die. In that case, it would send this lowly, pitiful, and innocent human to death. It would devour his soul and obtain some of his memories. Only then would it be able to perfectly control this fleshly body and walk under the sun in the outside world. Sun, this familiar yet strange word had tumbled through the spirit of poison's heart countless times. Now, he finally had the chance to bathe in it. It would surely be extremely warm. A black aura surged into his soul space. Then, in the next moment, an icy cold arrived without warning. The spirit of poison's eyes widened, filled with panic and disbelief. All of his strength had been thoroughly suppressed at this moment. This was impossible. Sure, at the bottom of the pit, Qin Yu opened his eyes and smiled. Nothing is impossible. He stretched out his arms. Since I've invited you to enter my trap, then let's begin. Cracks appeared in the void before collapsing inwards. The phantom of the little blue lamp arrived above Qin Yu's head. The deep blue light was pure and transparent, like the most peak and perfect jade in the world. Its arrival represented the little blue lamp's all-out attack. Bang! The entire black continent that floated deep within the sea of poison suddenly trembled. Then, loud rumbling sounds erupted from deep within the earth. It was like countless thick tentacles were ruthlessly stabbing into the earth, wildly swallowing up the energy contained within. Endless black liquid wildly gathered from all directions. The moment it touched Qin Yu's body, it vanished from sight. His right index finger shined with a dazzling light. Runes began to appear, spreading upwards from his fingertip. No! The spirit of poison crazily roared. His will was born from poison and he could disperse it at any time and reform it once more. But at this time, he had lost control of his will. He could only watch helplessly on as the strength of his main body was crazily sucked away. Rumble, rumble. Chapter 479. The spirit of the sealed pagoda was left dumbfounded. 50,000 years ago, the myriad poison sect had made a mistake, leading to the birth of the spirit of poison. The entire sect had suffered a backlash and was nearly annihilated before they were able to seal it in the sealed pagoda. Ever since then, the spirit of the sealed pagoda had been resisting it. Although it had suppressed the spirit of poison to this day, it was well aware of just how terrifying it was. Unlike the spirit of poison, whose strength continued to weaken with the passage of time, the spirit of poison's strength had been in a constant state of growth for tens of thousands of years. This was because to the spirit of poison, all of the poisons within the sealed pagoda were nourishment for its growth. Yet, it was precisely this terrifying spirit of poison that would cause a great calamity once it escaped. Yet, today, it was actually defeated by an unremarkable little fellow. To the spirit of the sealed pagoda, this created an intense psychological impact. Its entire mind was in chaos. It had decided to go all out, but in the end it was useless. The spirit of poison, how did he get defeated? It wasn't just the spirit of the sealed pagoda that couldn't understand this. Even the spirit of poison that was desperately trying to steal his strength was shocked and enraged, completely confused. I was born from millions upon millions of poisons, and I inherited the destructive energy of heaven and earth. I will exercise the power of destruction, making all creatures in the world howl in grief. This is my destiny. But just as this poison spirit was born, a group of old bastards risked their lives to seal it. Then, another group of people unafraid of death sent it into the sealed pagoda, where it was imprisoned for tens of thousands of years. Wasn't he supposed to carry the destructive aura of heaven and earth? What about exercising the power of destruction? What happened to making all living beings in the world wail in pain? Mother **k. Alright, the great Tao of heaven and earth still lacked one. Everything had its leeway and accidents. Even if the poison spirit was extremely unlucky and happened to encounter that one, tens of thousands of years of imprisonment and suppression should be enough, right? Just as he was about to escape, a human lad suddenly ran in. He looked around and did not seem to be a threat at all. This poison spirit was very cautious, but even so, he still fell into a trap. Was there any justice in this world? Are you going to let this poison be nimble? Could it be that my birth wasn't to punish all living beings in the world, but to bear the burden of endless sin and struggle in pain? Heaven and earth, are you **king blind? However, the spirit of poison quickly stopped roaring in his heart. This was because he discovered, to his horror, that a tenth of the poison that he had accumulated for tens of thousands of years had disappeared in a short period of time. Originally, he thought that his family's foundation was extremely deep, and if this kid devoured too much, he might just poison himself to death at any moment. Now, it didn't seem to be the case at all, and what terrified the spirit of poison the most was that this body's devouring speed didn't show any signs of slowing down. Could it be that he really wanted to swallow the spirit of poison whole? As this thought crossed his mind, the spirit of poison was dumbfounded. The evil spirit was originally suppressed by the heavens and earth, and it could not be born without a lucky coincidence. Only after it developed its own intelligence did it realize how difficult it was for it to appear. After being imprisoned for tens of thousands of years and being swallowed in a single day, how could the spirit of poison be willing to end up like this? Don't panic. As the saying goes, calamities live for 1,000 years. I, the poison spirit, am a calamity to heaven and earth. I will not die so easily. The spirit of poison's thoughts raced and he quickly judged the current situation. Right now, there are only two paths in front of me. I can either surrender and beg for my life, or I can give it my all. This human boy is sinister and cunning, and his thoughts are incomparably vicious. Since I have fallen into his hands, I am nothing more than a fish on the chopping block. How could he let me off so easily? It seems that there is only the second path. The spirit of poison's face was fierce and his eyes were crazed. Don't you want to swallow me? Fine, then I will fulfill your wish. Let's see whether or not you have the appetite. Although he couldn't escape this mortal body, the spirit of poison still had a connection with his main body. At this time, as the spirit of poison went crazy, the black continent in the sea of poison began to tremble and twitch as if it were suffering from an epileptic fit. Rumble, rumble, the black continent collapsed and disintegrated. Endless black liquid surged out like a raging flood, gathering from all directions. In several blinks of an eye, it formed a black lake. The spirit of the sealed pagoda was panicked. It naturally understood that the spirit of poison was going all out, wanting to use endless poison to break through Qin Yu's swallowing ability. Once it succeeded, not only would it be able to escape its predicament, but it would even be able to take over Qin Yu's body and control the mysterious strength within him. With Qin Yu's cultivation, the reason he could restrain and suppress the spirit of poison was because he borrowed the strength of an external object. The spirit of the sealed pagoda didn't know what this external strength was, but it was well aware that once it obtained the spirit of poison, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. The consequences would be inconceivable. No, it had to help Qin Yu. It couldn't allow the spirit of poison to succeed. The light phantom formed by the spirit of the sealed pagoda hesitated for a moment. But in the next moment, this hesitation turned into determination. Its mission had always been to protect all life in the world. For this reason, it didn't hesitate to use its body as a sacrifice to suppress all poisons in the world. Today, for the sake of trillions of lives, what did it matter if it gave up its freedom? It lifted a hand and pointed between its eyebrows. The light phantom trembled and a rhombus crystal flew out. This crystal was formed from countless tiny facets and edges. It emitted a radiant divine light, and as it was refracted by these facets, it was beautiful to the point of being unimaginable. The spirit of the sealed pagoda took a deep breath. It pointed a finger downwards and the rhombus crystal shot out like an arrow. It pierced through the layer of sealing light and shot straight towards the lake of black liquid. At this moment, the suppressed spirit of poison suddenly sensed something. Its eyes widened in disbelief and it emitted an angry roar. Bang! With this roar, the entire lake of black liquid began to violently tumble about. The surface of the lake split open like a giant mouth that swallowed up the crystal. But this black liquid contained countless poisons, each drop able to kill thousands of lives. In front of this crystal, it was as fragile as true flowing water. With a dull sound, the mouth formed by the black liquid was directly pierced through by the crystal. It tore through the air, constantly emitting sounds similar to the sound of leather being torn apart. It was deep and heavy, carrying with it an indomitable momentum that shook the heart. The light phantom had a complex expression. "Don't disappoint me." Whoosh, the crystal arrived between Qin Yu's eyebrows. Without hesitation, it fused into his flesh and blood, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, the crystal appeared in his soul space. The purple moon began to shine with a blinding light, a halo of purple light spreading out in all directions. The slumbering soul-summoning bell also instinctively began to shake. Ringing sounds that only the soul could hear constantly reverberated through the air. Qin Yu was frightened. He thought that this was one of the spirit of poison's other killing moves. If the mysterious purple moon and soul-summoning bell were able to cause such a great commotion at the same time, it must be terrifying. But he soon discovered that although the purple moon shined brightly and the soul-summoning bell rang without end, they didn't attack at all. Rather, they were like peacocks spreading their tails. This wasn't the right way to put it. This was because Qin Yu clearly wasn't the one who could cause them to spread their tails. It was more accurate to say that the purple moon and soul-summoning bell felt a threat from this crystal. They instinctively released their might to warn others that they weren't to be trifled with. This left Qin Yu pleasantly surprised. The origins of the purple moon were a mystery, but he was well aware of how precious the soul-summoning bell was. It seemed that this crystal was in existence on the same level as the soul-summoning bell. But, how could such a precious treasure appear in his soul space for no reason? After a moment of hesitation, Qin Yu's soul reached out a hand. Without any resistance, the crystal fell into his palm. In an instant, the aura of his soul was branded into the crystal. Then, countless pieces of information flowed into his mind from the crystal. This information was so vast that even with Qin Yu's current soul cultivation, he felt his head spin. It took him a long time to recover. Qin Yu shook his head and rubbed between his eyebrows. He looked through the information that entered his mind and a look of astonishment flashed on his face. Then, it turned into pleasant surprise. This was truly an unexpected harvest. The information that came from the crystal could be called an incomparably long memory. From the moment he was born, it continued until today. This was the memory of the sealed pagoda. Looking at the crystal in his hand, Qin Yu's eyes brightened. He hadn't even taken the spirit of poison yet, but he never imagined that his goal this time would already be achieved. The sealed pagoda had taken the initiative to recognize a master, and, to be more accurate, since the birth of the sealed pagoda, this was the first time that it had truly recognized a master. This was the so-called supreme inherited treasure of the myriad poison sect. Strictly speaking, for countless years, the myriad poison sect had only obtained the approval of the sealed pagoda to be able to use its strength. Both sides had a relationship of equals, and the sealed pagoda even had the initiative. But now, it had chosen to serve Qin Yu as its master on its own initiative. Of course, through the memories of the sealed pagoda, Qin Yu easily knew what the true reason for doing this was. Thus, while he was pleasantly surprised, he didn't feel any pride at all. Rather, there was only admiration. Sealed pagoda. So you were such a sealed pagoda. Sealed pagoda, I know you can hear me. I, Qin Yu, guarantee you that I will not use the power of the sealed pagoda to do anything that goes against the will of the heavens and earth. Otherwise, you can break all ties with me. The sealed pagoda's spirit's voice echoed out. I hope you can keep your word. Otherwise, even if I vanish from the world, I will not back down. Qin Yu knew its memories, so he knew that these weren't empty words. If the sealed pagoda said these words, then it would surely do them. But, his reply didn't contain any hesitation. Of course, I will wait and see. The sealed pagoda went straight to the point. Now, I will mobilize all of my strength and pour it into your body to help you suppress the strength of the spirit of poison. The crystal shined. But in the next moment, it was stopped by Qin Yu. He coughed and rubbed his nose. In truth, even if the spirit of poison tries to go all out, it's useless to me. Facts spoke louder than words. Qin Yu relaxed his mind and allowed the sealed pagoda's spirit to sense his current state. As for the little blue lamp, although he didn't know how it did it, whether it was his partner soul spirity, undying, or the sealed pagoda's spirit, none of them were able to sense its existence. The sealed pagoda fell into a long silence. After a long time, it said with a bit of hesitation, "Myriad poison body?" Qin Yu thought about it. There were records of a terrifying physique that could swallow myriad poisons and eat them as food. He nodded. You can also understand it that way. The sealed pagoda fell silent once more. Qin Yu knew that Qin Chu and the sealed pagoda were depressed right now. They originally held onto the lofty ideal of rescuing the common people of the world and sacrificed themselves, but who would have thought that in the end, it would all be superfluous and he wouldn't even have a chance to do anything. In other words, he had sacrificed himself for nothing. If you don't want to, I can try to undo our master recognition relationship. Cough cough. I know it might be a bit difficult, but if we try it a bit more, perhaps one day we will be able to. The sealed pagoda quietly said, if you hadn't looked through my memories and said these words, I might have been moved. But, you clearly know that once I recognize a master, I will no longer have any chance of freedom. These words are a bit too shameless. Qin Yu was embarrassed to the maximum. But, he thickened his skin and didn't speak, as if he were tacitly agreeing. What nonsense. The treasure had already been delivered to him and he had already eaten it. Not to mention that he really couldn't undo the master recognition relationship, but even if he could, did he really have to spit it out? That was purely a fairy tale. I am tired. I will leave the rest to you. After the sealed pagoda finished speaking, there was no more movement. It was clear that it had gone to lick away the sorrow in its heart. Qin Yu naturally didn't have any objections. He had taken all the advantages, so how could he not allow the sealed pagoda to have a little bit of emotion? In any case, the rice had already been cooked into porridge. There would come a time when it would accept reality. Originally, he thought that he would be able to control the sealed pagoda and become the true master of the myriad poison sect, obtaining a status that the black demon sect had no choice but to treat with respect, and then he would be able to participate in the demon ascension gate. But in reality, his harvests were unimaginably great. The sealed pagoda that had already recognized him as its master was extremely depressed. There was no need to mention the spirit of myriad poison who was being tossed and turned by Chinyu as he used the star-absorbing great art over and over again. Chapter 480. The spirit of poison's desperate attempt to self-destruct his body to gather a massive amount of poison was ruthless to the extreme. But to Chinyu, it was useless. Of course, saying this might be a bit shameless and self-flattering, because the truth was that the spirit of poison had made a mistake. In front of the little blue lamp, his little bit of skill simply couldn't stir up any waves. The so-called poison immunity wasn't something that could be broken through with just quantity. Of course, the little blue lamp might have a limit to what it could withstand, but this wasn't enough to worry about. The black liquid lake tumbled about. Chinyu was like a boulder at the bottom of the lake. No matter how it raged around him, his figure didn't waver in the least. In the dark nothingness above his head, the little blue lamp's halo was as deep as the sea. All of the surging poisons that entered Chinyu's body were instantly suppressed and poured into his right index finger. After this finger swallowed and contained a massive amount of poison today, it was clearly undergoing some marvelous transformation. For instance, on the surface of his flesh and blood, there were increasingly complex and mysterious runes that appeared. As Chinyu saw them, a term automatically popped up in his mind: rules. Although he found this to be absurd and unbelievable, after confirming it over and over again, Chinyu determined that this wasn't a hallucination. These runes that appeared on the surface of his finger were indeed the omnipresent yet untouchable rules that existed between the heavens and earth. It was just that in Chinyu's understanding, he didn't know which boundary of cultivation could directly manifest the rules onto a cultivator's body. It had to be known that he was already at the Blue Sea realm and his true combat strength was terrifying. Even in the land of divinity and demons, he could be considered a top character. Even he didn't know what these rules that appeared on his finger were, even if he didn't need to think to know that they were extraordinary things. Chinyu's intuition told him that he had struck it rich this time. So, when the spirit of poison discovered that nearly half of the poison in his body had been cleanly swallowed up by Chinyu like a black hole without any signs of choking, he truly panicked. He originally wanted to stuff this brat to death, but now it seemed that he had dug a hole for himself and then jumped in without hesitation. The truth was cruel and the spirit of poison's heart was filled with tragedy. But he had no choice but to accept reality. Since the first path of risking his life and struggling wasn't working, then he had to hurry up and take the second path. Although freedom and dignity were important, in the face of life or death, all of that had to stand to the side. I haven't really died yet. I'm standing under the sun, bathing in the light. How can I die? But what left the spirit of poison feeling a chill in his heart was that his begging wasn't exchanged for Chinyu's hesitation at all. Chinyu's swallowing actions were fierce and forceful, as if he wouldn't stop until he drank him dry and then burned his bones to ashes. As expected, I knew this kid was a vicious and merciless character. Unfortunately, this understanding was completely useless now. The spirit of poison only knew that if this continued, he would definitely die. 60%, 70%, 80%. The spirit of poison was born from the billions of poisons. There was no need to plunder all of the poisons. As long as the amount was reduced to a certain level, it would not be able to maintain itself and its consciousness would collapse and disappear from the world. In his extreme fear, the spirit of poison's attitude became more and more submissive. At first, he said, "If you don't stop, I'll drag you down with me." Then, he said, "Please stop, I'm willing to bow my head and submit." Then, he said, "Spare me, I'll be willing to be ordered around in the future." In the end, his tears and snot flowed down. In order to survive, he would agree to anything. Unfortunately, for the current Chinyu, the rules on his right index finger had appeared. Priority was greater than anything else. Everything the spirit of poison said was tossed to the back of his mind. As more and more poisons were absorbed, the markings on his finger became increasingly complete, revealing a strange sense of beauty. Chinyu had a faint intuition that once this finger was completely restored, some incredible change would occur. He didn't know what it would be, but he was looking forwards to it. When the entire Black Lake was nearly dried up and the continent Qin Yu stood on was only 100 miles wide, his body trembled. Faint traces of warmth flowed out from his body and into his eyes. Then, the world in front of him suddenly changed. Numerous afterimages were reflected in his eyes and covered the heavens and the earth before his eyes. When he looked into the distance, he noticed that these afterimages formed a circle of their own, and outside this circle was an even vaster illusory world that was boundless like a sea of stars in the sky. Qin Yu was enlightened. The circle he saw was the world within the sealed pagoda. As for the phantoms outside, they represented the entire land of divinity and demons. After a cultivator entered the divine soul realm, they could see the rules of the world and gradually borrow them, control them, and even change them in order to obtain an incomparably formidable strength. But this mostly depended on a powerful soul resonating with the world. But now, Qin Yu was able to use his own eyes to directly see the omnipresent strength of the rules of the world. What did this represent and what sort of possibilities it contained? Qin Yu still didn't fully understand, but just thinking about it at this moment left him stirred up. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Yu lifted his right hand and gently brushed the void in front of him. His fingers were different from his other fingers. His longest index finger had a clear sense of touch. In the next moment, strong winds rose up between the heavens and earth. The void violently trembled and cracks tore through it. The entire world shook with it, creating a scene of destruction. The barrier of light that suppressed the spirit of poison was only able to resist for a breath of time before it was crushed to pieces by this vast strength. At this time, the sealed pagoda couldn't be bothered to lick the wounds in its heart. It angrily roared out, "Qin Yu, what are you doing?" In truth, what it was even more shocked about was, just how did you do this? Qin Yu's complexion paled. As he stood in this shaking, he absolutely didn't feel good. But the shock in his heart was even more intense than the sealed pagodas. He never imagined that just trying to move the rules in front of him would create such a terrifying scene, and even cause massive damage to the sealed pagoda. This was a wake-up call for Qin Yu. In the future, he absolutely couldn't casually move the phantoms of the rules that he didn't understand, otherwise he would be the first to suffer. "I'm sorry, I won't do it again," Qin Yu vaguely said. But the sealed pagoda didn't ask any further, because it still hadn't emerged from its shock. "How did you do it?" It couldn't help but ask this question. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. He lifted up his finger that didn't seem abnormal at all. "I only know that it was the spirit of poison's help. But, as for the true reason, I don't know." His eyes flashed. "However, I seem to have obtained an extraordinary ability. But, as for the specifics, I still need to experiment a little more." The sealed pagoda refused without even thinking about it. "Please leave before you experiment." Qin Yu revealed an apologetic expression. "It isn't convenient to do it outside. But you can rest assured that I have full confidence that I won't cause too much of a commotion this time." The sealed pagoda hesitated again and again before reluctantly agreeing. But, from its tone, it was clear it was worried. Qin Yu cupped his hands together in thanks. He looked down at the slowly disappearing black liquid as well as the spirit of poison that was playing dead at his feet. A cold smile curved his lips. His 5 fingers swept through the void. His index finger stirred the world rules. But this time, what he stirred was the slaughter rules of the path of metal that Qin Yu completely controlled. Whoosh, a radiant crescent-shaped silver-white light fell from above. It was like a sword that held up the heavens. The black continent beneath his feet, or perhaps it would be more accurate to call it an island, was directly cut in half. "Ah!" With a pitiful scream, black liquid flowed out from the 2 islands. But just as a part of it appeared, it was immediately annihilated, as if it were destroyed by some extreme strength. The remnant parts fused together, forming the appearance of the spirit of poison that Qin Yu had first seen. Unfortunately, his handsome face was now filled with fear and pain, without any of his previous elegance. "My lord, please spare me. Please spare me." The spirit of poison's greatest technique was poison, but this was clearly useless against Qin Yu. Moreover, after experiencing Qin Yu's fierceness just now, his heart nearly exploded. All he could think of was that this brat was playing the pig to eat the tiger, and that his true identity was definitely some old freak of nature. No wonder his heart was so black, no wonder his hands were so ruthless. If he didn't hurry up and beg for mercy, if he waited any longer, he feared he wouldn't even have the chance to do so. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with pleasant surprise. It really was like this. If he galvanized the path of metal and caused the rules around him to change, then he could simply move his index finger. Moreover, the power seemed to be even stronger than when he attacked with his full strength. Didn't this mean that as long as he comprehended more rules in the future, he could casually move them and erupt with a might no less than the supernatural powers themselves? Moreover, the most terrifying point was that Qin Yu only needed to move his finger in order to accomplish all of this without any loss. To a certain degree, Qin Yu had great potential in the future. He could become a mobile fortress, and one that didn't need to cool down or rest. His endurance was freakish to the point of leaving others in despair. Perhaps it was time for him to give himself a domineering and mighty nickname. For instance, Qin Fortress, Enduring Qin, Qin Ritian. Qin Yu shook his head, shaking off these idiotic thoughts. But he couldn't help but grin, revealing a brilliant smile. Then, a tempting thought popped up in his mind. It was so tempting that he didn't even have the mind to pay attention to the bowing spirit of poison. He impatiently asked the little blue lamp, but unfortunately, the results weren't good. The little blue lamp had said many things. The general meaning was that in its current state, it could only help Qin Yu change a tiny part of his physique, a single finger. Most of it was just washing up and sleeping, there was no need to dream about it. But Qin Yu still managed to learn some important information from the little blue lamp. For instance, Great Tao Body. This should be the name that Qin Yu's finger that was covered by the rules should be called. Unfortunately, his Great Tao Body was severely damaged, and from his entire body, only a single finger was qualified. It was rumored that after the Calamity Immortal Realm was the Great Tao Realm. At this level, an existence could see through all things in the world and control all rules in their hands. Perhaps the Great Tao Body was related to this boundary. Moreover, the little blue lamp's words meant that in its current state, it could only help Qin Yu form a Great Tao Body with a single finger. Did this mean that as its state continued to rise in the future, more parts of Qin Yu's body could be transformed into a Great Tao Body? Qin Yu's thoughts surged. It was only after a long time that he calmed down. Although the results weren't satisfactory, he had no reason to complain about his current harvests. Then, Qin Yu discovered that the spirit of poison was kneeling on the ground, trembling and on the verge of collapse. His thoughts raced and he immediately understood the current situation. After transforming into a Great Tao Body, the index finger of his right hand could still contain poison. But the spirit of poison's strength was at most 10% of its peak. Even if he swallowed all of it, he wouldn't be able to increase it any further. If he left it behind, if he didn't know, he would have to ask an expert. Qin Yu said, Sealed Pagoda, should I leave behind the spirit of poison? The sealed pagoda was silent for several breaths of time. Then, it said, Master possesses an ability comparable to the myriad poison body, so there is no need for you to fear the spirit of poison's growth. Leaving it behind is the best choice. This is because the spirit of poison can absorb the poisons of the world and nurture all sorts of poisons to grow. In the future, it might be helpful to master. Qin Yu's first thought was that he would have to rely on the spirit of poison to form his Great Tao Body. This was simply an endless source of supply. There was nothing else to say, he had to leave it behind. Spirit of poison, since it wasn't easy for you to be born and you have helped me, I will spare your life today. In the future, you can stay in the world of the sealed pagoda and work hard to condense poisons. I guarantee that as long as you perform well, you might be able to regain your freedom in the future. The spirit of poison kowtowed again and again without any conditions. Only the heavens knew what sort of mental torture he had just experienced. To be able to live on was already a blessing from the heavens. How could he dare to speak any more nonsense? Chapter 481. The black dot at the peak of the sealed pagoda had vanished and Yarobin hadn't come out. Everyone on the square was well aware of what this meant. The chief elder heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, and then he sneered inwardly. So what if you have some tricks up your sleeves? In the end, he had lost his life. If you want to become the leader of the myriad poison sect in a single bound, you should consider whether or not you are fated to do so. Of course, these emotions had to be hidden carefully so that the sect leader wouldn't notice them. Otherwise, he would definitely remember it. The atmosphere was heavy. Just like Chief Elder, no matter what they were thinking, everyone's faces were incredibly serious, carrying a type of solemnity as if they were thinking about life. After all, there was no idiot that could obtain his current status in the Black Demon sect. Tai Qianqiu gently sighed. There was regret, loss, and also a bit of joy. Yarrow Bin should be the person most likely to obtain the approval of the sealed pagoda in the last tens of thousands of years. The chief elder bowed. But in the end, he failed. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Sovereign, Yarrow Bin is dead. How will we explain this to the Feng family?" Tai Qianqiu was expressionless. "Inform the Feng family that the person who killed Feng Changjing has already been beheaded." He turned and walked away, his footsteps heavy. But this had nothing to do with Qin Yu's death. What the Lord Sect Master worried about was that with Yarrow Bin dead, what would happen to the hidden dangers within his body? The chief elder and the others bowed and sent them off. As they stood up, their gazes fell onto the sealed pagoda and they simultaneously snorted. To dare covet the supreme treasure of their sect, even death cannot wipe out their crimes. This old man still lacks a courtyard. Yarrow Bin's residence is mine. The fourth demon hunting ground, this old man wants it. The one who spoke was Tian Zhan. As the sect leader's master, although his cultivation was not considered to be at the peak, his status was extremely high. Everyone had to give face to the sect master. Furthermore, in order to obtain the fourth demon hunting ground, Tian Zhan had already bribed everyone. It was just that he did not expect Yarrow Bin to be so domineering, causing him to be in such a sorry state. It was reasonable for him to take it back now. Recently, many people have given Yarrow Bin lavish gifts. Now that he has been executed by the sect, his belongings should be confiscated. The chief elder's words caused everyone's eyes to light up. As expected, the chief elder had some skill. With just one sentence, he confirmed Yarrow Bin's status as a criminal. Everything else would be easy to handle. Everyone said a few more words and came to a general consensus. One by one, they left with smiles on their faces. With Yarrow Bin's death, everyone was able to eat the meat and drink the soup. Indeed, it was good that he had died. Because of Qin Yu's reckless actions, the small world within the sealed pagoda had been damaged. In a good mood, he offered to help repair the cracks in the small world. Towards this, the sealed pagoda chose to acquiesce. This was because it wanted to know just what method Qin Yu used to be able to directly touch upon the rules of the world. In its incomparably long life, it had never encountered something like this. After Qin Yu investigated, he discovered that the small world within the sealed pagoda was in an even worse situation than he had imagined. Perhaps because it had suppressed the spirit of poison for tens of thousands of years, the small world had been severely damaged. The only reason it hadn't collapsed was because of the sealed pagoda's incredible toughness. When Qin Yu obtained the sealed dimension ring and obtained the small world beyond the distant nothingness, he was powerless to do anything about its condition. But now that he had a partial Great Tao body, and because of certain reasons, his eyes could clearly see the rules, repairing the small world was incomparably simple for him. This was because the existence of a small world was established upon the support of the rules. The foundation of the sealed pagoda's small world still existed. As long as the chaotic rules were restored, it would be able to restore itself. At that time, it would be able to automatically absorb heaven and earth spiritual strength and slowly repair itself. There was no need to elaborate on the process. In short, the result was that the sealed pagoda looked at Qin Yu with an even more dignified expression, as if wondering why he was so amazing. All right, the rest will depend on time to slowly restore itself. I still have important matters to attend to outside, so I won't stay any longer. I will send Master out. Space twisted and Qin Yu's figure vanished from sight. In the next moment, he appeared in an empty square. With a smile on his lips and the respectful tone of the sealed pagoda, Qin Yu was very satisfied. If he could completely subdue this supreme treasure, he would be able to use it with ease in the future. Of course, Qin Yu absolutely wouldn't allow the sealed pagoda to do something that angered the heavens and angered the people. Otherwise, with its temperament, it would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. He had to pay attention to this point. If he wasn't careful, he might stir up some trouble in the future. Qin Yu swept his eyes around, a look of surprise on his face. Tai Qianqiu and the others weren't waiting here. Could it be that they were so confident that he wouldn't succeed? But the result would likely disappoint them. Qin Yu looked up at the night sky and then turned to walk towards his dwelling. Once news of his return spread out, Tai Qianqiu and the others would naturally rush over to inquire about it. However, the Black Demon sect tonight seemed a bit different from the rest. The air was filled with restlessness and a deep sense of sorrow and indignation. What was going on here? The puzzlement in Qin Yu's heart was soon answered. He stood on the grass that had just been repaired and was now trampled all over. He looked at the brightly lit hall not too far away and saw a group of vicious punishment division cultivators surrounding it so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Even further outside was a large crowd of Black Demon sect cultivators. Many of them had pale complexions and their bodies swayed. I knew it. I knew that surname Yarrow wouldn't have a good end. He didn't listen to me and spat out the meat that was in his mouth after so much difficulty. He even sent it back 3 times as much in order to obtain Grandmaster Yarrow's favor. Pooey. Not too far away, a voice shouted out through clenched teeth. This voice immediately resonated with the crowd. Countless people began to spit out their grievances. I barely managed to gather enough gifts this morning and sent them over with a smile on my face, but the result is like this. You bastard, give me back my gifts. That was 10 years of my savings. Who dares to be more miserable than me? In order to obtain that surname Yarrow's favor, I borrowed spirit stones to send gifts. But before I left, the punishment division people arrived. If it weren't for the fact that I have friends in the punishment division, I fear I would have been taken as someone surnamed Yarrow and arrested. The cultivator had a bitter expression. Needless to say, these were Black Demon sect cultivators that had taken advantage of Qin Yu. Now that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, they wanted to remedy the situation. Qin Yu's complexion was strange. It seemed as if something had gone wrong somewhere. At this time, shouldn't the entire Black Demon sect be carefully serving him? Qin Yu swept his eyes over Tuba and Tutu who were pressed to the side. His eyes narrowed and a gloomy light flashed in them. It seemed that his fingers were about to cramp again. As for why they would cramp, it was because they received spirit stones. He had just scraped a piece of land from the Black Demon sect and now another opportunity had arrived. Qin Yu felt that if he didn't put in a bit more effort this time, he would be letting down the intelligence of these people. As long as things started, it was fine. There was no need to wait until something really happened. This was because with Qin Yu's current status, he could do whatever he wanted as long as he had an excuse. Qin Yu took several steps forwards and then turned back. He stepped into the shadows and patted the figure that was immersed in grief and indignation, unable to extricate himself. What are you doing? I don't have any spirit stones. I am nothing but a pauper right now. Fellow Daoist, there is no need to be sad. The gifts you sent are definitely useful. These words sounded comforting, but as this scene fell into his ears, it was no different from a slap in the face. He couldn't endure this. The Black Demon sect cultivator clenched his teeth. He wanted to see just which blind fool dared to joke around with him and then spit on him. But when he looked up, he found himself rooted to the ground. Although the light here was dim, cultivators had excellent eyesight. He could clearly see that the faint youth in front of him wasn't that surname Yarrow already executed? Damn, are you playing with me? As he thought about how his previous complaints had definitely been heard and how this Grandmaster Yarrow was a ruthless and vengeful person, his mood wildly fluctuated. Before he could say anything, the Black Demon sect cultivator's eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground. Aya, I'm too sad. I also want to faint. Only then can my worries be resolved. All my years of savings have been wiped out. If it were me, I would also want to die. That surname Yarrow has harmed so many people. Qin Yu had already turned around and was walking towards the lights. Many black demon sect cultivators in front of him felt as if they had been ruthlessly pushed away. They staggered to the sides, all of them enraged. But when they turned around, they were like hens that had been grabbed by the neck, unable to make a single sound. One of the black demon sect cultivators clearly didn't understand what was happening. He opened his mouth to curse, but before he could make a sound, he was kicked to the ground by someone beside him. "You bastard, you want to die? Don't drag us down with you." The punishment division cultivators that had blocked off the surroundings soon realized that something was wrong. Two people walked forwards with gloomy expressions. They wanted to see just who had the guts to stir up trouble here. But before they could approach, a great strength struck them. With two loud bangs, the two people were sent tumbling backwards, their bodies plowing through the grass. "You bastard." Just as they spoke, they swallowed their words. The punishment division cultivator paled and a cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Bystanders didn't know the inside story, but the entire punishment division knew that surname Yarrow hadn't been executed at all. Rather, he had died during the master recognition process of the sealed pagoda. And now, who could tell them just where these rumors came from? This little one, greets. Grandmaster Yarrow, under the curtain of night, beneath the lights, Qin Yu was expressionless. His eyes were cold to the point of being frightening. Of course, most of this was a disguise. But in order to open his mouth, this sort of performance was necessary. After all, no one would complain about having too many spirit stones. In particular, after experiencing the Four Seasons City auction house, Qin Yu's interest in spirit stones had instinctively increased. Grandmaster, Tuba and Tutu were extremely excited. They coldly swept their eyes around, as if saying, "You bunch of idiots, I already knew you would suffer misfortune. How could the methods of Our Highness be something you can imagine? This time, if the Black Demon sect's land wasn't dug up, then I would change my surname to yours." These two simple and honest fellows had the same thoughts as their master. It could be said that like master, like servant. Qin Yu nodded. "Have you been wronged?" Tuba's eyes turned and he fell to his knees. He looked up to the heavens and cried out in sorrow, "Grandmaster, this subordinate is incompetent. The 1,000,000,000 spirit stones you gave me, the 1,000,000 spirit plants, and even the tribe's supreme treasure were all taken away by others." Tutu's reaction was a beat slower, but he soon understood what he had to do. "The old patriarch left them with me, and the spirit stones for Grandmaster's daily expenses have also been lost. There is also the precious beast blood you ordered me to collect these past years." The scene became even more deathly silent. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. How could a person be like this? What bullshit 1,000,000,000 spirit stones, 1,000,000 spirit plants, and what tribe's supreme treasure? The last time they were divided up, there wasn't even a single thing left, so how could there be such things? This was clearly extortion, but even though they knew this, no one dared to say anything. They only looked at the palace with sorrow in their eyes. They thought to themselves, just who could be so blind as to have such thoughts? This time, they really wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Qin Yu's eyes revealed a bit of surprise. In the infinite realm, Tuba and Tutu didn't have such thoughts. It could be seen that the outside world tempered them more. Not bad, not bad. Qin Yu vaguely gave the two of them a look of appreciation. Then, his complexion paled. Every word that came out from between his clenched teeth released a cold chill. "Speak, who sent you here?" The punishment division cultivator shivered. This, Qin Yu's eyes turned cold. "I will only ask once. If you don't answer, there is no need to answer. It's Elder Wei." The punishment division cultivator screamed out loud. As he spoke, he fell to the ground. Although he was acting on orders, if he said these words, it would be hard for him not to be retaliated against in the future. His life was finished. Qin Yu frowned. He finally found information about this Elder Wei from Yarrowbin's memories. He was ranked 4th in the sect and was a great figure. Yes, only by having a high enough status would he be able to squeeze out enough benefits. "Wei Changfeng, come out." Qin Yu faced the depths of the Black Demon sect and let out a deep breath. His voice was like a thunderclap, billowing between the heavens and earth, raging and roaring. In an instant, his voice resounded through the entire Black Demon sect. Countless cultivators revealed looks of shock. Just who was it that dared to be so disrespectful and call out the name of the sect's fourth elder? But it was clear that there were many people who immediately recognized Qin Yu's identity as soon as they heard his voice. Impossible. The chief elder violently stood up, his face filled with shock. He clearly died already. When the black dot on the sealed pagoda disappeared, that meant that the cultivator that entered had already died. This was the conclusion that the 137 cultivators of the Black Demon sect had reached with their lives. But now, this conclusion had clearly been overturned. Since Yarobin hadn't died, didn't that mean that he had already completed the sealed pagoda's recognition process? The chief elder's mind buzzed like a herd of wild horses running out of a pen. His thoughts were a complete mess. However, these old and experienced people were definitely shrewd enough. In the time it took to breathe, he suppressed the shock in his heart. Sure, with a single step, the chief elder vanished from sight. But there was someone faster than him. Tai Qianqiu looked at Qin Yu's expressionless face. His complexion was brilliant. Astonishment, excitement, ecstasy, bewilderment. It was hard to imagine that a single expression contained so many complex emotions. Grandmaster Yarrow, it's great that you're fine. I've been grieving for you for a long time today. As Tai Qianqiu spoke, he strode forwards, his face full of concern. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Sectmaster, thank you for your concern. Tai Qianqiu wanted to say something but hesitated. Qin Yu pretended not to see him. His eyes fell onto the chief elder's shocked and lost expression. It looks like the chief elder is disappointed that I'm still alive. The chief elder squeezed out a smile. It's nothing. I'm just too surprised. This was clearly a fright. But now, before he could figure out Qin Yu's current situation, he didn't dare to speak as coldly as before. If by any chance, then this brat really would soar into the heavens. More and more Black Demon sect masters arrived. As they saw Qin Yu, they all looked as if they had seen a ghost. Tianzhen was one of them. His heart shivered. He quickly took out his handphone and secretly sent out a message. The fourth monster hunting ground or whatever it is, it has nothing to do with me at all. If someone were to say, why did my people go over today? What nonsense, of course he was there to help Grandmaster Yarrow guard the monster hunting ground, lest someone take advantage of Grandmaster Yarrow's absence to secretly hunt. Yes, that was it. As for the other old fellows that had eaten until their mouths were dripping with oil, their complexions paled. As they regretted their actions, they did the same thing. They hurried to clarify things. Even if they couldn't, they had to reduce the implications to the minimum. If they couldn't, they could throw out a scapegoat and say that it was someone else's decision. It was always better to be incompetent than to directly argue with Yarobin. In particular, they didn't know what his current situation was. There was nothing wrong with being careful. Seeing more and more people arrive, the person involved, Elder Wei, was like a turtle hiding in its shell, unwilling to show himself. Qin Yu was expressionless, but his eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Does Elder Wei wish for me to personally invite him? The chief elder coughed. He certainly knew what was going on. Wei Changfeng clearly didn't dare to show himself. Grandmaster Yarrow, is there some misunderstanding today? Elder Wei is currently in seclusion. If you have any matters, you can speak to me. His meaning was, tell me what you want me to do and I will do my best to help you. Qin Yu faintly smiled. Does the chief elder want to take responsibility for this matter for Elder Wei? The chief elder wanted to say yes. After all, Wei Changfeng was one of his people and he was very capable in his daily work. If he could control a palace, would he dare to make such an outrageous demand? But looking at Qin Yu's expression, his heart raced. He swept his eyes over several Black Demon sect cultivators who were wildly winking at him. The chief elder thought to himself that this was a close call. He had almost fallen for this brat's tricks. Cough cough, how about Grandmaster Yarrow first tell me your request? Qin Yu lightly said, simple. Make up for my losses and this matter can be considered settled. The chief elder cautiously asked, what did Grandmaster Yarrow lose? Qin Yu waved his hand. Tuba and Tutu stepped forwards, their footsteps shaking the ground. They repeated what they just said. Chapter 482. What nonsense! A furious shout resounded through the world. Wei Changfeng, who had turned into a coward, could no longer care about hiding. He appeared before everyone in a flustered and exasperated manner. What nonsense! If he didn't come out to defend himself and everyone tacitly agreed to his actions, then he would be the one to die. At that time, besides hanging himself, there wouldn't be a second path for him to take. Surname Yao, I only took one of your palaces. Is there a need to do something like this? Thinking of this, the originally restless Wei Changfeng glared at Qin Yu, a look of deep hatred on his face. Qin Yu remained expressionless. Elder Wei occupied my palace, so shouldn't I be the one angry? Wei Changfeng's expression froze. With just a few words, his attempt to gain the upper hand in momentum had been completely shattered. The chief elder said, Grandmaster Yao, this is a misunderstanding. But no matter what, Elder Wei was in the wrong first, so it is natural for him to compensate you. Qin Yu nodded. Chief Elder also thinks that I should ask for compensation. Then, I ask Elder Wei to return double what you took. After being interrupted, the Chief Elder's field of vision darkened. This surname Yarrow didn't play his cards according to common sense. His original plan was to ask Qin Yu to quote a reasonable price. No one here was an idiot. Do you really think you can get away with opening your mouth wider than the heavens? Wei Changfeng clenched his teeth. Grandmaster Yarrow, I am willing to pay 1,000,000 spirit stones as compensation. As for anything else, I cannot comply. I only occupied your palace and I didn't even live there for a day. To compensate you with 1,000,000 spirit stones, in Elder Wei's opinion, this was already a loss that made his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys ache. Qin Yu remained expressionless. Wei Changfeng, do you want to swallow up my wealth and treasures? Grandmaster Yarrow, you are going too far. The scene fell deathly silent. Qin Yu hesitated, as if he were in a difficult position. The chief elder's eyes brightened. If Yarrow Bin really obtained the approval of the sealed pagoda and summoned it, then who would dare to say a single word of nonsense? Could it be that he hadn't succeeded? As soon as this thought appeared, it wildly multiplied in his mind. Yes, that must be it. Although I don't know how that surname Yarrow managed to survive that calamity, he still hasn't become the master of the sealed pagoda. His arrogant actions today must be to frighten everyone in my black demon sect. As long as Wei Changfeng bows his head in fear, no one will dare to stop him from entering the Demon Ascension Gate. In order to join the Demon Ascension Gate, Qin Yu had even dared to make the sealed pagoda recognize him as its master. If he dared to do something as dangerous as risking his life, then what was so special about putting on a show today? Yarrow Bin knew that the sect master needed his help to cure the hidden injuries in his body. Even if the matter were to be exposed, he would only lose face in front of everyone, and his life would not be in danger. A chance of losing face in exchange for today's rich benefits and also the chance to participate in the Demon Ascension Gate, this could be called an extremely good deal. Thinking of this, the chief elder was almost certain that Yarrow Bin was deliberately mystifying things. It was just that he didn't expect Wei Changfeng to be so greedy. Making him pay such a terrifying amount of compensation was worse than killing him. But luckily, Wei Changfeng was greedy enough and was willing to disregard everything for spirit stones. If it were anyone else, perhaps Yarrow Bin really might have succeeded. After determining that Qin Yu was a paper tiger, the chief elder calmly said, although 1,000,000 spirit stones isn't much, Elder Wei hasn't harmed Grandmaster Yarrow's interests at all. There is no harm in accepting it lest this matter blows up. The meaning behind his words was that this brat should know when to stop or else he wouldn't be able to back down. Tai Qianqiu revealed a surprised expression. He clearly didn't think the chief elder would be so bold. The Black Demon sect powerhouses that arrived all revealed looks of awe and admiration. However, everyone was quick-witted. Their thoughts raced and they immediately realized what was going on. Could it be that the chief elder had discovered something? As they looked at the stage, their eyes brightened. Yarrow Bin's current silence was clearly the greatest flaw. If he had enough cards in his hand, he would have remained silent. It seemed that the matter of the sealed pagoda recognizing him as its master wasn't the same as what they had expected. But, It was also because of this that it seemed reasonable. My black demon sect has existed for tens of thousands of years, and 137 of our ancestors have died here, yet we still haven't been able to accomplish this. How could this surname Yarrow accomplish it in a mere day? Weren't they thinking too highly of him? The atmosphere suddenly changed. There was less awe in everyone's eyes, and more sneers, mockery, and even annoyance replaced it. Surname Yarrow, you've played us in circles, you're really fierce. Wei Changfeng trembled. At this time, he finally regained his composure. As he thought about how he had exposed this paper tiger in front of him, he couldn't help but straighten his back. Yarrow Bin, accept the 1,000,000 spirit stones and this matter will be settled. Otherwise, for your reckless actions today, as an elder of the sect, I will ask the sect master to severely punish you. The positions of offense and defense had been completely reversed. The dense crowd of Black Demon sect cultivators all revealed puzzled expressions. Grandmaster Yarrow was clearly enraged and had opened his lion's mouth to blackmail them, so how come the wind had changed in the blink of an eye? Where did Elder Wei's fearlessness come from? He actually began to directly threaten Qin Yu. He looked up at Wei Changfeng and sighed. Originally, I didn't want to make a big deal out of this matter because of my relationship with the Black Demon sect. If you obediently compensated me and pretended that nothing had happened, then that would have been great. But what a pity, my good intentions have been wasted. Since no one appreciates my kindness, why should I make things difficult for myself? A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Wei Changfeng, since you refuse to realize your mistakes, then don't blame me for being ruthless. He lifted a hand and grasped forward. Everything was calm, without the least bit of disturbance. Elder Wei's complexion was cold and gloomy. Grandmaster Yarrow, it seems that you are the only one who refuses to realize your mistakes. Qin Yu had an indifferent expression. Is that so? Before his voice fell, the entire Black Demon sect's entrance violently trembled. There was a loud rumbling sound that reverberated in all directions. Before everyone could be horrified and ask what was happening, a white light cut through the horizon and landed above Qin Yu's head. This small white pagoda was transparent like jade. It sprinkled down a warm light in the darkness, pure and warm. But at this moment, besides Tai Qianqiu and the other chief elders, as long as they had the qualifications to know what happened today, their complexions all changed. Across from the arrogant and threatening Wei Changfeng, it was like someone was grabbing his neck. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Sealed, sealed, sealed a pagoda. No one was blind. Even if they were blind, this aura couldn't be faked. The chief elder felt as if he had been ruthlessly struck in the head. His ears buzzed, his mind tumbled and his body swayed. This was different from what he had imagined. Was there something wrong with the script? He clenched his teeth, the smell of blood leaking out from his mouth. This surname Yarrow clearly had a great killing weapon in his hands. As long as he took it out, who would dare to make things difficult for him? Was it fun to play with them? Of course, regardless of whether or not it was fun, the chief elder's first thought as he regained consciousness was to throw all of them into the pit that Qin Yu had dug. Moreover, what left him most indignant was that they had jumped into this pit of their own volition. It was over. The lion's mouth was already wider than the heavens. If Qin Yu grabbed hold of their sore spot, wouldn't they really have to swallow the heavens? Tai Qianqiu shouted out, Grandmaster Yarrow, everything can be discussed. Do not be impulsive. Looking at the shining sealed pagoda, the Lord Sect Master even had the thought of strangling the chief elder and Wei Changfeng to death. You two bastards, if you want to die, don't drag my Black Demon sect down with you. Tai Qianqiu was well aware of just how terrifying the sealed pagoda was. It was because of this that he felt such a deep fear. Although the possibility wasn't high, if Yarrow Bin were to become enraged and open the gates of the sealed pagoda, releasing the poison within, then this day next year would be the Black Demon sect's death anniversary. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. He lightly said, Sect Master, I have received the Black Demon sect's graciousness of saving my life, and I have never forgotten it for a single moment. But today, there are some people who simply don't place me in their eyes at all. I can endure anything, but I cannot swallow this insult and humiliation. Do you think that I shouldn't counterattack now? Tai Qianqiu cursed inwardly. You were clearly the one who deliberately dug a pit for me, and now you want to pretend to be a good person? But he could only keep these words in his stomach, unable to say a single word. Wei Changfeng immediately apologized to Grandmaster Yarrow and bear all of his losses until he is satisfied. Otherwise, even my sect cannot protect you. For the Black Demon sect, Elder Wei had been tossed out without hesitation. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had been abandoned like an old shoe. If Qin Yu didn't forgive him, then it wasn't impossible for Tai Qianqiu to personally clean up the sect. Wei Changfeng quivered. His complexion paled and his body shivered. The pain and despair in his eyes made one want to cry. For someone who loved spirit stones to the extreme and loved putting them into his own storage ring, handing them over was the most painful torture in the world. In particular this time, not only did Wei Changfeng have to hand over what he had already eaten, but he feared that his entire family's wealth would be emptied. At this time, Elder Wei's heart was in complete chaos. The pain had left him delirious. Why should everyone divide the benefits together? But now that something has happened, I am the only one to suffer. Don't even think about it. Wei Changfeng howled out loud, I will expose you, I will report you. The chief elder's heart shrank. He cursed inwardly, but it was already too late to stop him. Elder Wei, who had lost his mind, had bitten everyone out. Due to his incomparable passion for spirit stones, he clearly remembered every single piece of wealth that had been taken away from him. In the dark night, beneath the illumination of the lanterns, the Black Demon sect masters who were called out paled. As Tianjin heard his name being tossed out without hesitation, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. The scene was frighteningly quiet. All that was left over was Wei Changfeng's heavy breathing. As he vented his emotions, the blood-red color in his eyes began to fade and his chaotic thoughts began to recover. Fuck. What did I do? Elder Wei glanced around in a daze. Everyone looked at him as if they wanted to skin him alive, causing him to subconsciously shiver. But with things having come this far, there was no way to retreat. Wei Changfeng clenched his teeth and said, Grandmaster Yarrow, all of your wealth was divided up by us. Since you want compensation, we should all share it. Qin Yu really wanted to walk over, grasp his hand, shake it several times, and praise him as a good comrade. Indeed, there were many good people in this world. Originally, he only wanted to grab one person to blackmail and have the entire Black Demon sect join in. But now, there was no need to go through so much trouble. Everyone had a share and there was no need to worry. None of them would be able to escape. However, since there were so many people, wouldn't the things he reported before be too petty?